into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm. Standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb.
With Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon, we've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the saber-toothed tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them.
Help!
As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can now also mark supply crates. When you aim at a supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
This is it, PUBG Mobile fans. We are about to step into the 2024 PMGC Survival Stage and Last Chance starting on November 20th. In the intense battleground that awaits, every team ambition ignites like a flare lighting up the sky, revealing the hopes and dreams of everyone competing. The remaining 8 teams from Group Yellow, Red, and Green will battle in a 3-day survival stage, where each match will test their skill and their resilience. Only the top 16 will rise to the last chance stage, where over 2 fierce days, the 6 strongest teams will secure the ticket to the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals in London. For those who fall short, it's the end of the road, an abrupt descent from the heights they have strived to reach. The stakes are brutal. This is where we will see who truly has the fire to make it to the top. Who do you think will survive? From Group Yellow, Bigatron Knights, the powerhouse from Indonesia, and Vampire Esports, Thailand's superstar squad, entered the arena with everything on the line. Both teams demonstrated resilience in the group stage. Bigatron Knights, aiming to reclaim past glory, last appeared at the PMGC Grand Finals in 2020. Known for their technical skills, they barely scraped through this time, facing potential elimination in the first 3 days before a clutch chicken dinner on day 4 helped them secure that 11th place and a spot in the survival stage. For them, The journey has been a spark, a flicker now primed to flare into something more. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports ignited fans with 4 chicken dinners and a consistent top 4 finishes, leading Group Yellow in chicken dinners outside of the top 3 teams. Known for disciplined rotations, effective entry strategies, and expert use of throwables, they're one of Thailand's most respected squads. Yet the so-called Group of Death spared no mercy, as other teams surged with last-minute victories, pushing Vampire Esports down to 7th place. As 2-time PMWI champions, their mission is clear: survive, ascend, and seize a place among the final contenders. Will Vampire Esports or Bigatron Knights reclaim their spot on the global stage and keep their flame burning towards victory? In Group Red, teams fought tooth and nail for a place in survival stage. Pakistan's ASIA began the group stage strong, leading with top 3 placements in the first few days. Known for their powerful attacks, ASIA boasted the highest elimination count in their group, with 117 eliminations, marking them as one of the most aggressive teams to watch. Yet despite their firepower, they were narrowly pushed to 4th place by Enigma Galaxy on the final day, forcing them into survival stage to keep their London dreams alive. ASIA has never advanced to the Grand Finals, so this stage could be history in the making for them. And just ahead of them, IWNRX, the Turkish beast, finished Group Red with only 1 point shy of top 3, claiming 4th place with 171 points against 3rd place finishers Enigma Galaxy with 172. With star player Seawolf dealing over 10,000 damage and achieving 41 eliminations, IWNRX displayed a resilient spirit that they'll need in survival stage. ASIA and IWNRX came so close to the top. Can they make it this time in the survival stage? Over in Group Green, while they're not the Group of Death, all teams within this group fiercely had an equal chance to climb up the ranks. Regnum Karyabra Esports, the Turkish powerhouse led by veteran champion Silas, faced a challenging start in Group Green, finishing day 1 in 13th place. However, with the patience and persistence, they clawed their way back up the leaderboard, securing a respectable 6th place finish by the end of group stage. Despite their rise, RCB struggled to secure a consistent top 4 finish compared to their opponents in this group. To advance through the survival stage, they will need to bring something extraordinary to the battleground, especially against other teams just as determined to earn their place in the Grand Finals. 4 Miracle Vibes burst into the scene in Group Green with a jaw-dropping performance, setting a record-breaking 22 eliminations in a single match, followed up by a chicken dinner on day 1. Dog spearheaded this achievement with an impressive 8 eliminations in that round. No other team has matched this feat in the 2024 PMGC group stage. However, their momentum slowed down as the competition intensified, leaving them in 5th place by the last day. If they hope to conquer the survival stage, 4 Miracle Vibes will need to rediscover their early brilliance and deliver another miracle performance. The pressure is intense. Can RCB and 4MB make it out of the survival stage? The journey to the top is perilous, and as these teams take on survival stage, their ambition, skill, and drive will flare brighter than ever, visible to fans around the world. Tune in to witness every intense moment as each squad fights to make their dreams a reality on November 20th, 10:45 UTC. Hello PUBG Mobile fans. The highly anticipated Group Green has concluded. Come along as we recap the most thrilling highlights and history-making moments from this week's competition. Starting off with 4 Miracle Vibes, who achieved the highest eliminations for group stage. Their stunning performance captured the attention of every team in the competition. In day 1, match 2, they secure an incredible 22 eliminations alongside a chicken dinner, amazing a total of 32 points in just one game, marking a dominant opening to the league. 4MV Dogs' outstanding performance not only carried the team in the top 5 positions throughout the league, but also earned them the title of a weekly MVP for Group Green. On the final day of league matches, the battle for third place was intense, with 4MV, D+ Gia, and Thunder Talk all eyeing for the spot. However, an early engagement in the final match of the league cost them valuable opportunities to climb into the top 3. As a result, their journey to the Grand Finals will continue in the survival stage. Brute Force made a remarkable statement in this season's PMGC League stage. Despite a challenging start on day 1, they began accumulating points from day 2 onward, keeping that consistency, securing back-to-back chicken dinners with an impressive total of 49 points. Their performance was super consistent, truly deserving of their spot in the Grand Finals. This time, they will have finally achieved their long-awaited goal, turning last year's mistakes into success. Despite the setback in last season's PMGC, Influence Rage came in hot this season, showcasing exceptional consistency. Even with early eliminations in some matches, they managed to accumulate crucial elimination points and secure a total of 4 chicken dinners throughout the league, firmly solidifying their qualification to the Grand Finals. Thunder Talk Gaming showcased resilient gameplay in this Group Green battle. Despite a slow start on day 1, they found the rhythm and made a strong comeback on the 4th day of PMGC League stage. Thunder Talk Gaming delivered a standout performance, taking down D+ Gia and securing their well-deserved place in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. Regnum Karya Bra Esports, led by former PMGC champion Silas, faced a challenging start in the first 2 days of league stage. Despite the setbacks, they fought back in day 3, earning a crucial 19 points in match 4 to steer clear of elimination. Their momentum continued with a solid chicken dinner on day 4. While they came so close to securing a direct ticket to London, they have demonstrated their abilities to deliver strong competition on the global stage. However, their journey isn't over yet. They will need to prove themselves once again in survival stage. Voing Donkey ID made their first ever debut in the PMGC this year. While things started off rough in the first 3 days of league stage, they turned it all around due to tactical changes from their coach. With 2 chicken dinners and some serious high elimination matches, they showed us what they're capable of, finishing off Group Green with a win. Their journey now continues in the survival stage, and their relentless spirit has undoubtedly left a lasting impression on everyone watching. DRS Gaming, the former runner-up of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, struggled to find their rhythm this season. Despite securing 2 chicken dinners on days 3 and 4 of group stage, they couldn't maintain the consistency needed to earn a spot in survival stage. This marks the end of the journey of this year's PMGC for them. We wish them the best and look forward to their comeback for next year.
Мы очень rады. Это первый финал PMGC для нас. Завтра будем праздновать и не знаю, как передать это словами.
Não tenho muito o que falar para os outros, foco mais no meu time, mas fiquem preocupados com a gente。
终于把心中的一个大石头终于放下来了吧。其实我感觉在打今天一整天的时候，我心态都比较正常一点，但是到了最后一把，确实很刺激。
Всем пока, увидимся в Лондоне.
Bye bye, see you in London。
我们伦敦见。
The action isn't over yet. Stay tuned for the upcoming survival stage, where the stakes are higher than ever. Let's see who will rise to the challenge and claim their last chance ticket to the Grand Finals in London.
Whispers of the silent wild, softest dreams in twilight's bound. Storm
Teams from Group Green will be closely watching today as teams from Group Yellow and Group Red will battle it out on the final day of Survival Stage. Welcome back to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. As I mentioned, it is the last day for Survival Stage, so let's see if we can maybe get a chance to talk to some of these teams. I got Saksi with me, see if he can answer some of these questions, because this is a team that we definitely want to be able to see them in last chance. How's it going, brother? Good to see you again. That's not the question, though. The question is going to be, what are you guys going to be doing today to make sure you make it to last chance? You currently have 27 points.
Nothing much to say. We're just playing, and you're just playing our best, and hoping we make it to the last chance.
Well, I don't want to be biased, but I hope you guys make it too. Love the jacket. Hopefully I'll be able to get it afterwards as well. Now, a team that definitely needs to be able to improve from a team that got some points, from a team that now needs to get a lot of points. It's going to be ASI8. I got Trenda here with me. Trenda, the team has 9 total points. Most of those points came from placement. Actually came from eliminations. You guys need to work in your placement. What are you guys going to be changing in regards to drop locations, or what are you guys going to be doing today?
We'll play the same drop locations. I think, yeah, yesterday we were lacking in lots of things. We made lots of mistakes, so we are planning to get good points in early games. Yeah, it's all about your mentality. So we'll go for, we will try to get good points in Sanok. So if we get good momentum, we will do it, inshallah.
Inshallah, right on. Thank you so much, man, because it's all about that momentum, especially for this team. They used to doing strong in Sanhok. They didn't start off as strong as last time. Now we're going to start switching it up to even a team that needs to make a bit of a miracle run here, as I got Sir Tanny from Vampire Esports with me. Sir Tanny, there's a lot of ground to be make up. You guys are known to being able to put up good points in just one day. You have that possibility. What are the expectations for today?
Yeah, as I said, we still have a light at the end of the tunnel. So if we have a hope, we can go it. So today we are thinking about if we can do it like we do it before, like a more confident, more aggressive, that play to our own style. I think we can reach up to the top 16.
Well, everybody's going to be hoping that you guys make it to the top 16. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with the final day of Survival Stage.
Let's get it started indeed, folks. Today's the day where 8 of the best PUBG Mobile teams in the world will be going home. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and beside me, I got the legendary Maxman. I know all you guys are wondering, where's Jason? Well, I promise you guys, this man fought tooth and nail to be here with us today. Unfortunately, he's dealing with an area power outage that's out of his control, so let's please keep him in your thoughts. But the show must go on, dude. So Max, how are you feeling today?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, Hot Jukes, and today it is the day, Hot Jukes, where we are going to be saying goodbye to 8 bottom teams, and we'll be continuing into the last chance after that. But I can tell you, at the bottom, it is a rough time right now, Hot Jukes, and they got to go tooth and nail today if they want to have the chance to continue in this year's PMGC.
Dude, I'm looking at those names and it is crazy. I mean, we just saw an interview with Sir Tanny. That is one of the major names. These guys definitely need a miracle run.
Yeah, miracle is definitely going to be necessary. I mean, we'll see, of course, how far they are when we look at the leaderboards, Hot Jukes. But really, even Vampire and IA technically at the bottom in 23rd and 24th, there's some hope. There's still some hope in the air right now, and they can still possibly make it in the top 16. But they're going to have to start off strong here. Even in the first game on Sanhok, they need to pop off if they want to have that opportunity.
I mean, speaking of Sanhok, right? We heard from the coach right there that they want to get some points on there. Do you think we're going to see another hot drop today from them?
I don't know. I think that hot drops are going to be somewhat resolved. Who was it? I think it was Voin versus I8 Ryan Hartin. That was a little bit of an issue we had. But hopefully that's going to be resolved because Voin is not here, right? So because Voin not here, it is resolved. That just clears out the entire issue. But of course, looking at the leaderboards, Hot Jukes, as we've seen, every team in the top 8 is from Group Green, which are not playing today. And not going to lie, with the 68 points of 4MV, it is seeming like all teams of Group Green are going to advance into the last chance stage. So yeah, all these teams, good job. You guys made it. GG, well played.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty wild. I mean, I did not expect that at all. I thought we were going to see some teams definitely like biting their nails in Group Green for today, but nah, they're big chilling. We're looking at the second page right here. This is that cutoff, folks. That 16th place. That is where you want to be at a minimum, right, Max?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, looking at the teams on the second page, I would have to say Deep Xavier, Major Pride for me are safe. Hot Jukes, I don't expect them to get like a 0-point day, so I think that both of them are going to be fine. But yeah, from 11th place below, it's where, you know, there's some wiggle room. Teams can go down significantly if they have a really bad day, or they can maybe have a big jump up if they just pop off with a chicken dinner here and there throughout these 6 matches for today. So as right now, big surprise for me is still to see Falcons in 15th position. Of course, they only played 6 matches, Hot Jukes, but like they are maybe in a spot where we could see them fall in the bottom 8, which is not what you'd want to see.
Yeah, this is the teams in the bottom 8 right now. And you can see some big names down here. Vampire, only 3 points total out of 6 matches. An unreal performance. I think Sertani would even just like posted that he was just like shattered that they saw that kind of performance. But I mean, I think he is right. There is still a light at the end of the tunnel. With 6 matches left today, you know, a good chicken dinner might just be their saving grace.
Exactly. I mean, right now they're 22 points behind Loops and FaZe, which are currently in 16th, 17th position, tied for the break-off point for the last chance. So yeah, one win, literally, Hodrix, if they can get that win in the first, I don't know, 2-3 matches today, that is going to put them back in a position where they can compete for that top 16. But where's the morale of Vampire Esport and IA after their horrendous day one, Hodrix? That's the big question, because if they're unfortunately a bit down under, well, they might have a bit of a rough time getting back up there.
Well, we got 6 matches today. We're going to start off in Sandhawk. Now, you're right. We're going to see some differences in teams. So I think IA are going to avoid that hot drop like you mentioned. But I think we also might have a couple of hot drops we will see today. What do you think, Max?
I don't think we're going to have hot drops until the last match, possibly. Like,
sure?
That is going to be a thing. But I don't think we're going to have hot drops. No, I think that teams, at least this early on, like, when do you think hot drops happen here, Hodrix? What are your expectations?
Well, honestly, I'm gonna be looking towards Ruins, right? I mean, you know, Inco, they don't mind a hot drop, you know, and Major Pride also like to drop Ruins. So I think it's still a possibility, and we might see that fight because Major Pride, they've had so many points. They really don't got nothing to lose, right? So they could afford that, right?
Yeah, there's no way they hot drop for Ruins. Like, it's Ruins. It's not that good. Like, please don't do that to yourself. It's not worth it. I mean, I've seen teams hot drop Ruins in the past, Hot Jukes. I think it was in CSA actually with Mad Balls, and even back in Europe, they would fight for Ruins. It's happened in the past, so maybe they're just going to be very stubborn and not give it up here.
Well, Ruins may not be that good, but I'll tell you something that is real good. That's that Infinix GT20 Pro featuring dual chipsets and 144 AMOLED display. It delivers up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and visuals. And we got John Allen there on the screen. I love
Still
it.
there. Yeah, it's my favorite wallpaper. I'm going to keep it, you know, all the time on my device. And I just wake up and I see John Allen and I'm instantly having a great day. So, no, good job, John. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you guys want to have an even better day, of course, make sure you guys follow all the socials, hit the subscribe button. You guys know what to do because, man, you see some really awesome content behind the scenes.
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff, a lot of cool dances. They gave some lollipops to the players today after doing a fist bump. Like, wait, why am I not there? I want my lollipops too. What's happening?
Come on, dude, right? It's like going to the doctor's office, right? I want my treat. Let's go. By the way, guys, speaking of treats, right, go ahead and get one of your tickets here for the Grand Finals in London. Oh, that's going to be so exciting. There's going to be some exclusive merch there, all kinds of goodies. So go ahead and get that as well. So, man, dude, today is the day where I heard that you were battling the dragon last night, right?
Yeah, I fought it like 2-3 times last night. I was facing the Frozen Fury in the caves under Erangel, and unfortunately, I gotta say, I not only got knocked by the dragon, Hot Jukes, I got flushed by the dragon afterwards. Bro, he was savage. It was like, I felt like I was playing against Alpha 7. What's going on? So, pro tip to you guys out there, when you're facing this dragon, just keep moving all the time, because if he combos you, like, you are done. So, like, you need to make sure you're moving, because no movement equal you're out of there. You know, you're done.
You gotta see more movement. That is a fact, dude. Let's get it going. Let's take a look at our teams to focus. Now, I picked the 3 teams at the bottom, right? I mean, why wouldn't I? Because at this point, they're the ones in the real hot seat. You got Vampire, who need to start off strong. I8 need to get some points in Sandhawk. And, you know, I got to show some love to my boys Inko over there in Americas. I got Juancho there. I know that we got some viewer parties of the Juancho fan club, but these guys, I think, need a little bit of a miracle run as well.
I mean, as of right now, they got 15 eliminations, but where are the placement points for Inko? They have zero. They have zero placement points. But for me, I'm going to go a little bit on the higher side of the rankings here, Hot Jukes. I'm going to be going for Falcons, FaZe, and Tiamba. I mean Falcons because I'm the #1 Falcons fan still until PMGC maybe fails, but we know what these guys can do. But FaZe, realistically, Hot Jukes, my kind of breakdown for them is I have a lot of hope for them going into Miramar specifically because Stalwart's not here anymore. They can revert back to their previous drop of Picardo and play the game plan they prepared initially heading into this year's PMGC. So because of that, I think that FaZe, if they're in a position where they can compete for top 16 going in the last 2 matches, there's a very, very good chance we could see them do a final push in top 16.
Ooh, that'd be interesting, but I'm honestly a little bit worried when it comes to FaZe, right? At least when it comes to a little place called Sandhawk in particular, right? Because in this first match, we know they're gonna like to drop in that trifecta area, right? Well, there's another team that likes to drop in that trifecta area, and that is Zeus Esports. So, I mean, I think that there is a possibility we see 2 kind of hot drop scenarios here off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, currently, with that kind of hot drop, I think Zeus should be the one to maybe give it up because FaZe are, of course, tied for 16th with 25 points. So normally, the losing team, I'd always recommend Hot Jukes. If they're involved in an early hot drop, it's to have the team that's the lowest in the rankings give it up. We've seen that happen with FaZe versus Stalwart over Picardo, and I think we should see something similar here. So I think Zeus should be the one to move, or something that's very feasible with trifecta on the river, Hot Jukes, is you can have the 2 teams kind of share it, like one team drop into the northern side and one team drop into the southern side, and you just kind of have that agreement that if it goes to an island, maybe a team can just go a little bit deeper and it facilitates your rotate. I've seen that happen before, but because every point counts so much, I don't think that agreement is going to be of the hour, of the occasion, Hot Jukes, for today's 6 matches.
Yeah, I mean, we see it plenty of times, right? I mean, you can see right now looking at the players, right? They all have that kind of hot drops there, and you can see right there, that little area, those 2 stickers mighty close to each other. And because at the end of the day, these guys, they know what's on the line, right? It's their entire years of work that could end right in just a second here at the end of the day today. So, you know, they want to avoid those hot drops pretty much at all costs because it's just not beneficial, right? You get that hot drop, the chances of you being able to get all 4 players without losing one is so low. So, you know, I hope that these guys did kind of, you know, get together, make those agreements, because at this stage, I mean, we're literally at the survival part of the survival stage.
Yeah. And the thing is, you don't even have that opportunity where, oh, you can afford to have maybe one hot drop on your Wrangle, on your first, on your Sanok, or even on your Miramar, because sometimes it gets resolved after that first game, like, oh, we didn't think we'd clash, like, let's fix it. You don't have that wiggle room. If you fail one big game, that could be your opportunity for top 16 down the drain instantly. So you need to make sure that that was fixed ahead of time, that you know exactly where teams are going to drop, how they're going to rotate, and you avoid it like the bloody plague going in these matches, because one bad game could be the nail in the coffin for you and your team.
Yeah, for sure. Now, there are a couple teams, right, that performed really, really well on their first day. Okay. Now, going into this one here, they have so much room, and I'm talking about a team like Major Pride. They have, what, 50 points right now? So they have that opportunity to pretty much decide who they want to see in that last chance stage. Do you think that that's something that they're going to be keeping in mind here?
I think they'll do that towards the end of the day. I think hot drops for the first 4 matches is just not realistic, to be completely truthfully honest. I think towards the end of the day they can, like, oh, we see potentially Vampires a threat if they're starting to climb, or maybe Falcons, like these teams that have a lot of global experience, Hot Jukes. I think those are the teams you want to hit hard on the head, get rid of them as soon as possible to maybe have an easier chance in last chance, and of course if you make it to Grand Finals, have hopefully an easier time there. So yeah, pick and choosing for like your DX, your Major Pride, even maybe IWNRX and Mir and Sejong could be a big option as we reach the end of today, because again, it's going to be intense, and under pressure some teams might just be willing to go for those big plays to hopefully eliminate the competition early on.
Oh boy, folks. Well, let's get it going here. The pressure is definitely on. We are locked, loaded. You can see these folks are in the lobby, ready to go. Will we see that northwestern circle? I don't know, but here we go. Match number 1, last day of the survival stage. Let's take it on to some of the best casters in the business, John Allen and Blake.
And we are going to be getting all up in the business of this Sandhawk game with the removal of the threatening, oppressive, dominant force of Group Green. It's Group Red and Group Yellow's turn to try and step into the limelight. So far, I think it's undeniable that Group Green has been the most solid group in the survival stage. If you disagree with me, you are unfortunately wrong on that front. But today, we're not going to be seeing them. Who will be able to take that glory away?
You've just angered a lot of people right there. I imagine there's going to be people in your DMs telling you off, telling you that you are wrong, that they are right. I've got some things to say about it. This is the problem, though, is that there is a huge amount of variance, a huge amount of contextual factors that go into this one. And that schism between Group Green and Group Red and Group Yellow is certainly there. And it's because Group Green comes off a very fresh performance from their previous week. They were all fighting in a very, very reasonable lobby. And some of these other groups have been absolutely dumpstered by some of the strongest squads over in Group Red and Group Yellow. Today is going to be the weirdest day, though, John. This is going to have a tremendous effect on the rankings in terms of just the fact that Group Green is out. Now there is so much more opportunity for these teams to score points. So we've done the projections. We've done the calculations in the back end. But in my opinion, although those calculations and projections are very valid and useful, I don't think things are going to play out any way that we can predict stat-wise today.
It's really difficult. I mean, to call any individual team making that rise, absolutely, but it's just impossible. We are not going to see a Northwest Circle, of course, on this map. Why would we do that? We've seen it so many times. Come on, we're going down south this time. We are still splitting it in the middle with the river across Painan. Looks like in Cilio we're going to make FaZe this time pretty tricky from the trifecta compound there. A flex out from Painan, actually making a big impact and potentially a big opening for teams like Zeus over on their northwestern island to be able to make their way on through. But you're right. I mean, projections are just that. They're projections, and their bearing on reality can be tenuous, especially over only 6 matches, Blank. And that is a massive amount of volatility.
Well, look, man, I really do believe in statistics and how calculations play out. We actually can go through them a little bit later in terms of where we think teams are going to end up. And I think that generally in a 16-team format where teams are all performing to a relative consistent standard, yes, that's absolutely fine. But here in survival stage, removing now the strongest group from the lobby and also a group that has terrorized a lot of our teams here, John. Yeah, we are going to have a massive change in performance because some teams that were struggling over the past 2 days might suddenly step up with the absence of Group Green. I'm very, very interested to see how things do play out. Right now, Loops is our bubble team at 25 points, but you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there that a lot of teams are hovering around that area already. I think this initial game is going to be very important for at least one team in terms of safety and where they can lock themselves up in terms of the standings, because it is going to be a case of every single match might be the match that confirms a team into that top 16. Getting that chicken dinner will be absolutely essential. Some teams might do it off the back of 6-7 eliminations per match, but each chicken dinner likely will be an alarm bell signaling that a team has made it into the last chance.
Could potentially be Zeus under a lot of pressure here. This is really disastrous for them. Their maneuvers on the western side have been cut short, and that's Team Queso to be able to do a lot of the damage to them as well. That is a lot of points added early. 4, and they get away clean. All of them still alive and in such a strong spot in this circle. Team Queso onto a winner, maybe.
Zeus getting cut out this early on is really bad for them. Actually, at 15 points, getting no points on their Sandhawk makes their next run very hard. They need to get 45 points roughly over the next 5 matches. That's not an easy result to go for. That's almost big games every single match. So we will see just exactly what the Turkish team can get done in the future. But right now, Team Queso extremely happy with that result. Inko, one show very low inside the building with an active alongside him.
Trying to hop around past these bullets, whizzing past them. They're just the same bullets that you'll see in your games, but they are far more deadly in this situation. Teams on the tables. so unwilling to give ground, but they don't really have a choice when everyone else is bearing down upon them. Falcons, they've managed to transition from boot camp, but they're still on the northeast side. A lot of teams opting to go southwest, but not Getso Roy, not IWNRX. They're going to fight around the cave mound.
Yeah, leaving themselves pretty exposed over towards that eastern side at least, but it is a good landing point in terms of vision around the map. To siphon some of that information off is very nice. In terms of the rankings though, 9th place being 58 points is worrying. Some of our squads. And I mean, especially so for 4MV. What did they end up on yesterday? Was it 64 points? Am I correct in saying 63?
68, I want to say. Yeah, 68 points for 4MV, so that's the low end of Group Green.
Yeah, so 10 more points would put you ahead of 4MV. And two teams are very close to hitting that marker, with Major Pride and DX Xavier already at 58 points and 50. So we could be cutting teams out relatively fast, depending on how well Major Pride and DX Xavier can do. Both teams have already had good Sandhawks in the past. Major Pride used to be known as a team for Sandhawk. They had a very different team back then, but still Elementrix, Becca, both are very experienced on this map in terms of playing on the northwest side. We do head down towards the south though, so it will be a slightly different story for them.
Yeah, there seem to be Major Pride already up to the coastline in a decent position, unless it goes over towards the cave this time around. DX Xavier, and you're talking a bit about Major Pride, and DX Xavier in general, I think have been the most impressive parts of this lobby. You can see the difference right between 10th and 11th. They are definitely clear ahead. And DX Xavier currently has the highest point average in the entire lobby, which is crazy considering that day was entirely against Group Green, who did so much work against the rest of the lobby. And at the moment, they're looking good to top the table, so they can keep up that pace here. They're moving in from the north side. Depending on the circle, they could have a really solid spot on the hills to the east of Painan. The cave battle going to continue to rage on. We had Getzero and IWNRX rocking up there early, but Loops and Vampire going to try and join it. Likely that Tiamba will see a slice of that too. This is a nasty circle shift, Blank. Look at the amount of water that's eaten in by that docks area.
Yeah, around Bantai, it's struggle bus scenario here. Great nades from Neil, though, over to Getso Roy, finding two off the back of it. Now looking over towards Porsche and his teammate Car. Very, very disgusting stuff. And a second one over the top. Goodness me, Neil.
He's going straight through him. Doesn't even need to see him, just launching these nades in. Perfect for Loops. And at such a crucial time as well. They've got 2 elims already now. They're looking to rack up those further 3 elims, sorry, from the nades that Neil found. And they are a bubble team, Blank. They were neck and neck with FaZe at the start of today. So starting off with a good day, with FaZe losing a player early, playing on the outside still, by the way, by Ruins. That could be great news for Loops and Loops' fans.
Major Pride, though, doing their best over towards the position. Made a very quick rotate down towards the southeast side. Now, it has worked out, honestly. The Falcons, on the other hand, very much not so. Down 4 players already in 15th place, only getting 1 elimination off the back of this game. Vampire also lost a player. Now, for Vampire, it is most likely done for them. I think they're one of the few teams that we can kind of call out here. To put it into perspective, they would need a 10-point game every match for just a tiny sliver of a hope to get in. At 63 points. I do not see Vampires making it in unless they have, which they always keep in the back pocket, those comeback moments. And I think that that is something that Vampires very much known for, but losing a player early doesn't bode well.
Losing Stoned early on, but they are in a position that is not unlikely to see a later stage of this game, but the difficulty is, of course, leaving here. Look at Loops' lineup on them. There's no way, unless they find a pick over towards the high ground, that they can make too much of a move. But actually, Loops are going to retreat a little bit, and Vampire take shots, harrying them as they fall back slightly. IWNRX on the far side of the cave hill. will be that roadblock to the rotate from Loops. And actually, on this circle, Loops is kind of more trapped than Vampire, weirdly enough, even though they have oversight onto it. Vampire closer to the middle. Loops has to rotate either through IWNRX, Inco, or Vampire. So they have to take a fight on this next rotate.
That next rotate will be extremely important as well, considering we're kind of on this crossing, right, where we have the river passing through Camp Charlie. Most likely teams will have to move down towards the southwest or back up towards that northeast. And Cave is very populated right now. It's a crowded area. You know, it's uncomfortable and a little bit hot over at that position. Xavier making a pretty wild rotate through, but maintaining the sight lines away from the rest of their squad, so they do make it through with all 4 players, though they take a heavy lick of damage. There's 1 player at least getting knocked on the back lines.
Yeah, they give up Lamborghini, but that is a price they seemingly are willing to pay. That is a nasty circle. Oh my god. The Bantai shift, this is about, I want to say like 60% water in this circle right now for stage 4. People are going to be getting wet, and Getso Roy going to lead the charge, going for a dunk first with Carr.
Those are consistent performances. This cuts it out of the question anymore. It's never going to be consistent with a circle like this. You had to pray and hope that you got the circle shift off the back of it. And Team Queso, very happy with their position. Although in the past, we've seen Team Queso be cut down before, completely shut down on strong positions on the map. Now is the time for Team Queso more than ever at 26 points into this game to really extract some big value out of this one. Get themselves up to 40 points. Suddenly, they're looking so much happier going into the rest of today. Now, the question is whether Team Case can actually get that done, because the amount of times they've been backstabbed and just allowed it to happen, it's a little bit too frequent for me to like personally. Inco now sending nades over towards Murin Sejong, who have had a massive dip in performance.
Nades over from Inco towards Murin Sejong. Hoxie down, Seiwu can't really spend too much time going for this res, and another nade in may just make it impossible. The final tick down, doesn't have the time to get to his teammate. Murin Sejong losing a player. Teams trying to make that crossing, trying to make it work, and Inco holding on to their slice of it. Vampire, this is still over on the eastern side of the river, and Luke's opted to go for that direction for the fight. Get towards the river. Vampire still have 3, but Schweppes has been taken down by a nade. A double knock. 1 from the nade, 1 from the sidelines, and in hops Newsy. Schweppes can get rezzed, and the Vampires may just live the fight another battle.
Really good stuff. For Vampires, that is so important. IWNRX are now rocking up over towards Cave side, looking to control this position like 4 Grizzly Bears here from the Cave. Looking down towards Vampire, who is the prey. They do have that high ground to work with. These teams need to move, importantly. Schweppes attempts to find a sideline angle, but the smoke dissipates at a bad time. At stage 3, this will start to hurt quite a bit. They need to find some kind of opening off the back of this. They have vehicles, but what a nice angle there from Zedwolf, all the way off towards that northern side.
Having a high ground off angle, Kind spots Tony K, and the blue zone's upon them now. It's only stage 3, but blank, the landmass available here, this is a stage 5 pretty much. This feels really nasty. The Camp Charlie situation only going to get worse from here. IWNRX trying to get to the coastline. Sure, you can invest a lot in taking down Vampire, but they are kind of throwing away the rest of their game. They're committing to this side to get these Elim points, and if they're able to get the rest of them, they're up to 5 on the game, which most likely would be enough to get to last chance if you can keep up that average per match. Circle pops, and it is going to fully confirm down to that southwest side, so no slice of it for Paragin left. DXavier managed to make a cross, and over the side we go. Camp Charlie on the north edge, but Bantai a major feature.
Massively. I think for Vampire, it's most likely done and dusted here, but they will double their point scoring with that knock over towards Zedwolf. A double first aid kit, which I did not see coming through. They were both on 1 HP, essentially, John. Out comes Frozen. Good shot out the side of the vehicle. 4 points total. I thought it was all done there for Vampires, but somehow, miraculously, they make it out. And now we're looking heading towards the water. Potentially live this game out a little bit further. Schweppes immediately diving down towards the deeps because they need to get deep into this game.
Everybody's going to have seen that crash. Paragin, the backstop for DXavier. You can see the forward 2 players playing up to the cliffs. They're also going to be aware of this. I don't think there's a way that Vampire get away from this one. Paragin's going to have to regroup at some point. Team Queso have oversight with Melodious, who's on a wide flex out, and there it goes. That's Vampire getting eliminated. The points going to DXavier. They have 4 points now, and that is a spot as well across the way from Major Pride in Camp Charlie towards Paragin. So DXavier, 2 players left.
6 points for Major Pride and 4 for DXavier. Both placed themselves in a really good position here to qualify. They're still both in 9th and 10th place respectively, but that might change when it comes down to those placement points that come through. But 10 teams still in this one. I8, they said it was all about mentality. I can only agree, because things do go from bad to worse. If you lose horrendously on a Sandhawk, it can kill how you think about the rest of your game, really, in terms of the upcoming matches. But it's a nice outside chance here for ASI8 over on the western side, John. I actually do like the position. It's going to be a little bit difficult and will require them to eliminate some of the opposition up towards their north and south side, but I think they can do it.
They don't have too many chances to take a dip in performance on these games. I mean, you're talking about Vampire needing maybe 10 points every single match, right? They've just only gotten 4 in this one. For ASI, it's not too far off either. Sure, maybe you reduce that to an 8, but it's still really, really tenuous, and I'm not sure that they can do it, given their performances that we've seen from them on their last day of gameplay. See if they can stand tall here. This wide flex from Team Queso now sits straight in the middle of this circle. A big pickup on the picture-in-picture there with FaZe. Able to keep Venturas in, moving in along the side, and BTR not able to handle it. Unaware, maybe, but danger is spotted. Mela now the last to go for the fight. It's against Satar. The shot's not quite connecting, but the last one does, and BTR may be able to get the full reset. They've got 27 seconds to get everyone back up and going.
Such an incredible fight there from Venturas. I'm surprised he didn't flush any of those targets, though. I think you got to assume that you're going out at that point. Melo was a little bit far behind, and just getting the flushes might have been the better option. You're right, BTR might be able to get full reset. He's looking a little bit tough there. ASI8 looking to clear out that northern side, like I was saying earlier. Noki taking a couple of shots from the sidelines, tickling away at him. We'll be able to get back, and 7 first aid kits indicate this man is going to be living for a while.
I mean, see how much longer. But that is a swift reverse there. Nicely done there. Finding some style on the backup. Does go down though, unfortunately. A shot is threaded through, despite some fancy maneuvers. The high ground that Team Queso has is so powerful with 2 players there. BTR going to look to try and sweep along that ridgeline, assault it from that sidelines. Melodious now trapped in this split, and Team Queso may have held too much ground here.
For Melodious, I do like his position in terms of holding out other teams, but it has got to the point in time where he's like, oh crap, I cannot leave. Like, I am stuck here on the northeast side. There's no way I'm regrouping. And this is what we talk about with Team Queso. Sure, they've got 6 eliminations, but this should have been a much bigger game, right? I think they could have easily held 4 players. I think going for a split on this type of circle is the wrong decision, John. Purely off the back of the fact that there's no real strong chance to regroup with your squad come stage 5, stage 4, with the amount of angles that are held around the map. So for Team Queso, they could have had 4 players down towards Collega, as well as Papi Potro, and now they cut that out. But the question is, how much longer can they live this one through with ASIA being able to get over towards that western side? Very nicely done.
Next circle comes on through. We're going southwest. If Melodious can get the regroup, Team Queso should be on a winner here. I don't think there's much more to say about it than that. The approach, though, is fraught with danger. Tiamba will have broadside on that rotate. Team Queso need to try and put Papi Potro into a position to deal with it, but then he's got BTR to try and handle as well on this angle. There is a lot of pressure on these 2 players right now, and I think BTR is in prime position to just take this one away from them. If they do, it should be a BTR win.
I like how you quickly went from this is a Team Queso win to this is a BTR win.
Well, it should be a Team Queso win, but only if they can hold it.
Yeah, I mean, as 2 players, it's tough. I think that, you know, the actual crashes will come in thick and fast over towards Team Queso's location. I think the best thing for Team Queso right now is this high ground position coming through from Melodious. Good shots over towards Becca, but not quite able to finish him out, and he's going directly into the waiting arms of Incilio, who do not greet him at all. Just let him pass straight through the door.
They let him on in, but is it into a trap? He's going to hit the deck and maybe get some healing done. No, that is dispatched, and is that coming through from... Yeah, they came through from Team Queso. They managed to take that point away, but Major Pride get 8 elims on the game. They're up to 58 plus, I think, is that 1 or 2 placements there as well. So they are chilling right now. They are going to be putting themselves that much closer to getting a spot into this next one. Yeah, Savior also going down with probably somewhere close to 63, 64 points. And again, another team looking good to try and confirm themselves in. Melodious cut down on the regroup, and now is BTR's opportunity.
Yeah, BTR has to play very careful, though, because I know there's multiple teams here hiding out on the western side, and I like the fact that BTR is being cautious on this. They do find XC from Tiamba, who did make it in from the pontoons, and the circle shifts over towards this compound. So all eyes over towards ASI8 and Team Queso. The 2-2 split between them, with Incilio holding out in the open ground. BTR should be able to clean this out. Technically, they will need smokes to push up towards these buildings, but with Melodious being out of the picture, they no longer have that alarm bell in the backside here for them, providing that information back across. Tiamba working their way through.
Incilio will be in the way, though, and you can see there's only one route of approach. They'll have to hold out in a 2-2 offensive. Incilio moving in. BTR, remember, they got a full reset. They almost all went down. It was on one fight. Satalis kept them in. And now they've managed to push up to one of the most important positions in this circle. Potentially finding a chicken dinner on the back of it. And if FaZe had taken down 1 or 2 of their players, it could have been completely different. But here we are. This is the reality we live in. The nade from Zuxi. Looking to put even more pressure over towards Team Queso. ASI8, they're down the cliff face, but could also third party.
The matter is here for BTR is a very good read over towards Team Queso, and it starts out strong. They only have a few nades to work with. Papi Potro already very low. Does have to back it off. Good protection there coming through from Collega on the back lines. It's had to move up, but an awesome nade will take down Collega. Papi Potro's next, and BTR claim this compound and are looking very strong. 8 elimination game, though. Good stuff. For BTR, though, we'll talk more about after the game concludes, because there is still more to be done with ASIA, Incilio, and BTR, as well as Tiamba, all looking for those top 3 positions.
BTR, they need to establish this perimeter quickly. Satar being on the outside is so important. If he goes down, the wind is out of their sails, and they need to be careful. He gets knocked. A step up from QZ gets flushed immediately, and now they need to keep putting pressure forwards if they want to hold on to this circle, because Incilio are moving in. Tiamba controlling that cliffside, and you've still got IQ to worry about. A nade over the top. They step out, and Bond goes down. Now they need the hilltop. BTR flexing. With 3 players alive, they move on through, and Incilio opts to lock in that second place rather than trying to play for first. IQ is down on the sidelines, right up against the blue zone. Stage 9 closes, and on the cliff faces of Bantai, the final fight will unfold. It's 1 player now left. Fash in a 1v3 behind the vehicle. Nade over the top, goes long.
Won't find him just yet, but BTR on for a winner here. A really good game from BTR overall, and they will finish it out. The read came through where they move towards that compound because they were so very worried about it, but as soon as they get easy entry into that side building, they know it's a 2-man. There's no world in which case you don't have a forward vanguard in that building if you're playing at 2 or 3 or more players. So the fact they're able to get in there, they immediately set their sights aggressively over towards that second building. Really, really well played to BTR, and that might just give them a chance into qualify.
BTR win, baby! Let's go, man. That'll definitely heat things up here, Max.
Oh, definitely for them. I mean, BTR going to be so happy for getting that win, but can we start off right out of the gate, Hodrick? What a weird circle.
Dude, Southern Circle,
what a weird circle. It's playing mind games with us the entire time. Like, oh, you have 60% water. Now we go back onto Bantai. Oh, no, you think it's going to go downhill. It's going to go up here onto Team Queso. It was all over the place, but BTR sweeping the edge, which I have to say, looking at BTR, the edge sweeping playstyle is not something that I really see this team do too often, but the way they did with FaZe, then Team Kesso, it was a thing of absolute pure beauty, Hot Jukes. And you know what? With their position before this game in 14th position, maybe this is the match to qualify them in top 16. That's how many points they were able to secure in this match.
Man, this got to also do big things for their mental game as well. You know, now they got this big chicken dinner off the rip. They can kind of, I mean, you don't want to relax fully, but I mean, gosh, that big weight on their shoulders has definitely got to be lighter now. Look at the stats right here. Zuxi with 3 eliminations. Satar as well with 3. Dude, I mean, this is exactly what this squad needed.
Yeah, and by the way, and this is something you guys can use in your own games when you're playing Ultimate Royale, is hold on to your utility until the last fight if you can. Like, literally, what was it, 2-3 nades? That's all they needed to clear the entire compound of Team Kesso. Of course, Team Kesso only had 2 players, so it's easier than if it was a proper 4-on-4. But 2 nades, that is all they really needed to clear the entire compound and gain access to the game-winning location of this Sanhok match. Incredible push for them again, sweeping the southern coastal line versus FaZe. Also, FaZe had some sneaky angles, but BTR instantly understood what was happening, regrouped, and then everyone was doing so much good work here. So, yeah, especially Zuxi, man. My man, 3 limbs here. You know, he's getting back up there. He's getting back to his glory days, Hodrix, and it's great to see that happening live.
Let's go, man. And I'll tell you what, even the casters thought that Team Kesso was going to win, and when they had that big old compound right there for the most part. But man, BTR, high fight IQ, taking their time along that edge like you were talking about, and they decided to pick those fights right at the perfect time. And I really love what you said there, because we're definitely noticing that at this high level, you gotta hold on to that util until that last second. Team Kesso just got straight deleted. Now, you know, speaking of Team Kesso, I got a question, Max. What do you think about that 3-1 split with that melodious off angle?
I was about to ask you that question, Hodgik, so after you bring it up. I like splits. I wouldn't want to be, you know, called out for like, oh, but Max, you said you like the splits, like, for example, Mirror and Sejong. I love splits. Early to mid game, not when you're going into like phase 5-6. It's a little bit too big of a stretch, and as we saw, Melodious was really struggling to make it back to Colegat and Patipotro. If he was able to regroup a little bit earlier, maybe they win. Maybe the utility for BTR is not enough and they just sweep the southern side, and then it's just an easy Team Kesso cheese chicken dinner. You know, it's a very good win that could have been happening their way, but yeah, the regroup was just way too late, and I don't know if that was intentional or because there were too many teams around trying to cross from the eastern riverside and they just couldn't regroup. I think they could have, but they decided not to, which is a surprising decision.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I don't know what was taking Tianba so long to get into Bantai. That was wild. I mean, that actually gave Melodious a little bit of an opportunity, right, to get 3 eliminations there. I think he got one of those knocks
on XC.
Which really kind of, hamstringed Tianba right there. But yeah, I don't know why they just took to the last second to start moving.
I actually didn't even get it at the end. It was stolen by, I think it was Satar or someone from BTL who just snatched away that flush onto XC. So not taken for Team Kesso, unfortunately. But yeah, I wrote in my notes, I think it was like a phase 3 going into phase 4 rotation on a coastal line circle finish, Hodrix. Like, that is so damn risky, but luckily enough for them, no one was in Bantai, and a lot of the focus of Team Kesso was on those northern and western teams that were trying their best to just weasel their way through into that circle. So because of that, they were able to just make it in. Sure, they do lose a player on that transition, but 3 players alive, that's a good success ratio for, I think, a position, Hodrix, you would look and say, okay, this team they're done, they're out.
Yeah.
But they survived way longer than I initially expected.
Well, you know, looking at here at the match rankings, BTR 19 points. That is going to be just so clutch for them right there. Vampire doubling their points in one match from their last performance. Can you believe it, Max?
This is a bit, yeah, sure.
100% improvement, baby.
But no, for the side of Vampire, this circle really screwed with them. I'm not, of course, like, you can't use the circle as an excuse every single time, but you're like, oh, it's a 50-50 split on the river. Yeah, Sanhok you can to some extent, but it's on the river, and they're playing the high ground of Cave, and then they're forced downhill. This team's our third party because of the bad circle pushing behind you. You're pushing downhill, then you got IW and RX just wrapping around your compound when you're downhill. Like, there's no escape, so I know this game, I'm like, okay, I can't really hold it against them, but I think Blank was saying it earlier, right, with how many points they need to have an insane average. And the thing is, this game, because it was a bad match, the average that they need per game on these last 5 matches is going to increase. And you're going to get to a point where the average you need is going to be almost impossible to reach every single match. So, yeah, we need to see something next game.
Well, yeah, we definitely do, because they needed, like a 10-point average. 4 is not going to be enough. So they need to catch up big time. It's literally chicken dinner time for Vampire at this point. You can see the overall rankings. These are all the teams that are safe. Let's go to the second page here. Loop's still at that cutoff with 28 points, but we are going to see some movement. Look at that. You know, you got BTR sitting pretty, Incilio moving up, as well as Team Kessel.
It is very nice to see BTR jump up from them 14th position up into 11th, but one team I'm a little bit surprised by, and not in a good way, has to be IWNRX. Like, they put on an absolute clinic in their group, right? And I was like, oh, IWNRX are going to be top 16 easily. Like, no doubt in my mind, but I'm in a position where are they maybe gonna keep slipping because they didn't get much done this game? And it would be so rough for them because I think it was by 1 or 2 points in Group Red they didn't qualify. So imagine you just barely miss out on the top 3 and then you fail at the last hurdle. That would hurt. But Falcons in bottom 8? Oh my... Okay, I'm crying inside.
This is not good. No. Yeah, this is not good for sure. I mean, we got 3 Aerogales left still here, and you know, one good match would definitely help them out, but still, I mean, do you see them in this position? It is just not a good sign at all.
Yeah, I mean, every team in this bottom 8 is not a good sign at all.
Yeah, even I8 didn't get the performance I think they were looking for, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was actually interesting for I8 because they were very late on the rotate, yet they still had somewhat of an entry point, but then they just have that big clash with Incilio and they lose players. I actually like that transition, but the thing is, when you don't have that compound and you're going uphill towards Team Kessel, you've got so many teams northeast and west of you that see that transition, and I'm lucky. I'm happy to see them survive as, like, I think it was IQ and another player that would, and Uzum. There you go. IQ and Uzum able to survive as long as they did. That does salvage somewhat this game to some extent. But we know that when you're looking at I8 and Vampire, those type of games are not going to cut it. You don't need average points. You need big wins. And unfortunately, I8, this is just helping a tiny amount, but it's realistically not enough when you see how many points they realistically need to make it to top 16.
Well, that's match number 1 in the books, folks, right there. You can see right there down below. Make sure you guys vote to see who's going to be the next interview. Who do you want to see? Falcons, Bigatron, or FaZe? That's going to be the big question right there.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one is going to be in regards to Major Pride, the analyst / host for today, Hot Jukes and Massman. You guys were wondering if Major Pride, if they get to a comfortable area, will they actually want to hot drop some of the other teams? I got a chance to talk to the players, and they say yes. So keep an eye out for that. As soon as they secure those placements, they will be looking for some of those teams that are trying to qualify to last chance but struggling. They're going to make their lives a little bit harder. Back to you guys.
Uh-oh, baby. Oh, no. That is one team you do not want gunning after you. I want to see it so bad, Max.
Team says they want to hot drop. Hodrix, you are now my favorite team.
Yes, dude,
right? Thank you.
I just want to see them with an MG3 go brrr, you know, against some of those squads that are going to be fighting for, because this is going to get wild after hearing that.
The thing is, we know Major Pride are like safe for top 16 with their points, right? They're just going to have a field day today. The thing is, I'm looking also at D Xavier that has been a hot drop-esque kind of team in the past. So like those two squads might be actually an absolute thorn in the side of these teams that are just competing to hopefully make it in the top 16. So man, yeah, you got to be careful because you've got enemies in this lobby right now.
Oh, 5 matches left to go, folks. 8 teams go at home. It all starts and begins in Erangel. Let's see who's going to be able to get it done. Let's take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
BTR bucked the trend with a chicken dinner over on Sandhawk, and we will be heading on in to Erangel from Primorsk up towards Kameshki on the plane path. Match 14 as we are drawing inexorably closer to 8 teams' terminal location here in the tournament. We'll have to wait and see who it'll be as we go around for our merry way over Erangel.
Second match here. Obviously, teams are looking for more points on the card. Some teams already put up quite the number over that last game. BTR extremely happy with their result. Zuxi seeming very calm coming today as well is a really nice indicator. It's really cool to see how Zuxi has developed as a player and as a person as well. I remember when that guy used to just be completely in the zone, shouting inside of the lobbies, and now turn into, you know, a very just chilled out, calm dude that likes to play PUBG Mobile. It's really good to see, and I think that mentality shift has certainly helped him, going from playing over in the collegiate leagues, being dropped out of BTR for quite a while, and now making his return to the stage over the past year has been awesome. It's been really awesome, and I think BTR definitely deserved that last game. It was a good push. It was a good ascend over that top side into the buildings and a clear over towards the west.
Plane path just about reaching the end of it now. And the circle goes southwest, Blank. We haven't been down to Quarry in a while. Maybe it's time to take a trip down memory lane and send our teams back out that way. But could be Military Island as well. We'll have to wait and see.
Would definitely be. I mean, there's a small chance of it happening. BTR will play over on that northwest side, likely getting some vehicles, potentially head over towards C block, especially 4MV not inside the lobby here. And Celio finding Uriel from Miran Sejong already clipping the angel wings from his shoulders. And now we'll have to go it alone. Well, they're saving grace. Unfortunate stuff there for Miran Sejong, consistently losing play, still on 30 points. And again, this is a team that absolutely adores having 4 players alive. They can rotate off the back of. A little bit of high ground located for Redlick and picking up that elimination. No chance to get him back up on his feet.
Not going to be there. And as much as you adore it, sometimes it's just not possible. If you can avoid it, preferable. But Miran Sejong on 3 players now, which is, again, a little cut short for them, and that's got to be a little bit worrying. 2 of your 3 matches now, you're losing players a little bit early, or 2 of your 6 matches today, you're losing players a little bit early on. Not ideal. Loops, they are looking to try and cause some waves here, Blank, and we heard from the players there. They're looking to try and change it up a little bit, but right now, they're the team that's fighting around that bubble, and they need to be careful.
Yeah, I think for Miran Sejong, at least, just going back to them, Erangel is their best map as well. So,
yeah,
already having your first one done in like this, boy, it's not good. It's not good. BT up to 46 points. In Cilio, not the team I expected to be ahead of IW and RX, but here they are. They're certainly fighting hard to stay at the top side of the lobby.
I mean, that's what it is all about, isn't it? It's so tense, and when you're playing these short-form tournaments, every single match matters so much more, and that really weighs on the mind. We saw a little bit of an elimination focus in day 1 for a team in this lobby, and in day 2, we saw that fall off a little bit as teams started to get a little bit more worried. Obviously, Group Green, it was their last day of play, so I think we saw a little bit more consistent approaches to the lobby from them, whereas everyone in day 1 was a little bit more bombastic. Let's see where Group Red and Group Yellow settle when pitted against one another in terms of that dynamic. On Erangel, on Sandhawk, I feel like that kind of wasn't really representative given how crazy that circle was, right? On that south side, hard into the water, making everybody's life super difficult, so things get a bit crazy. So I'll be interested to see what happens here, although we've got a not entirely non-crazy circle on the southwest side.
We do, and we do have an in-game interview coming up for us very soon. This is going to be, well, we're not actually entirely sure what this interview is, but it's with Seven, and he's going to hit you up with some hard-hitting analysis.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. In this one, I have none other than Rafinha with me from Loops. Going into Erangel, we've seen a lot of teams having to adjust drop locations. Are you guys also going to have to adjust any drop locations?
Então, ele perguntou para você que viram que muitas das equipas estão trocando de spot no momento. Vocês indo para o segundo jogo do Erangel, vocês estão pensando em trocar de spot?
Bom, nós esperamos algumas surpresas nos nossos spots, porém é aquilo, né? Vamos vir com os mesmos spots e quem sabe alguns ajustes em algumas rotas, mas nada de diferente. A nossa mudança está mesmo no estilo de jogo.
So they say like they're expecting some surprise like during the spots, but for them they're not gonna change it. They're just going like for their own spots, and they're of course they're gonna do like some minor adjustments, but they'll be like ready.
Right on. Well, I can't wait to see what those minor adjustments have been. Let's actually rally back a little bit there. At the beginning of PMGC, you guys are kind of like the first time in PMGC. How's the team feeling now after all these weeks?
Então, tô falando que vocês não é a primeira vez na PMGC, mas nessa semana, como que vocês estão se sentindo agora?
O começo era aquela quebra de gelo e eu sinto que agora todo mundo está mais confiante, né? A presença de Paulo comentou, a gente sente mais vontade de estar aqui e é isso, né? Tudo pelo sonho, então isso aquece a gente e faz a gente estar aqui muito mais feliz. E é isso, cada dia, um dia após o outro, a gente volta sempre melhor.
So of course, like in the beginning, it was just like the icebreaker, but now like they got just like to be on the stage, they're ready, they're like feeling confident. Of course, they're here for their dream, so every day they'll be like doing their best.
Right on. I'm pretty sure a lot of Brazilian fans are hoping that you guys make it to last chance. Obrigado. Boa sorte. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. So they are just looking to maintain consistency here for Loops. It was Loops. Okay, there we go. We did catch up with Rafinha there. Thank you very much, Seven, for dishing out all that juicy info. And on the bubble, I don't think I can blame them too much at all. It is just about keeping a level head in that scenario.
I'm glad you heard it. Yesterday I heard the today I heard so a little bit unfortunate for me.
Effects with Blank.
Yeah,
he's a Foley artist.
I am. There you go. Why don't you fill me in? Fill me in. What just happened?
They were saying they're not changing their drop spots. They're just going to try and stay consistent. They're feeling okay, calm after the weeks that they've had away from the game. Obviously, not playing in that group green scenario. But they're feeling okay.
Good to know, Loops. I'm glad you guys are all right. The Loops are okay. Yeah, in 16th place. So everyone at home, places that you should be taking major consideration of here, just in case you are just tuning in. 17th down to 24th will be going out at the end of today. So for all these teams, their main goal right now is to get above that 16th point barrier, or just in 16th place is fine for Loops, but it is a little bit tenuous with Falcons hot on their heels with 27 points. So for a lot of our squads, we are looking to just get above that marker right now. The DXavier, Major Pride, BTR all looking fairly safe. BTR just needs a couple more good games in them. Major Pride and the DXavier basically one good game, and that would see them up into a very secure position inside the lobby and almost certainly making it through to that top 16 and last chance, which starts tomorrow.
Quarry time right now as we head over to the northwest side off that military island. BTR are needing to get a good crossing here. They're up to 46 points off that game, which is a really big jump for them. Very nice to see. As Team Queso making their approach from this eastern side as well. Potentially a difficult time. You were talking about Major Pride needing a couple more. They are right on the east side of the circle, and Tianba are rocking up into this location a little bit further north than Major Pride. So we'll see if they can get into a little bit of a scrap with it. DXavier, very, very central, and these points may just come their way, the ones that they need to solidify themselves.
Rafinha's down. He's not okay, after all. Oh, good stuff. For you guys over in chat, you can vote on the next interview coming up between the Falcons, Bigatron, or FaZe. So make sure that your vote is known, exactly who you want to see Seven speaking to, which player you want to hear from. So let us know over in that poll that will be popping up over in the English YouTube chat as well as the Indo chat as well. And you can have an impact on the show.
Hell yeah. It's always good to see. Just like Major Pride having an impact on Team Queso right now, you too could have that sort of a say on what's about to happen. Because right now, Melodious, he's not that split this time, but he's still going to go down nonetheless. And Major Pride putting up another point will put them at 60 on the cards blank. They've made it past that really, really difficult barrier that so many teams would love to be on. And the question is, can they get even more done? Can they put themselves closer to 70 this match? They're starting off the right way.
For Major Pride, it's not a lot of points that they need going forward. I think around about that 65 to 70 point margin is where we basically said that's a safe position to be in, especially with the points margins up towards the top side of the late table, which have been juicing up a little bit. It might reduce the points down towards 16th, but yeah, 65 to 70, and you could just be like, we're done for the day. We're finished. There's no way we're leaving it.
Becker on the tree. Collegot seems to have heard these footsteps, but a long nade to the back lines connects a little bit of damage to Team Queso. They are circling now, pushing them to the downstairs floor. Major Pride have sent Team Queso to the basement. And trying to keep them there may be a little bit difficult, but they'll try and get this point value from it. Evo Station needs that reload out the Bison. In they step up to the tree. Papi Potro does a lot of damage, but doesn't get the knock here. Now onto the pump action. 2 players bearing down upon him. Takes a lot of damage. The off angle may come into effect, but it's just through the front door they go. And Kolegot now from the low ground needs to try and keep Team Queso in this one. Has one player close by. And Milosa trying to move around the edge. That is a good spray, a good pick up onto Becca. For Major Pride, that will be a little bit of an opening for them to get taken down here, but it's a 2v3, and they are still in control.
Major Pride apparently keeping their in the basement. A weird turn of events, but there you have it. Major Pride looking for a few more points here on the game. 4 points total would be nice, and it is looking more and more evident that they will pick this up. But a 3 versus 2, not entirely impossible here for Team Queso. Currently sat in 16th place, right on that bubble. Sorry, in 14th with 34 points total. It's not doing too badly for them. And I think they can go a little bit further potentially. It's going to be hard to dismount Team Queso from this position, but it's a completely isolated fight between Major Pride and Team Queso. So Major Pride can just going to sit around this area for as long as they like. A nade pin being pulled here, and Team Queso might have to Scarpa.
AZ. Nade doesn't connect. Going down these stairs is almost as much of a death sentence as trying to go up them, but that's exactly what you can't do there. Trying to go for the trade, and there's the nade to confirm it. Kolego right around the corner. Hits him with the stunner on the bounce. Taking steps, they know the angle. Incilio, they're up into the fight. That's BTR as well. Goodness me, third party's finally rocking up onto the south side as Major Pride torn apart and maybe hunkering down in the basement. Keeps the cheese safe as Elementrix looks to try and turn off the climate control down here and will unleash a hail of bullets. Unfortunately, Incilio now take up the mantle as finally Kolego goes down, sure, but so many teams now close by. BTR with a wide split to get some insight into this fight as Major Pride falls second.
They will go down 4 points only found, but again, for Major Pride, they really did not need to put a huge margin on their point values today. They only need to get a couple. So if they're getting 4 elims per game, that's going to be absolutely fine for them. Lepar sending the hovercraft water.
Stuck the landing. 10 out of 10.
Oh my god!
Wait, he's side raiding the hovercraft. Someone get back. Oh, wait.
Oh, he was wing walking it. That was unbelievable.
That's crazy. He's upside down now, though. That's a done for.
Yeah. Well, it got him like a good 10 meters. I'll do. Not sure the greatest of plans was to just throw yourself off the cliff in the hovercraft. I get that it's quite slow, but I'm pretty sure he could have disengaged from there. Zeus, 15 points. The team desperately needs a big game early on today. Because honestly, for these teams who are low down the rankings, you need a big game early to at least give you that sense of this is doable, this is possible. I think once you get in towards that third match and you're on 10 points, the mentality starts to degrade, right? You have a bit of that brain rot coming through of like, we're not going to make it anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, it can be really terrible feeling that sort of consumes your performance, and that's where a team can really make or break it, right? And having the ability to just stand up and say, you know what, I'm going to give this the best shot that I possibly can, even in those dire scenarios. Still having that mental fortitude is the sign of a really strong player. And even if you're not playing for this tournament, even if you think you're already out, done and dusted, and maybe that's what's happening to Zeus here, they have had an incredible rookie run, and it's something that I think will be the envy of many rookie rosters as Uzum hops out, takes down another, and gets the spray done. And that's great news for ASI8, actually, to be able to pick up another point or two in the dire position that they hold. But having that mental fortitude, you're not playing for this tournament, maybe, but you're certainly playing for your future teams, your future rosters. You're playing to get picked up if you want to move teams, or you're playing for your teams next season. And that is how you make a champion team.
Yeah, for ASI and Zeus is completely this opposite ends of the spectrum right now, where Zeus, they have that horrible game on Sandhawk. They're not able to get back into it. The ASI, on the other hand, they get a really good salvage run They're on Sandhawk 3rd place and a couple of eliminations. Now come through into Erangel feeling a little bit more reinvigorated here. They hold the ditches over towards the northwest side. Not a bad position to be in, but Tiamba is in front holding them out. But Tiamba's holds have been a little bit buttery. They've been letting them slip quite a few times. We'll see what they can do versus ASI8, but I'm more worried about DX Xavier, who is slightly off towards the southwest.
IWNRX looking to hold off against Vampire. IWNRX looking to solidify, Vampire looking to ascend, but Newsy's down first. And the opener is good for IWNRX. They're looking to try and get that flush as Ventores gets spotted from FaZe. That's on the northwest of this fight. IWNRX with multiple threats to deal with, but they're doing okay for now. Zedwolf gets the flush over towards Vampire. That's not a second knock. And nades over towards the backline. Tony K not going to get tagged up by that one. He is far enough abroad, and Swain moving on in. The hovercraft again, returning on through. Not too maneuverable there. Swain needs to be careful on the hop out. There is an off angle as well from the backline. Satar has got into position. Zedwolf spots Tony K. And IWNRX keep all of their players alive. Vampire once again finding their seams tearing. And it is a terrible time to be a Vampire. Stoned does manage to get one back. Tony K, though, still knocked, still bleeding out on the outliers.
I mean, it ain't done yet. I mean, BTR, though, starting to chime in. Satar on a big old wrap over towards that western side. Schweppes trying to stay alive here. Has to drop the nade early on. Moves away from it in the meantime, but Frozen has good eyes towards this. Should be a good burst over towards him. Schweppes on 1 HP. All up to Stone. He does go down. What a way to start. For Vampires, that might be the final nail in the coffin for them. I don't think they're getting back up from this one. The Vampires will stay sleeping during the survival stage.
They've got 4 more matches, but you're right. It is such a monumental task. They need 3 chicken dinners at least out of these next 4 games to be able to find it. DX Xavier, though, they're looking pretty happy right now. Rolling up towards Tianba. Not a care in the world, but maybe they should have had some. As Levi's does go down, and shotguns from QZ, they're pretty deadly. You got to be careful. Levi's flushed, and out in the open, DX Xavier kind of crunched in now, and 3 players alive. ASI8 going to try and look their way. Lamborghini takes a lick of damage, and Noki tries to follow it up with a buggy rundown. Doesn't quite tag on, though. As Nade stays alive, gets the heal, and drops the smoke.
Yeah, DX Xavier holding on to this one very, very well. Even be able to get a knock over towards ASI8 as they made that push in. It was a good opportunity for ASI8 to get something done here, John, considering where they were on the circle. But this does move over towards the western side. We're into stage 5 already. Teams are dropping down quickly. DX Xavier, their run's done, I would say. You know, they're up to 67 points now. I don't think they have to do too much more. They should be comfortably in towards that top 16. Any more points they can get on top of this is just the cherry on the cake.
With the games that we've seen so far today, we've had a lot of points concentrated towards the very low end and the very top ends of each of these groups, which means that the bubble has gone down slightly in terms of where I'm expecting it to be. And in general, getting over that 55-point mark right now is going to be enough. But of course, that can change. It started up towards 58 today. And so that drop-off, you can just see how volatile it is on these low match settings. With only 12 to play, it can change at the drop of a hat. And you called it right at the start, right? It's so hard to predict.
Yeah, it's hella tough. IWNRX now looking over towards BTR, who are making pretty tremendous run at the moment. Hansel not able to find a shot over towards IWNRX. Skym will pick up one over towards Satai, who has been consistently a very strong player. In the meantime, gets Roy getting pulled apart by FaZe. Blast through him fairly handedly. Now BTR attempting to get it up over towards the hillside. Terrible time for that smoke to disappear.
IWNRX with 2 players alive, trying to fend off 3 from BTR. 3 eliminations already from BTR, and with their past chicken dinner that we just saw, they're having a very, very good day. Looking to push up over that 50-point mark now. on this match, but a big nade over to Hansil lands perfectly for Kine, and they will just be able to take this one down. I don't think that Zuxi's going to be able to curtail it, and the shots are sending out his way as well. Frozen suppresses the tree line. They're looking for that flush. They could just molly him out, force this peak as Lapar goes down to an off angle from Incilio, who, by the way, are now the best performing team from their group, from Group Red, having surpassed IWNRX in that last match, but that's not going to go down too well with IWNRX. Looking to keep this one rolling. 5 elims. They're looking to push through BTR, get them out the way, and move along this forested ridge.
A huge moment here from Zuxi. Looking to peek out from the side, but there is just loads of DBS shots going through over towards his location, and BTR goes down in a 3 versus 2. On IWNRX. 8 eliminations now for them. A really strong performance from IWNRX in this game. All things considered, getting crashed upon by vampires, having off angles, been sent into this. BTR attempted to even shut them down and couldn't even do that.
It was in their first day of games as well that IWNRX came off a 0-point Sandhawk into a big chicken dinner. I think they got 22, 21 points, something like that, off of that single game. There are only 2 players here, and I'm not expecting them to stand up to that tally, but we know that they have that bounce back in them, and they are displaying it here. There is a reason that people are so worried about this team from Turkey, Blank. They have a lot of power behind them, and you leave Frozen and Kine in a fight, you might just find out what it's like to be up against them.
They're a topsy-turvy squad. That's the problem with them. They're either up or they're down. There's no real in-between at the moment, which is very, very difficult for fans, I imagine, to watch, where they either go out without a whisper or come in loud and swinging. Incilio, though, really good games from them so far. Honestly, Incilio have impressed. They're one of the teams I think a lot of us just didn't have on our radar at all. But they've been doing quite well off the back of it. Just some good rotates, some good clean gameplay. I think they're this team that just has above averages across the board, but then combine that with very good teamwork. And that just makes a strong team happen. Like, there's nothing... This is not an insult, by the way, but there's nothing incredibly special about Incilio, but there doesn't have to be. They're just consistent.
It is very impressive what they've been able to do. I don't think they're yet in the conversation for a top 6 position, though, Blank, which would be necessary if they want to get to those grand finals. But they are definitely, like you say, just so consistent. Very, very talented players on the roster. Their calls are a real big factor of their performance as well. Their positioning is nice. It's their team fights that sometimes let them down. Their mechanical skill usurped sometimes by other players in this lobby, but they give themselves those favorable coin tosses with that macro play.
Yeah, it's just good gameplay overall. Like, you know, they put themselves in good positions every single game, and yeah, that mechanical skill maybe isn't quite there, but again, it's that teamwork. They all work well off one another, and they're not relying on one particular player. Like on FaZe, you rely on Mela a lot of times, but they don't do that at all. Every single one of those players can step up when needed. IWNRX, though, looking to peek over the top side over towards STN.
Frozen still going, and I mean, these 2 players on the South Ridge. Fearsome presence. FaZe going to try and step up for it. Westron answering with a volley as well to help IWNRX in this instance. Actually backs them off this angle. Next circle to be coming on through. Where's it going to shrink? Out northwest, so off of the ridgeline for all of these 3 teams on the South Blank. Falcons eating hearty right now, but can they hold on to it?
IWNRX. Going to peek out the window. Just Kine alive remaining for the squad. Good shots over towards FaZe recently, and they've got a long way to go. But Falcons almost certainly on for a win here with that circle shift over towards that northeast side. They've been relatively quiet, but I imagine that dial will be put to 11 later on in the game.
Ooh, the battle for the top spot of Group Red goes the way of Incilio, as IWNRX have already put up a very, very big game, but Incilio are on 7 eliminations. They're 4 players. They're looking to sweep through. Even if they can't take down the Falcons, they could be onto a winner here. In terms of that points gain and keeping themselves even safer up towards the top side of these tables. FaZe looking to try and fight back, try and crunch in around Kine, who goes down to the shots from the top line. as Falcons yet to really have an entry, but they move up to the hillside now. They flexed out Icy in action.
Yeah, Falcons moving through here is a little bit dangerous in my opinion. You have a lot of space to work with, but I imagine they just want to hold some players off. FaZe up to 6 eliminations now. East finding Mormon though on the back line. Really good shots coming through from the back of the container. Should pick up that knock. Here's some great shots on the M4.
FaZe just opting to try and win that fight out to their west side instead of taking shots down towards Falcons. East is just lighting up the battlefield right now, and the Falcons have such great open sight lines. Everybody's going to have to move, and Incilio move out as one. A fleet, an armada trying to wrap around. Fash meets a wall of bullets, crashes face first into it. Redlick up to the wall though, and then into the compound with the cost of one of their players. The nade from East could be big. If it finds it, does damage, doesn't get the knock. Healable, but the sidelines are there. The Molotov is through. Redlick goes down to it, and Icy maybe looking to flex out. The nade moves the vehicle, and it's going to allow Icy the window of opportunity he needs to move in. Falcons, 7 eliminations, looking to put more on the board. Top now the player on the forefront, and it's just 3TN to try and hold this one down. The nade around the edge, looks for the second knock, goes into East with a wall of DBS shots, and now it's into a 1v1. Danger approaches. The Falcons may have just been shut down.
Incilio with one player remaining, but a great nade from the back lines will put them down, and the Falcons find themselves a win on this game. But what a terrifying push coming through from Incilio. Fantastic stuff from them. The rollout, they really had to plan far ahead for that one to come through because they were instantaneous, and I think it absolutely caught the guys from Falcons off guard. Despite all that though, IWRX with a 4th place and a bunch of eliminations. Really, really well done.
Oh man, that last fight was way too close, Max, man. A top went left all of a sudden, and that forced a 1v1 situation. That was way too close for comfort, but man, after that performance, I think Falcons are feeling real comfortable, huh?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be looking happy because they just slipped down in the bottom 8-2, right, Hodrick? So this is the perfect time to get yourself a win. I was scared for a second there. Like, no, there's no way Incilio actually get it because they had center control. Look at that thumbs up. Look at that. Real happy East. But they did not expect when they did the solo push, the duo push on the solo of Incilio, they did not expect the nade going into it, then a DBS shot on the side. Like, that was an instant pivot. And it really worked out great for him, but luckily enough, they had the nade to put the nail in the coffin here for Incilio. The thing is, sure, Falcons win it, but I gotta say, this is also a great game from Incilio. They moved around so well.
Look, this is where I went wrong. Top decided to go left, and that forced a 1v1 situation. If he would have just been with his teammate, they would have overwhelmed him. But he just tried to go for that little cheeky off angle, got caught, and then Icy. Look at this nade. Didn't have to look. The look away nade to win the game. That's pretty badass.
Yeah, so you don't agree with the fact that they sent one to the right and one to the left of the container, right?
Well, the reason why is because what happened was East can't see behind his head, right? So he feels that top was right beside him. So they thought that they were just going to be able to overwhelm pre-fire and get the dub. But at the last second, top decided to go to the left. And I don't think he told his teammate, hey, I'm going to go on an off angle, like hold on a second so we can both like go at the same exact time. And that one little mistake could have cost them the game.
I actually like the idea of sending one to the right and one to the left. I think that was actually the intention. I think they communicated, let's just try and go for 2 angles because it's one player. It's one player, right? So he can't just spray transfer depending on what weapon he has onto us. We're going to have 2 angles. He's only got a ridge line or like he's hiding behind one of those containers and we can easily get it clutch. But again, the nade for them was very unexpected. And the fact he chucked that nade and instantly gets the knock, it gives him so much more breathing room to then transition player, then get the shot with the shotgun and get that knock. So I think that was a good idea from Falcons, but it's just an incredible good clutch from that solo of Incilio. I don't think it was a misplay. It was just a clean clutch.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea, but the timing has to be perfect. Like, they have to both decide to go into that fight at the same time. And that, I mean, we're talking about the difference of like 2 seconds, you know what I'm saying? But that's all it takes at this stage. If you just mistime that by just a hair, you offer a 1v1 opportunity, especially with a shotgun. And yeah, it was a little too close for comfort. But another team that I think is going to feel mighty comfortable after this game is got to be IWNRX, right? These guys were getting a whole bunch of eliminations.
It's not like they just did a good game right now, Hodrix, right? It's not like they're just feeling very comfortable and they were able to sweep the southern side. They swept BTR, swept Vampire. It's the fact that Vampire in particular needed a good game here. I would say this game, Hodrix, I don't know if you would agree, was their last opportunity to make it up there. And IWNRX just ruined it for them because the circle kept going to the east. So Vampire, I'd have to say it's 100% done in my eyes. I think that it's over, and IWNRX were the one to end this venture for the side of Vampire.
I mean, with how they've played in the survival stage, I mean, it's totally understandable why you'd say that. I want to take a look at the overalls. I mean, because at the end of the day, it is Vampire, right? They have that pop-up opportunity, but I mean, we've never seen them perform this poorly, you know, especially at such a clutch moment like this. It is just unprecedented. Let's take a look here. Yeah, Falcon, 20-point game. These guys are going to be feeling great.
Fantastic. I mean, they were playing it exactly how you want to do it in a Longwood warehouse kind of finish. You have 2 players playing the warehouse in the early to mid game stage, and you have 2 players playing Longwood, which is to scout the fields a little bit, see if the other team's crashing you, and you also have a sneaky little angle. And it also allows you to keep tabs on teams coming in from the east and southern side around the gas station, so you know what possible threats will be coming your way eventually later on down the line. But they then regroup in the warehouse, and for me, that's perfect. But I really want to highlight here, Hodrix, and I could have a whole segment on the way Incilio played it. They really highlighted so well the weaknesses of Falcon's play, because Falcons tried to recommit to the 2-2 split later on to get that angle behind Incilio, IWNRX, and FaZe to some extent, and they're like, oh wait, they're split. That means the warehouse is only defended by 2 players. We still have 4 cars. We insta send it in there, and we might have a chance for the win. Sure, it did not work out because the clutch was not quite enough to get the win, but Incilio, for me, that was a great execution. And I hope we can see more of this from Incilio, because that's one of their best macro plays I think we've seen from this squad.
Yeah, I think you can see Incilio just really playing with a sense of urgency right now. I think they have a great understanding of where they're at and what they need to do. I mean, we saw earlier on, you saw Team Gesso trapped in the basement. By the way, never store your Gesso in the basement, guys. You don't want to do that, right?
I'll get moist.
But yeah,
not good.
Exactly. Yeah, Major Pride, we're holding it down. And that's the thing, is that Major Pride, we heard it from Seven earlier, right? They're not going to mind making it difficult for some of these squads to make it into that last chance. So since they're so high on the leaderboards, they can stay and just wait out a fight if they want to, which will destroy squads. So they were holding down Team Gesso, but as soon as that fight, was just about to the tail end of it, Incilio came out from nowhere, were able to get a nice third party and finish them off.
Yeah, actually, I'm really happy you bring that up, because that's there was not just that good late game strat from Incilio, there was also a good mid game strat, third partying that position. That not only gives them a lot of eliminations, Hodrix, right, allows them to then facilitate that transition from Yellow's high ground down into the woods, making it over to Longwood to then start scouting. It was a great game overall as a whole. So yeah, Incilio, really good stuff. And as we look at the leaderboards, finally, it is not just Group Green on the first page, Hodrix. We've got DX able to push up there, pushing Team Liquid down in 8th position. So we got another group, finally. And DX are going to be currently leading the pack of our 16 teams playing today.
Let's get it going. By the way, this just proved, guys, how well Group Green performed, right? That is so wild. These guys are still way on top. We only got 1 team pushing through and only a handful of matches left. So yeah, we definitely saw some of that Group Green dominance, and that's going to help them out a lot going into Last Chance, Max.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be a good little bit of a help for them going in those 2 matches this weekend. But here we go for the second page. FaZe able to jump up. Same for Falcons. We're going to have that happening the entire day, Hodrix. We're going to have this weird ping pong situation going above and below top 16. Teams are really going to be stressed out of their mind until that very last game. And even then, they are going to be looking just nail-biting match at the end, and hopefully they'll be in the top 16. But here we go, going down. Mirror and Sejong go down in 17th. Damn, that's after how they played in their group, Jukes. I did not expect this kind of outcome in the group stage. I mean,
MSJ was one of the teams that I, expected to finish top 6 in Last Chance with how they performed. And right now, it is just not looking good. I mean, let me look at, I do want to look at the bottom though, right? Because I want to keep an eye on Vampire. You said that they were done. I was thinking that too. What is it? 33 points is the cutoff right now. With how they played, yeah, I think that's it. I think that is nail in the coffin for them. Now, if you look historically, you look at this team, you look at the roster, Sertani, I love you, man. You got to have that pep talk here and now, because it is still mathematically possible for them. It has to be a chicken dinner this game, though. Like, it has to be. If they do not do it here and now, then it is 100% nail in the coffin, at least in my eyes.
And just to repeat my point I made, I think in the first 2 days, right, is that they had that opportunity to come back in 3 matches in PMGC in Jakarta 2 years ago. They could do it again, but it's too late.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one's going to be in regards to IWNRX. Max, Hot Juice, you guys were wondering how comfortable they're feeling. They're feeling really comfortable. Right now, they said that they felt like they have already made it to the next stage. For the next couple of matches, they're not going to be doing what Major Pri is thinking about. They're actually going to be trying to improve on some mistakes that they're currently making and set themselves up for last chance. Also, shout out to everybody currently having those watch parties. Back to you guys.
Hey, shout out to all those folks watching this tournament right here, because this is a big momentous decision. But I like to hear that, Max, right? You know what? If you have you're high on the leaderboards, this is the perfect opportunity to prepare for the next stage, right?
Yeah, you got like the Major Pride approach, which is like, we hate everyone. We'll fight all of you if we see you from like a 200-meter distance. And like, oh no, we're just going to use it to improve. And because this is the best kind of scrims you could have for the last chance here, Hot Chick. So might as well use that time, thoroughly to make sure you step up your game and do you have an even better chance to be in the top 6 in the last chance.
Well, that's something I definitely want to see from my WNRX, because let's be real, we should not have seen them here in the first place. Let's get going into another match of Arigale with John Allen and Blaine.
A lot of teams digging deep here as we head into the halfway match on the day. And we get closer to the end. Sosnovka Military Base, Nova Ripnoya up towards Georgiopol on the northwest side for match number 15.
Match number 15 coming right at you here. Obviously, this is going to be... Actually, I'm going to start very differently here. IWNRX, what a wild time from them. I actually was very, very interested to see what IWNRX could do today, because we've said it multiple times, John. They are a team that either does really nothing or is able to look like the best team inside the lobby. And there's no in between at the moment. And that's the worrying thing. Though today, they have shown way more consistency, which is nice to see.
I mean, you take Group Green out of the mix, maybe that's helped them a little bit. You know, some of the teams that they may have worried about a little bit more, but it definitely, I mean, you're going to have to face them in last chance if you get there as well. So you do need to find it there too. Even if they get that consistency today, they've still got 2 more days to play when they make it into that. I say when, as if they already have. Looking pretty likely that they will, but if they are able to make it into that last chance stage, they need to keep that one going. It's good that they're looking to try and get a lot of those mistakes repaired, to get fixed up there, but it is always a question, and you've talked about it there as well, that consistency and keeping that one going. Hard North Circle blank, it's just, we had our break, and now we're going back to the old grindstone.
Yeah, back over towards that northwest side. ASIA getting pretty pleased with this one over towards Severny, and they do need those points currently in 22nd. Major Pride looking to put some more points, and that's DXAV confirmed with 72 points total. And Cilio right on the border here, as is IWNRX and BTR. Falcons off the back of their big win put themselves at 47 points. So a lot of teams already confirming their place towards that top 16. Ventura's going down. Very bad news for them, but good news for Team K. So picking themselves up 1 elimination right at the start of the game.
FaZe had a decent game last time around on Erangel. This time Team Case are able to pick up one of their players. Obviously, Team Case are not wanting to get locked into the basement this time around. It is not a favorable spot for them. They really didn't get the points they were looking for, but they are in that 16th place bubble, right? And at the moment, they are looking to be the team to just about hold on to it, trying to outlast Mir and Sejong, who today have been disappointing. Same can't be said, though, for DXAvia. They still maintain the top spot in the tables when it comes to those average points per game. They are looking to try and keep that one going. 101 is the current top score for D plus Kia. They're 72 right now, puts them 29 points behind, and they seem to have this lobby on lock.
Yeah, they're looking incredibly good at the moment. I'm not sure many teams can really pin up to their current performance at the moment. For some other teams, though, there has been some ups and downs. Inco certainly a team that would like to get more done here. Now, a few America's teams on board. It's on your screen right now, but they look okay, but then when it comes to stage 3, stage 4, that's where they really crumble, John. And at 23 points, it's not looking great for them at the moment. I think there's not a lot of teams we can confirm completely out just yet. I think there's only really one. But I think going into match 4, that's when we can start to be like, this team is not going to make it.
Yeah, I think that's really where the cutoff will start to be. We're expecting the mid to high 50s to be that bubble, and achieving that will get very, very difficult with only 3 matches when you've got 20 in those 20-point brackets, especially when you haven't been on form. Getting that will start to get away from you. Teams looking to develop themselves, that platform to play for the last 3. I mean, the Vampires, they have got a Zaki position right now, and the circle is super north, so maybe they can find a lot of the teams in Georgia Pole, take a fight with ASI8, get 506 points on this single match and come back into it. But you're right, it's very much done and dusted for the most part on Vampires front.
And we salute them, because they are a very well-renowned team. But here in the survival stage, it has just not panned out at all. I'm sure they'll bounce back. I mean, they're a strong team. They perform well inside of their respective PMSLs. They've performed fairly well last year, but this year has been a real downturn in performance. And to be honest with you, it's somewhat to be expected. This team has hit some of the greatest heights of all time as Vampires. They had a huge comeback in PMGC last year, but and this is not, I'm trying not to sound harsh, but I think they have lost their drive. I really do believe that. And I think they need to get it back. I honestly, I think this is a perfect time for that to happen. Not even getting through to PMGC Grand Finals, because the drop-off hasn't been immediate. It has been a slow decline of gameplay from Vampires. But I think that the funny thing is they don't need to change that roster. That roster is unbelievably good. But I think those players have just lost their motivation. And it's a similar story to Zuxi in the past, where, you know, he went away for a while. He had like his little bit of an exodus from PUBG Mobile, still playing in it, albeit at smaller leagues. We had to get that drive back, and that's what happens to players who have had such massive success year after year, especially in PMWC. I think they just need to get that motivation back, and I think that going out here in survival stage might be a good thing for them.
Yeah, I know they're called the Vampires, but you definitely don't want them to be the Walking Dead, right? It's really not ideal when they come into this one and perform as shells of their former glory, but they'll go for a crash here. This is against ASI8. Let's see if they can pack out those points on towards one of their very, very, very last chances, but Schweppes goes down first. A response is spotted there. The Vampires do have an answer to it. Schweppes may be resable, depending on this nade from the high ground from ASI8. Uzum not quite in the right position to go for that full flush. Valak with the nade cooking. Tony with one of his own up into the wall. Nade bounces in, but doesn't connect. That one goes long through the corridor. Gets Tony low, but doesn't get him out. Schweppes is back to his feet. ASI8 now on their route out of Saverny. Coming into conflict with the Vampires. Tony K up onto the rooftops, but a nade from IQ hits high. And in a perfect position to get that knock. He's not really going to be resable in short order that they need to get back into the fight. And Schweppes next. Balak putting the lead across the door frame. Will be able to blast Vampire back once more. IQ spotted, but a 1-for-1 trade. It's not good for the Vampires. Stepping in, trying to keep them in, and Stone does go the distance. Nobody there to third party just yet. Mirren Sejong may be able to get there, but with 3, the Vampires finally find something.
A good success. They lose a play off the back of it, but yeah, this is sort of that final hurrah coming through from the Vampires. Major Pride on your screens, making it in through that southeast side, past Inco. I don't know if they'll give up on the hovercraft. It's a nice vehicle to have in terms of cover. It's just slow, that's all. And not being close to the center here, it might be one of those vehicles you just ditch, leave behind. We're almost into stage 2 now. 8 minutes into this one. Only a little bit of action so far between Vampires and ASI8. A lot of teams confirming over towards that northern portion of the map. You've got Vampires all the way on the north side of shooting range. You've got Mirren Sejong sat around those forested areas to the south.
On the south side of those shooting hills, I mean, Team Queso looking to push up towards it as well, with the circle going up north. Pushes teams further in there. Mirren Sejong they also, a team right on that bubble, need those points to come on through, and this is the perfect circle to do it. If they can't hold it here, I'm putting them in the bottom 8 here, Blank. I don't think they're going to be able to make it if they can't do it here on this match, on this circle. With the position that they hold, they have control over the Georgia Pole bridge crossings. They've got control to access the west side. The teams on the east are going to block each other from getting too close to them, but they have a lot of control over this. Getting some points, getting some elims here is so important.
Yeah, they desperately need it, like in a big way at this point in time. A fair few squads of ours do. Looking over on the map, at the moment, Loops is most likely going to be having a decent game from the southwest side of Severny. We're currently in 18th place, not quite breaking into that top 16 yet. Team Queso, who are on the bubble over towards that southwest side, holding out versus BTR and Zeus.
I think that was Zeus taking shots over to the north side. Giving a knock over towards Mirin Sejong. Mirin Sejong looked like they wanted to regroup, but they sent Final close to the river, and it's just going to get flushed away. An unnecessary flex back. If Mirin Sejong wanted to regroup, they should have committed. Do not just randomly go back over to that bridge side. Zeus go across and losing that post, and that might be enough for me to just count them out right here.
Yeah, for Mirin Sejong, they've lost a player almost consistently in the first 10 minutes of every single game. They did hold that 2-2 split, but it was pretty handedly taken over by Zeus there before they went to go for that regroup, now playing as 3. Not a terrible position to be in for Mirin Sejong going forward. But they are going to be assaulted by FaZe in the coming future, who have lost a player themselves. So it will be 3v3, so not entirely impossible to work with.
Meanwhile, over in the center, the Circle Falcons have an outpost. A lot of control from the east edge. Loops looking to try and leave from the suburbs of Severny up into the hillsides near Tianba, who've got that ridge out to the west of Severny. DXavier in a 2-2 split right now as well. Lamborghini repositioning the vehicle. I do kind of want Getso Roy to try and crash on this one, and I'll tell you for why, because then we'd see Porsche versus Lamborghini, Blank, and that is very fun.
Porsche versus Lamborghini, you say? Let's see which one's the fastest one. I know that they're copying nothing from Jaguar either, so it would be a fun and creative fight, to say the least.
Yeah, breaking the mold, redefining what trends are, you know? That's what they're looking to do. That's a... I wonder what the crossover is on understanding that joke and PUBG Mobile viewers. But either way, we'll be going further into this one on BTR's POV as they try and approach from the western side. They had a great game earlier on the south side of Sandhawk to put themselves up to 49 points. They want to try and stretch out towards that 60-point barrier to see themselves safer, but they got FaZe and they got Zeus in the way.
Getso Roy on our screens, rotating in. There's another one of our teams that I'm kind of counting out at this point. I think that they've done well to get here, but I don't see their point scoring margins really going above and beyond what's required to get into the top 16. There is some signs of life there, but just not enough that we're willing to give them that chance at the top 16, in our minds at least, in our imaginary palaces.
I mean, there's always a chance. There always is. But it does start to slim down as time goes on, and the same can be said of their opponents as well. And the maths doesn't bear it out more often than not. Incilio take a knock over on, where is that? That's northeast side as they try and move off of that Severny ridgeline. They do lose, I think that's the player on their front angle, closest towards the shooting range, but they do have a position to go for this res, so might be able to get this one back into the fold. Tianba further across the way. They're holding across the other side of the shooting range, and only 2 teams around these borders. The Vampires may chime in at some point. BTR could crash in later. But for now, it's a little bit more malleable than we see a shooting range position.
Yeah, it's kind of undecided, and that's because there are so many teams already in here, so many teams already battling for position. Usually have our two teams who already have significant spot circle, and other squads are going to be held quite massively. But here, a lot of squads have been able to make their way in. I think a fair few of our teams here are now looking for more placements, which is why they're going for less aggressive holes, because they know a single point will now count for their future in this tournament. Tiamba taking some shots themselves over towards Ghetto Roy. They find an initial knock, but that's about it. But similarly, they are taking bullets from along the way. That's Incilio taking shots.
Incilio just trying to give themselves opening, get some scouting, get some suppression to the angles around them. Being on the northeast side of this circle means that they're very likely going to have to move, and they will spot it out now. The circle goes a little bit northeast, gives DXavia's position some strength, gives Loops a nice chunk of it as well, but that's under a lot of pressure from IWNRX on the east side. The Falcons as well, from the southeast edge, can look to stretch on in. BTR maybe looking to run down Marin Sejon.
Yeah, possibly. I think with BTR, again, one more game, they're done. They just need one more strong match, and they're going to see themselves very happily in towards that top 16, currently in 13th place at the moment. I personally don't see BTR dropping out, specifically with the games they've had today. I think that confidence is sky high for them at the moment. Team Queso, they're rocking up over towards DXavia. They find 2 knocks off the back of it, but it's not looking good either way.
In case so, 2 players though on the spot means they can get these flushes, get them confirmed. Potential to get these reses, but a big nade from the buildings on the inside. Lamborghini, look at a pump out the damage here with these nades. The shrapnel flying, a Major Pride crash on into. You've got Zeus on the west edge. Maybe look at a third party. It's Collego and Melodious standing up against a second crash, maybe? Becca, though, up to the tree. And Team Queso finally fall. With 5 elims, though, it's not the end of the world. DXavia stay alive, but only with 2, as Major Pride now bear down upon them with their 3 players remaining. FaZe are into play as well. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, as Zeus still yet to step in. Inco pushing in from the south. Goodness me, I think we've got half the lobby here.
Yeah, it's a very significant compound to be holding over towards. Paragen goes down. Mela will pick up that elimination. Lamborghini inside the building, taking it to task versus FaZe as Mela tries to get over towards that top floor, but the pump shotgun will do the trick as slugs are injected over towards FaZe. Major Pride do backing off. That hovercraft made it all the way here with them. And now Inco, come on in. Becca goes down to a run down. The hovercraft not doing much of anything other than spewing out hot air.
And drop it out, a Major Pride player as well. Eva Station, as it goes up in flames, so too does he. And the hovercraft is out of action. Major Pride eliminated 14th place. DXavia with their Lone Ranger Lamborghini on the inside. We could still be on for the Porsche versus Lamborghini, but I think it's very unlikely that Lamborghini gets away from this one. You got Tiamba, you got Falcons, you got Inco, you got Zeus, you got FaZe. Every single one of them surrounds this compound. They've heard all of this fighting, and they will send bullets your way as soon as you step out.
It's the type of situation you get into with these survival stages, especially last day. You hear a fight break out, you want to third party because you know how much each individual elimination point means to you. With so many teams boarding around 30 points, 20 points, every single one of them would have wanted to get involved with this one. ASIA do go down as the Team Queso, but 5 points on the game. It's not horrendous. They can work with that.
In the meantime, BTR working that northwest edge, spotting Getzo Roy. That is a condensed position, though, and difficult to confirm that yet. The standoff continues. Teams seem to have retreated somewhat. That was a veritable feeding frenzy. The Piranhas over here in match 15. Making short work of the teams on the inside. And those bones are clean, picked dry by every player around them. North shift pushes FaZe and DXavia's remnants up towards that north edge. Getzo Roy loops in good spots.
Getzo Roy off towards the west side. Holding on, loops as well. Like you say, they do need a big game off the back of this. BTR sending on in. Hansel drops out the vehicle as it takes a bit of a tumble. It's taking quite a lot of damage from the blue here in stage 5. BTR playing it much more cautiously than any of our other squads. A nasty shot onto the back wheel spinning out. We'll now need to go for reverse down the hill. And that's Vampires on the northern edge.
Nade over to Onzens. As Lamborghini looks to extract, you've still got Vitali, who is flexing out for Inco from their south position, and Juancho actually as well. But you just can't move up to it. Everybody's got sightlines. Vampire spotted. And it's just Tony K to remain. They had an early fight to contend with. They rocked up to ASI8. But now they're down to 1 yet again. Can they get everyone back up? The smokes were there. They took out the vehicles. They may have the cover to get it. But Getso Roy know their location. However, with BTR approaching, maybe Getso Roy's time is consumed.
Getso Roy holding on to their position at the moment. Mirren Sejong as well as BTR would like to take over. Very high nades here sent in from Inco, but I'm not exactly sure at what. Each individual onwards towards the center of this compound. Now Lamborghini's making his approach inwards as FaZe. Maybe not expecting of this one. I think they have heard the footsteps now. A bold push out from Lamborghini.
But the smoke cover is starting to fade and has to get back into the other building there. I mean, that's wise. You know that there's a third party on the south edge, and Inco going to read into this. They think there's fighting still going on. Mormon blasts the door off its hinges. Inco still not quite fully committing to this push. Vitali into the side house building. There's a nade over towards FaZe. Lamborghini back up to the top floor. He's got to wait this one out just that little bit longer. They still got a minute until the blue zone touches, and they are right on the edge. A vehicle delivery is pretty good as well for Lamborghini. Is that nades from Tiamba as well? They're trying to chime on in, or is that over towards Falcons or Zeus? In the meantime, either way, Lamborghini tries to bug out the back.
There's been a massive amount of fighting over towards this compound for such a long time now. Everyone's getting involved. Tiamba looking to pick up the life force that does come out from this area, but Falcon's already on the side, finding an immediate pickup over towards Shan quite quickly. Zeus holding their own on that southwest. This is such a hot spot inside the circle right now, and I think there's only going to be more action pouring on through.
Tiamba have taken 2 knocks in the background against Falcons, against one of them, but Inco lose 2 on the approach to FaZe. The duo on the inside, cutting them apart. And now it's just inactive left for Inco as he tries to keep a position further forward. By the way, Lamborghini got away from this. He's in the middle of the circle, dead central, and on a loot crate. So a level 3 refresh for him. The guy's a warrior, and they'll keep on fighting. FaZe now on their breakout, inactive. Behind the tree, doesn't have the angles. Tiamba and Falcons both preoccupied with each other, and that's going to allow FaZe to extract here. But inactive with a nade over the top, launches one to the backlines. Will not find the flush, but Onsens does go down to it. In the meantime, Mormon hits the deck, tries to stay alive.
Tiamba out versus Falcons, who managed to get themselves a full squad wipe, but not without casualty, losing 2 players. Lovely nades coming through right now on BTRs to make the full push in, and it is Zunder to head over towards the top side. Not exactly sure what he was thinking, but Satar is down. Lepar holding it down in that front line versus Kai, who's sending shots over his way, playing this one very safely. BTR now down to 2 players, but securing themselves a few eliminations, up to 3, sitting themselves nicely at 52 points overall.
Teams are starting to drop out now. You've got MSJ trying to move on in. Mirren Sejong, they've been on 3 players for a while, have tucked their head down a little bit, but now they can start to unfurl the wings and fly in from the western side. BTR, an opener sent their way over towards Lepar. That is isolated as well. Zuxi, his position's known. A nade going to be sent on forwards. Rolls over the ridgeline, does a lot of damage. And Hoxie and Uriel both able to send on in. BTR pushed aside, and Mirren Sejong mount a comeback.
Very nice stuff from Mirren Sejong. Currently sat at 38 points. So pretty good result here, which could go even further. Loots have been sat so calmly over towards shooting range for quite a while now, but IWX have their number, are looking over their way. Not wanting to let them leave shooting range calmly. As Nay's been passed back and forward like a hot potato over towards this south side. Zeus finding east, though, is a big pickoff.
Ooh, Mormon.
Steal.
Gets that point for FaZe as well. And every point stolen is one step closer to that last chance stage. The final nade from Zeus. Able to get the work done, but it's Aaron and Darkin now against Action from Falcons. Falcons with only their last player left standing. Action needs to pull something out the bag in this 1v2. 2 nades left, and he has to back off the rock as They're layering them on thick for Zeus. The rollout for Mir and Sejong, actually, they're wrapping around towards the south. They're trying to sweep through this, and Eren goes down. Potential to steal this Elim as Darkin gets spotted. They don't get that second Elim, but they are taken away nonetheless. Zeus eliminated. 6 teams remain, and Lamborghini is still alive.
It is very, very surprising that Lamborghini was able to shift this one into gear 5 and get himself over towards that north side very quickly. And now he's saddled between 2 loot crates, giving him some very, very decent cover. Tony K knocked. I was honestly surprised that Vampires are even still in this game, personally.
Managed to get that reset, and with Getzo Roy going down on their oversight position, they were allowed to rotate, but they've taken a knock. Loop's looking to try and put more nades out their direction. I don't think Tony K gets back up here. Goes very, very low. Gonna have to commit to the res if you want it, but I think you just have to keep that low profile. Maybe look at a stick it. Rafinha tries to bow them down, and they're not quite connecting. One more might do the job. Nuzi steps up. There's the flush, but Neil is rebuffed from the wall. 2 players on Vampire. Rafinha is there on the outside, spotted and clipped. Zone able to land the spray down. Nuzi gets the heal off as well.
And getting that heal off literally as the nade bursted is wild, to say the least. I'm in disbelief that he lives off the back of that one. Here's Nino having to step up versus IWNRX. Does find the first knockoff. Now looking for another, but it's not meant to be, as Kyan is able to find another. Nade over, though, towards that top side. How did Swain survive? That was right up in his face.
My man's got shrapnel-proof armor on today. Stoned back up in an action. Vampire closest to the middle and stopping Loops from getting on through. They're probably running fairly dry on nades. Nuzi with a high arc on the nade. Not going to quite find the distance there. Kine still on the off angle. IWNRX looking to go back up to 3. Rafinha very low as Vitinho goes down. Nades in still. A double bouncer. Gets the flush. 6 elims, 6th place for Vampire.
Yeah, getting a little bit more done here. So not going out without a bit of a blast out here from Vampires. And fair enough. Save a little bit of that reputation for the squad. 2 players still alive at 6 elims, looking to once again double their point scoring on the game. Good pickoff over towards Kine, but now the sidelines are starting to break out as Miran Sejong has eyes on.
A first aid dropped, trading those meds. They have been battered and bruised, not only in this match, but over the course of it all. It's up to Stoned and Nuzi to get value here. It's outlasting IWNRX and Loops would be brilliant for them to get up to a 4th place. Kine gets flushed away. Action, if he goes down as well, that could be a 3rd place. But the nades do connect finally over towards Swain. Zed Wolf now the last to stand, but Nuzi goes down to that high ground angle from Action. Stoned under pressure, and the Vampires are out. Goodness me, Action ruins the day, and now he turns his attention to Rafinha, but it's too little too late for the Vampires.
As a solo, these have been some killer shots coming through from Action on the M4. And this is a game that should see Falcon safe, honestly, off the back of this. But he picked up 2 elims on the barest of slim angles over towards these players. Rafinha gets a bit of own back, though, over towards Action. And Miran Sejong, despite everything, may be on for a win here. 7 eliminations. Uriel, Seiwu, Hoxie, all really trying to take this one home. Interesting that they do sub out Jaesuk coming into today, thinking he might be a weak link for the squad.
Lamborghini, I mean, the fact that he's still alive is crazy. He's been on this loot crate for a long time. The nade not quite connecting. A little bit too long to pinpoint that one. The second also bounces long. Miran Sejong, I wonder how much more they've got left in the back pocket. That one, okay, moves the crate. That's why he popped up there. Takes a little bit of damage. Rafinha on the back lines, not going to have to worry about Lamborghini. He is spotted. And Uriel looking pretty biblically accurate and terrifying there from the northeast side. Rafinha trapped on the inside, but Loops get value from this game too. They've had 4 eliminations, but a 2nd place is great. Staying out in the blue, denying the point to Miran Sejong, and that, again, could be crucial. We'll see if that comes into play as we finish out match 15.
One single point can mean the difference between 17th and 16th place. But for Miran Sejong, a 19-point game off 33, that sits them fairly high up in the ranking. Only one more more than 3 more matches to do it in is a very good opportunity for Mir and Sejong going forward.
Big movers in this match, and you can see who the pressure is on here, Max, man. By the way, look, can we talk about Action's performance in that last match? Goodness gracious.
Holy. This guy was like, I'm alone, but I am the entire team. His nades to Zeus, to clear Zeus, were already incredible through the smoke. He had like good third-person perspective above the smoke and got the intel. Pinpoint accurate nades. Even Doc was like, man, it was pretty good. But looking even after that, he was just keeping the hope alive for his team to just secure a spot in top 16. Looking back on this game, Hot Jukes, at the end of today, we might be, I said today really weirdly, this might be the game we look back on for the side of Falcons. Like, that was the game that qualified them in top 16 because they got enough points thanks to Action. He got the placement points, got them in top 5, and got so many eliminations off the back of his insane M4 sprays, by the way. This guy was an absolute killer this match, and yeah, Action, you know what? We look a lot at top a lot of the time, but Action put on a clinic this game. GG's.
Hey, clutched it up big time. Speaking of clutch, you gotta talk about Mir and Sejong. This performance, that could have done it just like that. They needed a chicken dinner so bad because, I mean, this is a team that we were just so shocked by seeing such a lackluster performance here in the survival stage compared to how they did in the group stage. They were so close to making it. Unfortunately, they didn't. But then all of a sudden, they hit the map. But with this chicken dinner here, they should be feeling pretty rock solid.
Yeah, pretty rock solid here. And it's very cool too because they go crash site very early, and we know that Mir and Sejong, from how they were playing back in the group stage, Hot Jukes, they were very center focused team. They love playing these central splits, regrouping, playing the strongest position they had available at the time, and then winning the game off the back of that with a bunch of elims. Here, they were forced to play edge and actually were very successful in this game. Of course, the terrain kind of was favoring them quite a bit, but this is a good game to see them win on an edge kind of playstyle. Though, I do want to highlight something interesting. On the first day of Mir and Sejong, the team that was playing was Seiwoo, Jaesuk, Hoxie, and Final. Unless one of those players renamed, which I don't think is the case, Uriel is playing. So I wonder if they're like, okay, day one was not quite what we expected. We're going to make a player play that I don't recall him seeing him play in the group stage 2. So Uriel on the board and actually doing good on the first game with the win. So, hey, that could be a big change that allows them to push up in top 16.
Ooh, I know my boy 7WG's always listening, man. If you're listening right now, which I know you are, you can get us that answer. That would be really nice to figure out here because, man, MSJ, to clutch up a chicken dinner right here, especially with a roster swap this late in the game, is pretty dang wild. One thing I got to talk about, though, and we have to, right? Start of the match. We see a Northern Circle, okay? There's 2 teams in particular that we're looking at, right? And you know which ones I'm talking about, right, Max?
I8 Vampire. You're looking at I8 Vampire? Yeah, that was the clash at the bottom of the rankings. And a very important one too, but the clutch is like crazy. And I saw this phase 1, phase 2 circle, Hodrix looking. This is a golden opportunity for IA, the Pakistani team, to pop off and maybe crawl their way back up in top 16. And Vampire be like, nope, screw you guys. We're going to crash you. We're going to ruin your day and your chance to continue this year's PMGC. Because they're already, like, we said it, Vampire pretty much out. They got nothing to really lose at this point. And they're just sending it. And IA were not ready for clash that early in that position. And that completely caught them off guard.
I just don't get that push in general. I mean, they both had the North to themselves. They could have decided to share it and make sure that they were able to kind of like work together to win this game. But instead, you know, no, Vampire wants to battle it out. They want to dominate it. Yeah, look, 9 points, but that's not enough. Let's be real. 9 is not even close to going to be. The last couple matches that we're going to see here are going to be so insane. Vampire would literally need to win back-to-back to stand a chance, and I just don't see it happening with how desperate this lobby is.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like, we still need to see a win, and we said it, we need to see a win on the first half of the day, Hodrix. I think we were kind of in agreement with that, and we have not seen that win, so it's looking kind of dire. And of course, IA, that 1 point, it's a participation prize, and unfortunately, participation prizes will not take you too far in PMGC, though. Yeah, Zeus 2, 3 points on this game. I like their approach to the lobby here this match on the southern side, trying to use that high ground to their advantage and getting intel on that third party of DX versus FaZe versus Inco. That was good, but unfortunately, every team here is so strong, Hot Jukes, in this lobby. Even the teams that are struggling to make it in top 16 are that good that Zeus just crumbled apart the moment they were encountering teams.
Yeah, you know what? That's the tough part about this lobby. And the reason why I'm being so skeptical, guys, not like I'm not a believer in Vampire and these teams at the bottom, but I mean, what are you going to do when you have like names like D Xavier, Major Pride popping off? Like Team Kessel had a solid match, right? Not too long ago. And then they go into this one with a good solid position. They're starting to put some pressure onto Major Pride, but then D Xavier just rolls up behind them. You know, I mean, what do you do when you got sandwiched between two squads like that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You do nothing at that point.
You just cry. Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
I mean, that sucks for Team Kessel because, you know, they definitely want to have that better performance. But I mean, like I said, nothing you could do. So if you're Vampire and you need these points desperately, if you get caught in a situation like that, right, you're done as well. There's like literally nothing you can do. Let's take a look at the second page though, because that's where our eyes are going to be locked on right now. And let's see what the new cutoff is. It's going to be 42 points. And Amir and Sejong pushed their way up to 15th place with 51.
I kept telling you, Hot Juice, before today, like, we're going to have this weird ping pong situation up and down, above and below the 16th position mark to make it into the last chance. It's going to be down to the wire. It's going to be down to the last game. We still have 3 matches to go, and we're going to keep having this ping pong situation happening. Game in, game out every single time. But FaZe, in particular, these guys need to be careful, man, because they are getting involved in so many fights, and it's getting so damn risky for them that right now, literally, one bad game, it could be a GG, see you later, guys. See you in 2025, and it will be the end of the road, though. Going on the lower page here, the bottom 8. You can see after that game, Hot Jukes loops, one of their players just like, their head in their hands, just like, oh my god, that was just not enough points. And yeah, as of right now, they're still in 17th position. We still need to see a win from some of these bottom teams. And yet, over 9 games, none of the bottom 8 teams have gotten himself a single chicken dinner. That needs to change right now.
Yeah, and man, let's be real. For Vampire, they need 3 chicken dinners if they want to stand a chance. So short of an absolute miracle, these guys, it's over. Nail in the coffin. You know, I8 are in big trouble. I mean, look at the drop off in points between 18th and 19th. That is a very, very large drop off, considering that we only have 3 matches left here, Max.
Yep, not a lot of time, unfortunately, for these teams to make it work out. And man, Inko with only 1 placement point, I realized. 26 elims.
Yeah,
we need to see placement points, Inko.
1
We need to see you reach the late game, Inko. What's going on?
That is so wild. Oh man, you know, 26 eliminations, but yeah, 1 placement points, definitely not going to be able to do it here. Guys, this is getting really, really crazy. We'll be right back after this short break. Don't go nowhere.
As voted by our viewers, we have none other than Bigatron, Suxy next to me. You guys started off hot, man. At the beginning of the day, you guys were talking about how you were going to continue to play your game. First game in, you end up getting the win. What are the expectations for the next 3 matches?
Oke, kita boleh nampak lah di awal-awal permainan kalian main dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah ekspektasi kamu buat 3 game terakhir ini?
Ekspektasi aku sendiri yang pasti ya di setiap gamenya itu kita main yang bagus saja dan maksimalin poin game by game aja dan ya semoga bisa lolos ke last chance.
Alright, so basically my expectation for the last 3 games is basically trying to give our best and we try to maximize our point game by game and yeah, hopefully we can qualify to last chance.
Well, you said that earlier. So far, it's been working out. I hope it continues to work out as well. Now, I want to rewind a little bit to this last match that just happened. It seems like you guys were controlling the area pretty well, especially towards the outer, and then something happened on the rotation. I want you to walk me through it. What went wrong in this last match?
Oke, jadi di match terakhir tadi kalian awal-awal udah bagus lah mainnya rapi dan segala macam, tetapi kalian berada di situasi yang sangat sukar yaitu ketika bertemu dengan Jiroy dan juga diterpati sama MSJ. Bisa cerita ke apa yang terjadi di match itu dan apa yang salah di match itu?
Yang terjadi di tim kita itu sebenarnya nggak banyak, cuman satu hal yang sangat fatal. Ya itu misdecision aja sih. Jadi kayak keputusan belum dibuat, itu aja sih.
So basically on the last match, I think the only reason that we lose that fight is because of misdecision. I think my team haven't ready yet, and yeah, the decision has been made. So yeah, that's one of the things that make it harder for us.
They definitely did. Thank you so much, Suksman. I believe that's how you say thank you in Bali. Thank you, brother. Wish you the best. Back to you guys.
Oh, Jukes, I thought you were going to continue.
He's back, baby!
I thought you were going to continue doing the hosting here, and I was going to be an analyst for the day. Welcome back, everyone. It's looking a little bit better on the desk now that I'm here, of course. You know, looking fresh, looking clean, looking ready to go. And my power's back as well, so I'm happy to be here. And also happy to be able to tune into these last 3 matches, man. We already had some teams making their moves here, as you did get to hear from Zuxy. They're just trying to focus on these next 3 matches and make their fans proud. And obviously with their victory over on Sandhawk, that might have been enough to get them through into the last chance picking up tomorrow. But gentlemen, before we can hop into that, I'm not even going to tempt fate here. I'm not even going to try to brag about my Infinix GT20 Pro that I have on my desk right next to me because I don't want the power to go out yet again. But Max, you're more than welcome to. Did you put someone new?
I summoned Jason.
Aha!
I was hoping for Jason to come back, and it's not focusing. My camera's not being nice to me.
You can only have one Jason focused on camera at a time.
There we go.
Ooh.
Nice. We got him back.
Yeah, and obviously check that out, 120 FPS, 144 hertz, AMOLED screen. Hotchicks, thank you so much for covering for me. But I'm back now. It's my turn to take over, and your turn to start talking about these teams. As we take a look at our teams to focus, you do have Loops, Tiamba, and Team Queso. Hit me with those reasons why.
Oh, baby. I mean, at this point, these are the teams in the big hot seat right now. I mean, Team Queso really are desperate for some points, and they're getting stuck between 2 of the top teams in the lobby in the last match. That's going to hurt their overall morale. Tiamba, we talked about Tiamba and their ability to kind of like get warmed up to the lobby and start playing in the later parts of this tournament, but like at this point, it's just not looking good. It's just not looking good for them. They need a chicken dinner, and it's going to only get harder from here on out.
Yeah, that's the reason I went with my 3 teams as well, kind of focusing down towards the bottom of the leaderboard of teams who have to make moves with only 3 matches left to go. But Max, I did see something on your side that kind of confused me in your teams to focus. Xavier.
Yeah.
Why are you focusing on a team that's already going to be qualified?
So no, because we're all focusing on like the bottom of the leaderboards, which of course is important, is like the big focal point for today. But actually, Xavier are about 22, 23 points, depending on the tiebreaker, away from first place. And I think that would be a really big surprise for them. So just something to keep in mind that DX, if they have a good run, could be snatching first place away from D+ here. And that would be pretty cool.
You know what, production, Roman, let's change my teams to focus. I'm putting D+ in here because why not? They're not playing first place at the moment. No, obviously, yeah, I mean, that would be a big morale boost going into last chance tomorrow because it is only the top 16 teams here. But from there, top 6, man. I mean, if you're looking currently at what our top 6 is at the moment, are you guys satisfied with the teams that are currently there? I mean, we have obviously Group Green, right? So it's kind of hard to really dive into it with two other groups still battling. But you have D+, Regnum Karya, 77, Boeing, Stalwart, and D Xavier. Would you guys be satisfied with those 6 teams being the teams to go through? Or do you think there's others that deserve to rise up here and be in there?
I mean, I wouldn't mind it personally. I mean, these are some solid names for sure. I mean, but at the same time, you got Team Liquid right there, which is another squad I believe in big time. 4MV, Doc popping off if you can stay with the squad. And then, you know, finally we're seeing, you know, Falcons and IWNRX make a name for themselves. So, I mean, it's so tough. It's so tough. But any single one of these teams in the first 2 pages, I think definitely deserve to be in the last stage.
Yeah, I'm happy with all the teams currently in top 6, Jason, that we have. Maybe Stalwart I'm a little bit like on the edge with, but otherwise,
really?
Again, yeah, I'm happy with it. I mean, I'm happy with them, but it's going to be close. So, of course, there's going to be some teams going down. But with what they've shown, Jason, is what I'm focusing on. With what has been shown from like Voin and RCB in particular, their improvement, I think that they are deserving of a shot to go to the big stage. But again, it's depending on, are they going to be able to replicate it in last chance? We'll have to see, because that's going to be the big question this weekend.
I thought you'd actually be happy with kind of with Stalwart, considering they've had a complete overhaul from the spring to the fall season, right? Or the summer to the fall season. They had to change their roster almost entirely. And for them to come into PMGC with really no huge background, at least if you look over on Wikipedia, I think that's a really telling sign of like how good this team has become in such a short amount of time.
I get your point. I think I'm still seeing some little minor mistakes. I think that like Fearless in particular, I've seen some little disconnects from time to time. So I'm like, top 6, maybe not. But if those get changed and improved upon for last chance, like, hell yeah, Jason, I'm on board. But as of right now, there's still like some little things that, if adjusted, might actually make me happy to see them in top 6. But right now, we're still not at that point.
Yeah, how much our team has grown, Max, from those hot drops in Picado back in our watch parties for CSA to potentially
still hot dropping,
the Grand
man.
Finals.
They're hot dropping phase, man. I'm not giving up on that. I'm like, I still don't like it.
Well, let's look at Falcons a little bit here, Hot Jukes. And obviously, I did get to watch some of the games with you guys from my phone since I didn't have power. Action. You guys are really on the hype trip about Action. He's like, you know what? I'm going to take everyone on my team with me, put them on my back, and I'm going to get us through kicking and screaming into Last Chance.
Let's go. I mean, this is a team that we expected a whole lot more from. I mean, we were shocked to see them relegated to this stage in the first place. And then all of a sudden, you know, we're worried about them once again. But Action said, okay, enough of this nonsense, guys. Enough of this nonsense. We're going to make it onto that Last Chance. And hopefully we can see something from them as well, because that's definitely a team I wouldn't mind seeing in the Grand Finals. That's for sure, Max.
Yeah, looking at everyone in this lobby, even a solo is a threat to you. Like, they could snatch away some pivotal points that would allow you to qualify in the top 16. And the thing is, we keep highlighting, the top player of Falcons is always going to be top, right? But no, Action, he's the fragging partner of top, and he was able to just stand out. Again, we highlighted his great sprays on the M4 on the teams down in shooting range. His nades, which is not really what you think of when you think of Action. You think of his sprays and long range, like, engages. His nades there were pivotal against the side of Zeus Esports, and I think that really definitely cleared a lot of space. And who's that? That's just, oh my god, he's a Sith Lord.
Darth Dingoes.
Oh my god.
Well, if you do look at our leaderboards, we did have in the back of our minds, and maybe I wasn't around what changed going into today, because again, having problems on my side. It's looking like that bubble is going to be potentially higher than 55 now that we see with FaZe Clan sitting in 42 points. And I'm getting kind of like, I'm not really 100% certain that teams like Incilio, Bigatron, maybe even IWNRX are going to be safe at the moment.
Yeah.
It's possible.
I think it is possible. It is possible with how crazy these last 3 matches are going to be, or it's going to be close. That's for sure. I think that above that 60-point mark, you're 100% comfortable right now, especially considering that on that second or that last page, right, there's a pretty big drop off in points between 18th and 19th.
Very, very true. And not to mention, some of these teams are probably going to change their style, I would imagine. Max just trying to stay alive as best they can.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, because we've had it all day so far, Jason. The ping pong situation above and below 16th place is going to change again after this game. So all hands on deck for this match.
All right, well, we're going to drop into our 4th match of the day, our final Erangel of the survival stage. Let's see how it's going to play out with John Allen and Blink.
One more time for the green grass of Erangel from Primorsk on the South Cut Plain here over towards the Milta Peninsula. Access to the north side going to be difficult. Match 16 proving to start off in an exciting fashion.
Damn, that is a interesting one to say the least. Down towards the south side does really cut out a huge amount of the northern portion of the map. This is 2 games that we've seen so far. Sandhawk as well as Arangel presenting those really, really difficult starts to the game in terms of circles, in terms of playing paths. It's really not what you want to see going into your last day before last chance.
And look at this, ASA8 back down to the military island. Is there danger afoot? BTR dropping out a little bit further east from them though. So ASA8 on that west side split. I'm looking for these vehicle hot drops blank, these hot spots with this south plane path as teams try to access that maneuverability that is afforded to them by those early cars.
BTR dropping down towards C block straight away. They spot the players around them. Noki quite far on that northeast side, but likely going to be picking up a vehicle for himself in that position. They are split off at the moment. We'll see if any pickoffs do happen. Falcons dropping over towards Nova Rep Noya, pretty typical of them. Primos being held by the Vampires, who have tried their darndest. Very kind circle though, which... Man, is it kind? Is it nasty? Who knows at this point in time? Because it could be down towards Sosnovka. It could be headed back up towards that north side. Difficult to tell at this stage of the game.
Kitsuroy taking a little bit of damage, but getting away from it. Nobody going down just yet. We're still yet to see the full landfall of the teams out towards the east. And there's always those rotational spray downs, those little standoffs that we could be hopping on board with as well. I would be so surprised if nobody goes down here, but it seems like that may be the case. I might have to just be surprised off the back of this drop, as nobody yet has actually taken a knock. Still over by Milter. There's some close proximity. The Falcons leaving 2 of their players towards that north side, a 2-2 split for them, but FaZe are on their bikes. This is interesting. Teams have really started to pull back from that elimination focus.
Yeah, and I mean, fair enough as well, because at this point in time, it's a couple points here and there to see yourself safe. You're realizing at this point that teams now have enough points to be like, look, if we get 4 or 5 points on our next 3 matches, we're done. So let's just keep things safe and stay towards the top side. That has been a bit of a difference where our top squads inside of these groups have just performed consistently between each and every game. So it has been the likes of Inko, Tiamba, Getso-Roy, and ASI8, Zeus, and Vampires, who have all just not really been able to find the points that they've been looking for. And if the teams towards the top just keep being the ones to make it towards top 6, top 5, this might be pretty cut and dry, John.
It's a really closely fought competition, though, I think, on all fronts, and the dominance that Group Green displayed really changed up a lot of the dynamics of this lobby in general.
Whoa.
Not playing today, though.
Mid-game jacket removal.
He's looking swift with it, making sure he's comfortable. I mean, if you're going to do it, you do it now, right? That's, it's the best time to go for it in these early spots where you're still getting scouting. It's not ideal, though. Take it off before you get in, you know? It's like putting your seatbelt on and then you realize you still got your coat on and it's rubbish, you know? And you've got to take all that time. And you can't be wasting a second here in survival stage. It's all about getting those points.
Major Pride looking to put more points for themselves. Very central position over towards west side of farm. Not that they really need to. I mean, 66 points is fantastic right now, and there is opportunity to get even more. But they're a safe team. Right now, we have BTR, Encilio, IWRX, and Falcons looking for their last few points to put them in a position where they can say, fantastic, we're finished. So those are the teams that I'm looking at. For Mir and Sejong, they had a huge game that last time around. That has sat them up to 51 points, and that could get them into last chance fairly easily. They're right on the bubble at the moment, but 10 points roughly ahead from 16th place, where FaZe is currently sat at 42.
We just had a rundown. First blood drawn. BTR pursued Noki from ASIA on that south coast. They saw him, they spotted it. They're hunting it through, and they know every point matters. Like you were saying, they're one of those teams looking to confirm themselves over that bubble. In that 14th place right now and wanting to go further. flexing out very, very quickly. Nobody's going to the military island right now, Blank. And I mean, sure, it's maybe 15% of the circle, and if it's very unlikely to end out there. So everybody is conglomerating that northern side, close to the coastline. South of Potato Hill, south of Pachinki. ASIA gonna have to play on with 3. Not gonna have Noki in the fold. They are going to start to close off their opportunities, and teams from 20th and below are really going to start to lose out by losing players, losing matches they've only got to play.
Only 3 matches left. For those matches, ASI need roughly 40 points off those games. So they need a big point average. And losing a player this early on, likely to go down early, you could even really call that somewhat of a death sentence for ASI8 if they're not able to get much more done in this game, because they're playing in from the outer edges as well. Even more likely that they are going to go down. Yeah, so 3 matches at what we're talking about, roughly 13 point something average to get through.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it was
oh dear.
Disastrous.
That was really awful. Awful to watch for ASI8. Icy? Okay. He does drive straight through their compound. The Falcons lose a player. Don't worry, though. They've still got action. So they've still got 7 players on the team.
Yeah, he did a huge amount of work that last match. Really taking shots to everyone inside of shooting range. Getting a massive amount of work done, which is great to see. And quite frankly, pushing them further up the tables in a big way. So now at 59 points. Again, those types of games are very nice, especially on match 3 of the day. I always say that you don't really want to be confirming over towards the 5th match. That's scary. It's a lot of pressure on your hands. So for Falcons to be able to get that match, set themselves up to 59, it's a really comfortable run towards the end of the day. But they can't let the foot off the gas just yet. There is still a little bit more work to be done. It's not out of the realms of possibility to get 0-0-0 on the next 3 matches.
That would be probably the worst feeling in the world, to be sat towards the top end of the bracket and then just bam, 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 down, down, down. That would be really, really nasty. And we are still on track, Blank, to have every single team from Group Green qualify. 68 points for 4MV. They are slowly sliding down the tables as other teams do get past them. But they're still, what, in like 9th place right now, ahead of Major Pride? There's just no way that they don't qualify, which means, I mean, we were fairly certain before, but with 3 matches left to play, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The buggy's there. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But with 3 matches left to play, there is no way that it is possible for enough teams to surpass 4MV to push them out. And the same is true for Team Liquid, who sit in 71 points right now. So I'm really interested to see what sort of dynamic that's going to bring to the last chance stage. We're going to military. Oh my god. It happened. Yeah. Mad Dash, go.
Yeah, again, I sort of expect, to be honest, in my head, I was like, this is probably going to military base with the way it set themselves up, because there was a lot of circle that was Sosnovka. And teams will now need to, like you say, get a move on. Really quite a tough decision to make early on. Major Pride get themselves in the old ski bike. Going to make their way over.
Uh-oh, Major Pride? They crash into the other side. ASI8 going back over the bridge that they left, but Vampire are ahead of them, and Zeus are behind them from up on high. ASI8 may just be pulled short here, and with a bad game now, it will spell their demise. 2 players felled, and only the one to stay alive across the bridge into the waiting arms of Vampire and BTR beyond them.
Yeah, it's almost definitely done for now for ASIA as they lose their final player in IQ. For ASA and 22 points, it is just simply too tall of a task in the last 3 matches. You're asking this team to be in the top 3 times in a row after their current performance here in survival stage, unless one of them becomes truly enlightened in the tactics of PUBG Mobile between the next 20 minutes and Miramar. Yeah, it's not happening.
A lot of teams caught up on this east side as well, Blank. Tianba got across this bridge first, and they have 3 elims. They are a roadblock in the way of Team Queso, of Loops, of Mirin Sejong, and Incilio on the east side. Major Pride opted to go across the water. They did lose one of their players, Becca, I think, dropped down the cliff, and under IWNRX weren't quite able to make that one work for them, so they are playing on a 3, but Major Pride are across safely with 3 of their players. IWNRX holding out on that north shore. As we look over towards the west bridge, BTR stayed on military. They are very happy with this. They didn't stop Vampire from getting across the bridge either, so Vampire are across nice and safely. Zeus, they were playing on the other side, and we saw what happened to ASI8 because of it. DX Xavier trying to go for a wide rotate out to the west side. Like, everybody making this dash is linearized into 3 approaches. No wide rotates, no hovercraft rotates to the south.
Yeah, it's straight going for these bridge crossings. I mean, so many teams were just like, we want to confirm a position over towards Sosnovka. Let's get there right now. It has opened things up a little bit. For Zeus, though, this is an opportunity to pick up a fair few points, but is it enough for this team? Even if they can get 6 eliminations from the bridge, it's always going to be tough moving down towards the south side, and BTR could not be happier with this result.
I think a team that, I mean, it's such an outside chance, but Vampire out on that west side, they've got a 2-2 split. They're looking to be controlling. They'll regroup now. DX Xavier make landfall with Lamborghini. Oh, I said there wasn't any wide splits. I thought that Lamborghini's position was all of them. I guess they're rotating all the way into the south to try and get a little bit of an opening there, but we'll see how fast Vampire regroup on it. The northeast side for Loops and for Mirin Sejong, they are going to draw another game to the close early. Both of them pretty desperate for points, so it would be nasty to go down here.
Yeah, Mirin Sejong just immediately go down to 1 player is very unfortunate. And they wanted Mob USA. Mirin Sejong definitely in a good position to do it. Circle moves over towards the compounds that sit on the northern edge of Sosnovka here in stage 3. Nuno trying to get these shots through the window. For Vampire, let's put it this way. They need 15 plus elimination chicken dinner. Okay, that's what we're looking for, which is why I'm just not going to talk about them until they do that.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Loops conclude the fight, or rather the blue zone concludes it for them. Mirin Sejong eliminated, 52 points now. They are slowly incrementing their way towards the bubble, but they are still in danger. Meanwhile, IWNRX on the northern side, the cliff's just about in this next circle, but Major Pride hold the other side of it. If IWNRX can get a couple more points, they may have done enough to push them over the top as well. Falcons not so lucky on the south side, both starting this game on 59, and only one of the teams lucky enough to get a point so far.
Yeah, realistically for both Falcons and IWNRX, it's around about 7 points. 7 to 8 points, and that's what they need going forward to stay safe, to stay ahead of the pack. 16th place chasing with 41, but Loops are not in a good position right now to continue onwards. Very much stuck out in the blue. Inco trying to get stuff done, but again, another team that is struggling. FaZe, similarly on this northern edge, they expected a northern circle. It was not the case.
It's so unfortunate. It was very unlikely to see a military circle on this one, so everybody seemingly fairly unprepared for it. This mad dash, I mean, what could be more representative of this lobby in general? Whoa, hang on a minute. Take a pause on that, because Melodious is lighting up Loops. What a spray down on the approach, on the bridge. 2 players rock straight up into him. He's got backup from the backlines as well. As Kalego finds Rafinha. Loops dismantled Team Queso, 4 points.
I mean, for Team Kato, that's huge news, right? 43 points now found for them. Puts them in a much better stead going to their final 2 Miramars. Zeus similarly with 4 points for themselves, but a much, much more precarious location for them to be on the leaderboards. They need to get across the bridge now, and Vampire holding it out. How likely is that going to happen? And again, shifts back over towards Major Pride, a team that doesn't necessarily need points, but they'll take them if they come their way.
Absolutely. More than happy to. Just keeping themselves nice. I mean, 66, it's fairly safe, but more is safer, and safer is better for Major Pride, so they'll be happy to find that one. DX Xavier as well, crunching in from that southwest edge, moving through those hills to the northwest of Sosnovka military base. Team Queso looking for another bridge guard. They're playing on us too. Kolego with Nenebete. Close by, handled a double spray down. Melodious looking for the backline as Kolego does go down. Takes a second player out with him. Melodious may be able to find a spray on the off angle. There is a player who sent all the way through for Inko, not taking a pause, not taking a beat. As Vitali needs to be careful. You can't res in stage 4, which is why he's not going for that one. Has to dash through and has to just hope that Melodious doesn't connect on the spray. Inactive away.
Yeah, he's going to send out, try and live further into this match. Rest of the team will follow up with him, but not going to happen as Melodious does find a little bit more. 5 eliminations for Team Queso. Pretty good bridge hold for them. I don't think they're going to be too unhappy with how this did play out. It is a consistent-ish game, but will require some more performance over on Miramar, as they are currently in 17th place. Adrenaline shot 2. Maybe looking for a little bit more on the game. He can get over a couple of spray downs out in the blue zone. He knows if he's able to do that, they will just go down to the plate zone anyway, and he'll pick it up the points regardless of whether or not he's alive.
He's baiting those peaks, and FaZe know they have to move. They're trapped here by one player. I wonder if they know it's only one player, though. You can see they're bleeding out very quickly as well. First aid's running dry. This is desperation now. FaZe with 4 elims. They want to try and add that to the tally. Vampire take a knock on the hillsides that's close to BTR, but they did get that response. Look at the off angle there for Vampire. They have found Hansil. Melodious looking for one. First spray down is good. Can he find a miraculous hold against FaZe? 3 players to contend with. The bleed out is big. Melodious ticking down low. No first aids here, and he's out on the hunt for FaZe. Mela steps up, looks for the spray, and that will be the end of Melodious, but he has done so much for Team Queso. 5 elims could be huge for them.
Not quite catching up to FaZe Clan, though. Running 47 to Team Queso's 44. FaZe Clan likely to go down here. Evo Station on Major Pride, currently holding over towards that northwest edge. Stage 4 now, 17 minutes in, but so many teams already cut out. 9 still up, but only 26 players inside of this lobby, and DX Xavier on for a big one.
AZ going out for the loot drop. This is a big investment of time. I mean, with the hovercraft, it makes it easier to go for these, and we'll just turn around. Not too worried that it's smoking up a storm here. And may actually try and reapproach from a different angle. No, just goes back to the team. Zeus make landfall near BTR. And Zeus have 5 eliminations. Another player from BTR falls. That off angle from Vampire. Now another from Zeus. They're on 2 players alive. Lepart and Zaxi trying to keep things going for them. But on the north side, they know that Zeus is here now. Can move into position to handle it. Next circle, just about to touch.
Yeah, definitely worrying for BTR, considering they had such a great start here on Orangle in terms of their positioning, where they start over on this side of the map, they push ISIA out. Going down to 2 players is, in my eyes, a missed opportunity, because this could have been the game where they just confirm their spot over towards the top 16. Unfortunately for them now, they have to move over towards Miramar to do it. And I would say Miramar is one of their weakest maps. I don't think they're extremely good on this one. I think Erangel is where they get the most work done, and especially with their drop spot being the location of the circle, it's not good for BTR. And they could easily fall out.
Only 1 elimination. The wraparound, Darkin ready for the spray. Not quite fully getting that knock, but Lepar's already away. And he's taking damage as well. Leaving that one over towards Rita on the off angle, up to the rock on the beach. Doesn't work out. Rita gets the knock. In the meantime, Major Pride holding the middle of the circle. Blank, we got Major Pride and DX Xavier in massive positions on this one. They are denying access to the teams that need it the most. I think that the team that is most interesting to me on this game is Tianba. In the middle area of this circle. They've got some buildings to work with. They are playing central. They have 3 elims. This is their last chance now.
Yeah, if they can shoot themselves up towards a contest between them and Team Queso and Loops, yeah, there definitely is a chance for them going forward. Zeus down to a single player going forward. But again, it's all of our big teams still alive inside this lobby. You've got Falcons and Cilio, Major Pride, DX Xavier. So that point sponge is definitely real. There's a roll down from Vampires. They found a little bit more off the back of that. They do lose a player, but it's okay. You can get it back up.
Let's see if they're able to do that. Oh, Elementrix going down. Incilio are here, by the way. Haven't really mentioned them, but they've managed to navigate their way on through. I wonder if the desk has some analysis on how they got this rotation in, because they didn't drop on the military island, but they managed to get through unscathed, seemingly. Only the 1 point found. Vampire pick up a 4th elimination point, but Stoned and Newsy spotted. A crossfire found on towards them. Schweppes goes down next, and I think the Vampires are drawing to a close here. And the door, once again, remaining firmly shut, not allowing them past the threshold. Incilio on the east side have a good shout into this game too.
Yeah, it's just amusing that a lot of our teams towards the top side of the lobby, again, like I said, are the ones picking up a lot of these points. They're making it so difficult for our squads underneath to pick up nearly anything inside this lobby. The Xavier do take a knock, but no flush or eliminations. 101 points was the mark to take first place. Let's see if DXAV can make that happen by the end of the day over D+.
DXAV know exactly where he is. You can see those pings going to be furiously slamming onto that rock. The nade goes high, establishing that smoke cover around the side. Darkin breaks out wide, but there's 4 players looking your way, and they're on DXAV, which is a mean team at the best of times. And now on the west side, they're fairly free and clear. Evo Station last to stand, and again, Tianba in the hot seat. They need this match to go well.
Have a strong spot to play around with. They are very grouped up, huddled together for safety. And hopefully that huddle of turret fire can take down the rest of the squads inside this lobby, with DXavier down towards the southwest. Major Pride still rocking with just the 1 player, but 72 points. They're finished. They should be into the top 16 no matter what happens now going forward. But for the Falcons, any extra points they can get on this one would be huge, if only their single player in East.
And there's no way Evo Station gets out of that one. Major Pride out, so 4 teams remain. Still a very good game for Major Pride, getting 6 elims and a 4th place. They're up towards, well into 70 points now. Going up towards 80 to try and compete for some of the top spots in the lobby. DXAvier starting their wraparound, have managed to get their line established over towards the beachhead. This hovercraft could be really important in terms of providing cover. Depends where they opt to plant it. Paragin, he's being cautious. I mean, you saw him drive out there, checking that rock, making sure there was no one alive.
I mean, that's a good thing from DXAvier, honestly. In terms of control, they've always been a very good team at doing that. And so they're looking to have a heavy hand over on the western side of the map. Falcons, though, 3rd place. That's ideal. That would sit themselves very happy. And that alone might put them in the ranges of secure position inside the leaderboards. Xavier still making these weird rollouts, and some good shots from Levi's using the side of the vehicle to hop out. Will explode the hovercraft far away from the rest of the squad as well, not providing the most amazing of cover. And now Incilio sort of have to confirm over towards the beachhead.
And Tianba still keeping their heads down, trying to outlast this one. Incilio, I've got a decent split on this. DXAvier slightly more central on the circle, but it's stage 6, which means that we will get another shift. East, the last player for Falcons this time around. Action passing the baton. But the other teams, all at 4 players. A brutal shift to military. Leaves just 4 contenders.
Incilio looking to plant their names over towards the top 16. They go forward into last chance. 8 nades for 3TM. That one looks fairly close towards Nadetti. Immediately belly to the ground. Staying away from that nade. Tianba being extremely quiet from their position, though. And they need points. They need eliminations. They don't just need a chicken dinner, John.
I mean, a 10 elimination game and a chicken dinner would see them somewhere near that 40-point mark. Trying to push up on over, trying to get into that contest. And open up the conversation. Incilio seemingly working this circle better than DXAvier right now. DXAvier getting pushed back, and with this shift, it goes over to Tianba and over to Incilio, who line the top side of this. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a roll-up for DXAvier now from this west side. Do you sweep through? Do you just crash on towards Tianba? it's a difficult call to make. We'll see what they opt to go for.
It is a rough one. It's like either you angle away from the sidelines of Tiamba by playing across the beach side and take that full-on brawl in terms of weaponry versus Incilio. And it was a good thing that hovercraft did go down, in fact, over towards the beach. Like I was saying before, they have to confirm towards that side because they have to make do with that hovercraft going down early and use the advantage of the vehicle as cover. East creates himself a smoke train. He tries to angle himself over towards the eastern side, get towards the close side of the circle. How possible it's going to be is a very different matter.
Tiamba yet to break out of the building. I mean, they don't need to. They are in a really strong spot. East hitting these short sprints. Goodness me. What a dash this guy's made. He's made it to cover. Blank, I don't think he's in the circle yet, but the ridgeline will keep him safe for that little bit longer. How much further does he go? How much more room does he have?
It's really difficult. Basically, he's just waiting for this. Like, he needs another team to go down whilst he just plays it real slow, expending a lot of smokes to make this happen. But third place is essentially what he's looking for. That's why those point scorings do jump up a little bit. But East goes down. He will only take a fourth place, and it might be just a couple more points now for Falcons to make it into that top 16. But they've done a good job regardless of that. Save it down a couple of players as Incilio continues to bombard them.
But they do have the cover to get these reses, Blank, and DXavier will keep things alive for now. They're in this next circle. Stage 8 is again another shift circle, so it could go either way. Tiamba, low elimination. Actually, it's fairly low elimination counts across the board here, Blank. 3 eliminations for Tiamba. I think it was 5 for DXavier. Incilio, I think, have just pushed up to 6, maybe. But in general, very low for our winning teams. The shift goes to Tiamba. They really wanted to have that chance towards that last chance.
Tiamba sitting inside. Almost down to stage 9. This will all close in. And Tiamba wants all of these points going their way. DXavier with 16 nades. Incilio apparently have nothing, which I highly doubt.
Might be the case.
I see a smoke in the hands of one of them.
Okay.
Already.
So they definitely have something. Dropping on in. They're trying to establish that smoke cover. Incilio just trying to squeak their way closer and closer. Westron now within nade range of Tiamba. But it's a really long arc on it. So hard to make that move. It's on DXavier to make the move first, as well as the blue zone's pushing in, putting pressure on. Incilio have positions closer to the circle. It means they can just hold these sight lines, guarantee a second place. Push DXavier back to the blue.
Incilio playing it out slow. Every team now waiting for stage 9, essentially. Push each other in. The fact that Tiamba hold this compound, this is the main thing for them. Paragin goes down, that's over to Fash. Pushed out of the way a little bit, but it will be stolen by Bond. Extremely important pick off there from Tiamba. Any single point that you can pick up is absolutely massive. Incilio though will find another. Tearing the guys from DXavier apart here. A meal for both squads.
Unwilling to share, but not really a choice in the matter. Oh, that one's stolen away. 5 elims now for Tiamba. Looking for that 6th over towards Levi's. He's a little bit left to change the spray. Come on, Bond, you can do it. Just need to tag on one more round, and it will be done and dusted for DXavier. That goes to Incilio instead, though. And now they go down 3rd, 5 elims. Again, great game for them, but all eyes on Tiamba with their last chance to get in there, trying to step up to the rooftop. Incilio read that really well, and Fash is so ready for the ridgeline. Dropping back, XC wants the res, moving out now. Vehicles have been saved for Tiamba for a long time. They have got a little bit more gas left in the tank with that nade in towards Bond. A 2nd, a 3rd. Is he going to go up in smoke? Goes half HP, but the long nade's looking to bobble to the back line. Not connecting either. Tiamba stay alive with the first bombardment sent their way.
Bond is that first to face here. He is a real critical member for the team. He needs to find an opening pick off for them. And there goes one. 3TN down. Now Bond's done his job. He can back up towards the rest of his squad, start to send the nades in.
Second knock as well. A lot of damage done to Redlick and a final tap from the weapons through the smoke. This is the rollout for Tiamba. This is their chance to make their mark. Westron down, and it's just Fash. He's got one low in response, low HP, and another nade will do the trick. Tiamba find what they are looking for. A brilliant match at a crucial time, but will it be enough? Have they found what they're looking for?
Super important match there for Tiamba, but more work to be done in the future over on Miramar, our last 2 matches of the day. So Tiamba, although worked hard here, sweated hard here, they're going to have to go the distance. So quick swig of water, quick refresh are on their side of things, but they have to go again.
Well, like Hot Jukes has been saying, day 2 is the real day 1 for these teams from PEL as Tiamba get a big win here, and a win they really needed as well, considering where they were on the leaderboards. Going into this match, they were sitting in 20th place at 24 points. And we'll check in to see where they've been able to move up to. But as you heard John say, their job is not done just yet. They still have more work to do, and it's going to be on our back-to-back Miramars here, Hot Jukes.
Who wrote this script, dude? This is getting stupid.
Dennis.
Okay? This is getting wild, dude. I don't understand. Like, Tiamba, why do you do this to your fans' hearts? Like, why do you gotta clutch it up right at the end? I mean, hey, big shout out to them. You could just see in Cilio. These guys were like, oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. And it's like none of their nades could connect at all, Max.
I don't know if the idea was to send Gigibond forward with the, I was going to call it a BRDM, it's kind of a BRDM, but the hovercraft, and just bait out all the nades. But I was like, okay, Insidia, this is easy. You got like so many nades, just wait for the smokes to come out and nade those smokes on the exit point of that one building. And none of them connect? Hello? What is this reality?
I mean, Max, you were talking about this when we were watching the game. Like, Tiamba, the resource management was insane. They had so many damn smokes to use, so many nades, so many Molotovs to throw out when they needed. And once they did make that push, I mean, in Silo, yeah, you had a couple nades here or there. Maybe you should have hit 1 or 2 of them. But there was just an overwhelming amount of force coming their way.
I'm not too surprised they had a lot of utility, because at that kind of range of where teams were around their compound, Jason, well, not really a compound, their building, they don't really have to use up those resources. But we saw some of their players, Jason, still have like 200, 250, 300 bullets for their main AR.
Yeah.
That means they were just playing as passive as possible. They knew, okay, we're being gifted a great position here. We can get free access to the late game, but we need to hold on to these bullets if we want to be able to have a chance to wrap up the game. And they did just that. And then they just get himself a great chicken dinner, especially Hodgix. We saw at the end, XC had some amazing opening knocks that really made the entire late game push from Tiamba feasible in the first place.
I mean, I think that's the big takeaway here at this point is conserving that utility to the end of the match. I mean, when you have that many bullets left towards the end game, you just know that, all right, you know, looking at this circle, these guys gotta be over there somewhere in the grass, right? So let's just completely spray and pre-fire until we hit something, you know? And yeah, look at this.
Oh, this bridge.
Gesso, yeah. This bridge camp, I mean, it worked out so good from the beginning, but they held on to it, I think, for just way too long.
It was a good fight initially versus, I think it was loops. They clear loops, but Jason, I think you talked about it also earlier, right? They stayed a bit too long and then they just get completely backstabbed.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where we had questions. It's like, in theory, what they're doing was smart. I mean, they're in 17th place. This is really easy to pick up a lot of eliminations, what we saw, you know, them do just there. But then over-committing when the zone is consistently moving away from you, it's like you got to make a decision to leave at some point and head towards the zone. And you know, they're going to be continuing to struggle here as we look on. But I do want to just quickly jump back towards the end of the game. And let me bounce this off you, Hot Jukes, because we did see Fache set up with a fantastic knock on the X. He was on top of the building. He was on the roof of where Tiamba were sitting at. And I know Max was saying, like, oh, you know, like, don't push into this just yet. I'm kind of curious. Do you think maybe Encilo should have pushed off the back of that knock, considering what we saw out of XC later on when he got res?
I think, yeah, in hindsight, it would have definitely been the right decision. It's just so tough, though. I mean, the nerves have to be at an all-time high, you know? And for Encilio, who, I mean, where are they at? I mean, I think they're pretty comfortable in the leaderboard.
They're pretty comfortable,
yeah, they're fine. So it's like, since they are so fine, I think they have to make that 50-50 decision. Do we push or do you just wait? Because they've already done enough in this game for points wise. So I don't mind their decision to play it a little bit more safe.
I think it's especially good for them to play safe, just as to wrap up the point, because you saw how many smokes came out of Chamba. You would be pushing blind into Chamba, and you would you would be up in the air as to who wins it. It will be just a coin toss.
Yeah.
I keep mixing those up. I don't know why, but it would have just been a 50-50 chance. So I think that playing it safe was the better option. But again, the initiation from XC alone just made that win feasible for Chamba in the first place.
Well, looking down, Mir and Sejong 1 point, Getsaroy 0 points. You have to kind of see where they're going to be on the leaderboards here. Some teams not getting the points they're going to need and have to have a massive last 2 matches. Which, to be fair, a lot of teams are trying to have a massive last couple of matches here. But man, this zone as well, like we saw, I think it was every team except Bigatron on the mainland. And then when it shifted over towards military, every team tried to rush as quick as they possibly could. We saw in Cilio, Max, yeah, you pointed out, they went towards the Eastern Bridge, but
it was too many teams.
Yeah, they were like,
it was like, what, 3-4 teams? Like, you know what? No. We're just going to go back into Milta, pick up a boat, and just go into Nova. And then, because they do have the hovercraft, they just keep rotating alongside their normal path with the hovercraft. I think it was a great move. And Incilio has significantly improved their macro rotates. I got to say that that's definitely impressed me a lot. But here we go on the first page of the rankings. And DX, they're closing that gap, man. They are getting closer and closer to D plus Kia. So that would be a little bit of an upset there after how D plus Kia just popped off in the survival
no
stage.
chicken dinners as well. That's pretty crazy. They're the only team on this page with that one.
I think they have the highest placement. Yeah, just barely the highest placement points. Actually, it's Foin Donkey going to be at 50 with 2 chicken dinners, so 30 outside of that, which is kind of ridiculous. But as we take a look here, you can see Incilio now in 10th place, able to move up with 68 points. That means 4MB, Falcons, IWNRX all going down. But I think we can start to really lock in. I know I asked you guys this question before of like, where do you think the cutoff point is right now of what teams are safe and not safe? And you were saying any team with like 16 above points. So we're looking at like Bigatron, Mir and Sejong, FaZe Clan at the moment here, Hot Jukes, that are kind of in the hot seat.
Oh, they're definitely in the hot seat right now. FaZe, Mir and Sejong especially should not feel comfortable. Let's just take a look here. Oh, Tiamba. 43 points. They are in the mix after that match. 20th on down. Goodbye. It's over.
Well,
right?
I mean, okay, so let's be
over.
fair. If you're gonna qualify from 20th down, I feel like you have to get a minimum of 1 chicken dinner in these next 2 matches,
both.
And you have to still get a lot of eliminations in each of those matches.
No, it has to be both at this point. I'm really like certain on that, because I mean, considering that this is Miramar and how the last game of the day is going to be just craziness. I mean, yeah, I think it's back-to-back chicken dinners, no matter what placement points. Max, what do you think?
For which teams are you looking at here right now? Just to
Yeah, for every single team that is, I believe, 20th on down.
20th on down. Yeah, I mean, you got a little bit of a cutoff right. That was that like 14 points. Yeah, you'd have to get a win if you want to have a chance of being in the race. But yeah, it's going to be down to the wire. I think that Chamba here giving themselves hope with this chicken dinner. Team Kesso Loops, they need to be a bit careful holding on to these edge fights a bit too long. But I don't know. Again, it's the year of uncertainty here, and we got 2 more matches, our 2 Miramars to wrap up the survival stage, and we're going to have some big changes before we end the day. I'm sure about that.
Bro, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm looking at this. Like, even Vampire, I know you guys want to count them out, but if they get like 10 eliminations of a chicken, that's 20 points. That puts them at 41. That puts them in 20th place. Then they just get a decent amount of elims in the next game. They could very well do it. You know, I'm not giving up on my boys just yet. No. Sir Tanny did promise me Rolex if they do qualify. Let's head into our first Miramar of 2 of the day. Our last 2 matches about to be kicked off with John Allen and Blank once again.
It is right down to the wire for so many of our teams, but they're right over on the desk. We are starting to count some of them out. It is not possible for teams to find these performances, and we just have never seen a Final 2 comeback. I mean, is it IHC is maybe the only one in to ever be able to do something like that, come through where we thought a hopeless position was in these last sort of 2-3 matches of the day. But the gap is just so monumental for the teams at the bottom.
And they need to push much further, John, over towards that top side. Again, like Max was saying, it is exactly right. There are some teams that have given themselves hope. But right now, that's all there is to it. And hope is not a tangible thing. What they really need is those points here inside of this lobby. And yet they might have put themselves in a position where they're further up the ladder. They can see a ledge up top. He's still got to grasp for it here. As we head over towards the northern side of the map in Toro Armada, teams are already out. The Xavier towards Impala. No one picking up Puerto Paraíso, though, interestingly.
Yeah, no one heading out to that southeast side. We're going to see Picardo get a little bit messy. I don't think so. Circle out to the west edge here, Blank. So El Pozo, Montenuevo, the two towns that sit in the middle. But a lot of the ground is cut out by that unplayable area on the west side. So a little bit of reduced space to be getting on with here for our first of two Miramars.
Yeah, long rotates for a lot of our teams heading over towards the west. Mirin Sejong probably heading over towards El Pozo when they can because of vehicles. Head over that way. They don't really have any hot drop potential on their side of things, though, which is very, very nice to see. ASI 8 dropped over towards Los Leones. Slightly more difficult to extract from that location, but most teams are moving away from it, so a bit of an easier rotate for them going forward. Looking at the standings, 15th place, Mirin Sejong, 52 points. 16th with FaZe at 47. Loops and Team Queso and Tiamba very much tied together by some rope at 44, 43, and 44 for Loops.
That jump up from Tiamba after that last match. I mean, a few more eliminations and they would be in right now, in that top 16. And it does go to show you that there is still volatility, even right towards the end. These 12-match sets. Each of our teams only participating in 12 of the last 18 matches that we'll play.
Whew.
It makes it so difficult. Hoxie and Sewu doing a lot of work for Mirin Sejong. 11 and 10 eliminations there towards the top. Nice little contribution to the team. Unfortunately, final. No contribution this match, but BTR, they get themselves their 55th point.
Well, at least it's not their highest deliver inside the team. BTR continuing to put more points on board, and that extra point is very nice to see. Getting close now to a position that they can call safe, but not just yet there yet. Got the keys in the door. I haven't twisted the hand just yet. See the safe house. We might see what BTR can get done going forward. Mirin Sejong down 3 though. Unfortunate start for them. And only the Winnie on side for Uriel is bad news.
Zeus decide to take to the skies to go for their rotate over on the south side. They're heading past Valle de Mar, Minas de Valle. On that south coast, Major Pride may be able to take a shot or two their way. Team Queso spot a Falcon. And that is going to be under control. East not going to be able to survive last, so whose turn is it now? We've had Action, we've had East. It's either Icy or Top, right? So who's going to be the Lone Ranger for Falcons this game?
I mean, for Falcons, I think they're getting there, right? I think it was very important they got themselves that 4th place last match. System towards 63, which is a really good position to be in. Again, if we're talking about around about 58 to 62 being that safe margin. Ooh, nice one, Melodious. Another good spray down over towards FaZe. If we're talking about 58 to 62 being that margin right now for Zeus, Inco, Getso Roy, ASI 8, those point margins have to be ginormous going into these 2 last matches. 15 points per game. I don't see it happening. Right now, I really believe that it's between Tiamba, Loops, Team Queso, and FaZe.
Ooh. And FaZe, at a crucial time, able to get the knock, find another as well. 2 players from Team Queso take a tumble. And the fight in 16th and 17th, it's going across the bubble gap here, Blank. Team Queso needing to take FaZe down here. And they've got 2 players to try and do it. Melodious has been pretty dastardly over certainly the last match, and this one too. Able to get 2 elims so far, both the roll-ups clipped, and Falcons lose one to it. FaZe lose one as well to it. Colego moving away, but Major Pride are close by. Everybody descending now towards El Pozo on this west edge and moving into these foothills of Montenuevo.
Yeah, we've got Collega making it out for the team of Queso. 2 players down for FaZe. It looked like it was going to be pretty bad for them, but being able to take down 2 players from a team that's directly behind you is fortunate. And also really nice for staying up towards that 16th place because they are battling it out versus three teams to hold on to that bubble position at the moment. Kalega taking some nasty shots from along the way, and Becker will find him, and that is Kalega down, leaving only Melodious now as the last player for Team Queso. Likely going into their final match on 46 points here, John.
I wonder if Hoxie's going to figure out there's a player in here. May have just spotted a sliver of it here, but going for a second wraparound. There is a buggy on the inside, and yeah, Hoxie smells something's off. And out Melodious goes. A little flex out scout for Major Pride as well. Just going to spook him a little bit. And on the road he goes. The potential salvage game here for Melodious to just keep them safe, but that is really nasty for Team Queso. Tianba, they're on the northwest side of El Pozo right now, up on the high ground in the hills, stretching out down towards the south. Let's hop on over to Mirror and Sejong though, because Falcons have managed to find them. Is he going to go for the spray down, get that flush? No, Action's still alive. But there is still threat from across the way. I think that's from Getso Roy. Could be from Zeus. I know it was pink, but I didn't quite catch which one it was. Mirror and Sejong though, they're cut down to 2.
Mirror and Sejong very much struggling, honestly. It is an annoying one as well for Mirror and Sejong because they are in 52 points. We were able to catch up with them with 7 in the meantime. We'll run them through exactly what they're trying to do to get in towards that top 16.
This time I'm joined alongside none other than Maestro, the coach for MSJ. The analysts are wondering, and I'm actually wondering myself, why the big roster change today? Why is Uriel playing when he really hasn't played at all throughout the tournament?
우리오 선수는 그룹 스테이지는 못 봤는데 근데 오늘은 엄청 중요한 날인데 왜 우리오 선수를 선택했어요?
라스찬스를 대비하기 위해서 메타에 따라서 선수를 변경하게 되었습니다.
We want to be fully prepared for the last chance. That's why we choose Uriel today.
Okay. Does that mean that this is the roster that we're going to be seeing in last chance with Uriel in the roster?
우리오 선수님도 라스트 찬스에서 할 거예요?
네, 메타에 따라 다르겠지만 기용을 할 생각이 있습니다.
It will depends on what we gonna see later. It depends on their personal context.
All right. Well, hey, 감사합니다. They're going to be making roster changes. We don't know which one's going to be. Back to you guys.
They are playing with fire with decisions like that. I mean, he's going to need to stand tall for the team now with just Uriel and Seiwoo alive, the two of them trying to battle on through Miramar. But, I mean, that feels a little bit risky to me. They are right on the wire with this decision. They'll have a chance. Melodious did go down there. Team Queso losing their final player. So 17th place, still a lock-in.
If Mirror and Sejong, I sort of understand it, right? You don't want to be making that change at the last chance when you've got to get that top 6. But they're not in a comfortable scenario right now in 15th place. I don't think now is the time to be switching things up too much. I think if you get towards the PMGC Grand Finals, then maybe think about switching the roster up at that point. I think they were playing pretty well before with Jae-suk. I don't think he was a bad player at all. Big amount of teams sending over towards Monte Nuevo.
Definitely a big presence felt, and a lot of teams moving into this central area. I mean, it is slap bang in the middle of the circle blank, which kind of exacerbates it. It's surrounded by long range high grounds as well, which means that there's a lot of open flat surrounding Monte Nuevo. A couple of high grounds sit close by, but that's what is forcing these teams to roll into Monte Nuevo and be so closely packed, especially on that south side road towards La Riviera.
Yeah, a lot of teams just looking for safety, essentially, here. Look for those ridge sides, look in those positions where they can find cover on, play out their games. Every single team knows more than anyone else that these games are so important here on Miramar. Getting big elimination points is certainly a possibility, but living these final games out is the aim of the game. We saw earlier on today, between match 1 and match 2, it be extremely aggressive. People piling onto third parties, snatching away as many eliminations as possible. We come into the final 2 matches and everyone is just sitting back, trying to keep themselves afloat in the survival.
trying to keep their heads above water. Incilio take a knock on the southwest side. Incilio in general, and we've said this before, a team that has impressed so far. Coming into this tournament, not too much expected of them. But coming out of this tournament, people will be paying attention to them now. Hard east shift. Let's see if they can display their macro muscles yet again, because it's going to shift out to that east side, to IWNRX, to Vampire on the northwest, and DX Xavier on the southeast.
Yeah, for IWNRX, this is a very good shift for them. For Swain, Kind, Frozen, Zedwolf, all loving this one. Zedwolf currently holds a lot of high ground up towards that north side. It was a bold decision to stay up there for as long as he did, but it has paid off now. I wonder if he'll regroup with the rest of the team, but a lot of that vision, a lot of that information passed back to the squad will be extremely important going forward.
Ooh, the lineup. Uzum looking to get the spray, connects, a lot of damage, but no knocks found. Noki is there as well to try and back him up, but the slow rollout here for Incilio. They take a pause, they take a breath, not going to go straight back into the sightlines. Easy to panic in those scenarios, but they get that healing done, and they're going to get out of there. Incilio, stay safe.
Incilio, exactly, keeping themselves alive here. I mean, 69 points, I think they're absolutely fine. Inko, go down. One player out by Kind. That's from IWNRX, and it's Mirin Sejong in a very troublesome location. Uriel with only the one medic kit, actually. So we'll be able to get himself up to full HP one time only. No first aid kits in the back pocket.
I'm looking at the positions in the circle. DX Xavier transitioned to what is, I think, kind of undoubtedly the best compound in this circle. Has massive vision over towards Montenuevo. So many angles over that way. IWNRX up to the north, though, a little bit more active in this fight. And you can see they're starting to pick up some points for it. Really nice hold, but Mirin Sejong are out. 52 points blank. They are far from safe. Will FaZe be able to overtake them? They're on the rotate. They're west side, but they're not in the circle.
I think for Mirin Sejong going down there is... Oh boy, I'm not looking forward to their final match, honestly. If they lose a player early again, that's it's just done for. So, I think for Mirin Sejong, they're going to be on the edge of their seats going forward. Again, tough rotate for them to head over towards El Pozo. They weren't able to get a lot of looting done, first of all. A lot of other teams are making their way over towards their drop spot anyway. But Team Queso out. FaZe diminished. Tiamba out in the blue. Maybe Mirin Sejong can hold on to this position for a little while longer. BTR, on the other hand, needs to have a big performance here versus Tiamba.
Oh, the spray down. BTR do take a tumble. Tiamba can get this res, but only in the next, what is this, 6 seconds? Is there going to be time? I'm not sure what the crossover is at the end of stage 3 circle touching, but Tiamba have to get going fast. And the north side circle shift will help them. They'll be able to stay on that ridge, on that high ground. The shift up to the northwest edge allows Vampires to have a strong spot here too. Shan needs to mount up for the high ground, get some oversight, and Tiamba may be able to push up over FaZe.
At this rate, our 16th place bubble is going to be in such a weird position. FaZe can live a little bit longer, sure, but they're right over on the western side, getting held out by Falcons right now. And Tiamba up to 47 points, so not too further into this. So FaZe, if they go down here, the bubble will be at 50 points, John. It's actually not that far of a leap for some of our squads.
It does push things down just that little bit more. Holding them back, Icy. Hidden in the grass, steps up, and FaZe lose a player. They're trying to make this one work, but they're denied entry for the first time on their first approach. Nade's going in, but Mela goes down next, and FaZe may have had their day ruined, their tournament as well. Getting pushed out by the Falcons. Icy surging over, top at his side. Icy as well, looking to put themselves into the action here with the last player from FaZe fleeing for his tournament life.
Mormon staring at Icy, apparently. I'm not sure exactly what was going through his head there in that moment, but there certainly was no thoughts to be had there. At that point in time, you firmly press the thumb down on the fire button, usually. Onsenslow sending away vehicle absolutely lit up, heads out into the middle of a field, but there are shots coming through from Swain at distance, and that's our 16th place down at 50 points.
That is quite achievable. But who could do it here? I mean, looking at the teams beneath them, Zeus on 2, Inco on 3, Loops, they're all the way on the east side if they can win that one out. Incilio are taking the fight to ASI8, and it doesn't look too good for ASI8 right now, losing Uzun. Not fully lost just yet, but in danger of going down very quickly. They're going to have to move as well and leave that area. Tiamba is the team on the money right now. They are, again, the team we're looking for. The northeast side completely under their control. Nobody contesting it, and they are the team that can jump up here.
Tiamba with a good location on the south side as well. 4 eliminations. It's now 47 points. They could head into 16th place with only a little bit more work to be done. 3 points whole, to be exact. Question whether they can get it done though. And there is some weird rotates they have to make going down towards the south side. The IWNRX do have that cut off. Major Pride taking shots towards ASIA, and this might be the thing that takes ASA down. With Noki as well as Uzum still alive here. If they go down now, it's over. It's over for ASI8.
Nade from Becca. Short. Playing on the forward ridge with that one. Last player for Major Pride. They are confirmed to be, well, not fully confirmed, but almost impossible for them not to be in our last chance stage. A team that people expected a lot from, and they have delivered to some degree. Maybe not the degree that people expected, but they are still fearsome in this lobby. 7th place right now, the second team to actually push into the group green teams. Grenades fly overhead. Becca. Seemingly unknown on this position, but IQ should spot it out. And that'll take them through. 3 players remain, 4 elims, 26 points.
Zeus, Darkin on his lonesome. Knock down another team that is likely going to be finished here on our 5th match of the day. Stage 5, heading into those latter parts of this game. Only 11 teams, 36 players remaining. Quite a few still up. More or less this western side is going to start popping off between ASIA, Incilio, Gitso Roy, Falcons, and Zeus.
That might be the end of the season for the rookie run. Zeus have been impressive. They go down here and one more match to play, but with 29 points, it's all but done for them. Incilio rock up towards Inco, or an outpost for Inco rather. They've left Benebete back by the roadside, and actually Incilio taking heavy damage, but they have again already done enough. Vampire transition to Tiamba. Shan goes down. Okay, XC next up on the menu as the Vampires try to chow down. Will be successful in that pursuit. Newsy got taken down already, and Stoned can get rezzed here. 1 player left for Tiamba. QZ rolling on in. Is he going to find some vengeance? This is the team that is trying to push up into the top 16 positions, and a nade, an opener towards the Vampires may be enough to find them that. But they are getting pushed back. Stoned is rezzed, and 3 players on the inside makes this such a tall order.
SI8 taking down Falcons, by the way, with the help of Getso Roy. And there's QZ out. So it really does not change too much towards our bubble. FaZe hang on for another day. With now only Loops challenging on that east side with 44 points, 1 elimination found, but they're likely to be blocked out by the likes of DX Xavier and IWNRX on this eastern side. It's not looking good for our bubble, which could be burst by several different teams going into match 6.
It is really tense around that boundary. For Loops, I think the best move right now, roll up to the north, go towards Vampire. You know there's been fighting there. You know they're a little bit weakened. It's the weakest point of your surroundings, but we'll see if they've scouted that out, if they know the lay of the land. It's easy for us to say we can see where every single team in this lobby is, but that should be the highest value option, I think, for Loops and their opportunity to break on in. moving up to that north side sweep. Getzeroy on that west edge, 23 points and 1 elim. They're isolated from this one. We'll see if they can get much further, but Incilio, 3 players alive. Blast IQ out of the way.
ASI8 going down. IQ will just be Noki, last player remaining for ASA8 here. Circle shifts over towards IWNRX, and IWNRX looking to stamp their ticket through to last chance here. They get a big game off this one. It is all said and done for. The Xavier, though, they're still in the chase for D+, currently in 4th place in the rankings.
With 90 points on the mark for DXavier, they are now 11 points behind. They've one more match to play. If they can eat into that lead here, as the placements haven't been added yet as well, they're guaranteed at least 1 placement now. Getzeroy rolling up across the road to Incilio. Westron goes down almost immediately as Getzeroy doing pretty well on the start of this roll-up, but it's turning around as Incilio look to hold their nerve. Etienne, very, very high HP and will just continue to strafe around these vehicles, but they're not quite connecting on the spray downs. Looking to confirm these points, but the explosion goes through. Getzeroy lose 1, and they look for the res, but they've left 1 player at the backlines. Where did that explosion come from? Was that from the backlines from Zunder, or was that from Zedwolf?
Not exactly sure. It was all popping off, though. I mean, 22 minutes in, 7 teams, 20 players for Miramar Circle is very much unheard of. It is so scrappy on the outside edges. It's really only DXavier as well as IWNRX who have a big chance here. I think Loops is just cut out on this east side, and this is a team that needs the points the most.
Zunder looking to try and find an avenue of approach, but his teammates down on the far side of the road. IWNRX not under pressure just yet, but DXavier may change that. This is the dash forwards. It has 4 smokes, and I'm surprised he's not dropping any out. Does manage to keep that tree cover over towards the high ground and actually get to the ridgeline. Moves on in, and should be able to get through here. Nice and safe. Swain spots that angle. Maybe they aren't aware that the other player is on the far side of the road. But Vampire have made their approach as well. Loops are slightly closer than before. IWNRX on tower defense.
They're not doing too bad with it. They got the darts. They see the balloons around the map. These guys start to throw them out. It's a difficult position to play, though, for IWNRX. As soon as teams get closer and closer, that's where your life starts becoming a bit difficult. It's hard to control the entirety of this edge. Luckily for them, there's really no team on the western side other than Getzeroy. So a lot of their contests would have come from that western side, but it's all over towards the east. So IWNRX have very clear sight lines and a clear idea of what needs to be done to win this game.
IWNRX, in my book, coming out of Group Red, would have been my prediction for probably the strongest team out of this group into the survival stage. But right now, Incilio are ahead of them, right? They have managed to push past. They are on, what is that, 68 and 6, so 74 points. IWNRX behind by 10. So if they can catch up to that mark, I think they might be happy. But how further, how deep into the tables can they go? As the circle goes away from Loops, forces this fight to at least kick off now. The nade over to Zedwolf not connecting.
Loops, this is their big moment. They have to push through here to give themselves a very strong chance getting through that bubble. There's sniper shots popping off from Loops' side of things, and they need to be dead on target.
The remnants of the west side teams trying to make their approach to the foothills, trying to sneak their way through. DXavier, is that K9 shot over towards Rafinha? That is crazy stuff coming through. DXavier barking out with the K9. And forcing Loops to take a beat. And with the circle pushing on, you need to commit to that res immediately. That slows them down a lot. IWNRX now have a reduced threat from this east side, but DXavier can stretch out a little bit further. The res comes through, though. The healing is there, and Loops can now mount their offensive. Do they have the opening? Is that nade going to connect? Looks like it's not quite on the money. Now Loops have to mount up and go again.
slow roll for Loops for the moment. I think that it's very clear that this team is worried about their position in the standings. Great nade, sent down, a lot of damage as they try to push up, and IWNRX need to defend. An initial knock, maybe a flush.
Look at a peek around the edge. Will be able to find that flush. That goes to Neil. A response is the knock over towards Nino, but Loops are still bearing down upon them. A step up, standing tall. Zed Wolf on the off angle, looking to try and lock down Loops is on it by his own. And DXavier take this opportunity to third party. IWNRX moving out to deal with Loops, giving ground, and DXavier all too happy to move in the meantime. Loops fighting to push up towards the bubble, looking for the res. Rafinha's there. He's going to commit. IWNRX have DXavier to worry about, and this is allowing this res, but Vampire sidle into the fight. A roll up towards the backlines, and Rafinha needs to be careful. IWNRX down. That's a nade going over the top, and Schweppes now pushing in towards the back. Fourth place guaranteed for Loops. Rafinha, stay alive. 4 limbs. A spray down underneath, looking for the backlines as Vampires start to tumble. Rafinha low HP. Spray down, no, it's off target, and Tony stays alive. 3 limbs for the Vampires. Inco assault, and DXavier bid for the top spot.
For DXavier, this could be it. This could be the game that sends them over that 101 points margin. Tony K is out, leaving only Inco alive. Loops might have got themselves enough points to sit themselves close to the boundary, maybe just over it. But we know that FaZe is going to come back kicking and screaming in this next match to claim their spot in that top 16.
Lamborghini split. Not going to matter too much. Vitali low is healing. There goes Nate to find that res onto Lamborghini. This is discipline from DXavier. It's tempting to just go for those rollouts, but these reses have come through. They've lost sight of it. But immediately after the res, comes back on into the fight and goes for the spray. 1-2 punch. DXavier run through the lobby towards the top spot. They will take that first place.
Very, very well done to DXavier. Huge game, and that will set themselves apart from the rest of the teams in the lobby. It has gone from good to better to best here for DXavier in terms of their performance. A little stretch because these guys certainly have been putting on here a clinic.
Well, we might have our new first place team here with DXavier potentially passing a D+, and still with 1 match left to go. I still have to wonder though, where was this DXavier in the group stage, man? Fantastic performance out of them here on Miramar, but then if we take a look at a couple of these other teams, gentlemen, Max, you know, Vampire having 3 towards the later stage of that circle with so many teams alive. You had Inco there as well, Loops. A lot of moving pieces, but I think there's only really one piece we do focus on here, which is Loops.
I thought you were going to say the One Piece. No. But no, Loops here, they were the cutoff team with FaZe. They were in 17th position with 44 points. And yeah, not being able to go the entire way was rough. It was a good fight too, but based on the circle hot jukes, they were forced to engage IWNRX, and then it was a really good play from both Vampire Esport and DXavier to third party that fight. You want to suffocate those two teams and get rid of them, but Loops, unfortunately, it was just too much thrown their direction all at the same time, and unfortunately to weather the storm like that, it's just almost impossible.
Yeah, what are you going to do, especially when you got Para Jin and squad just crushing you? I mean, that's the problem. It's like, at this point, what do you even do if you're DXavier going into this last game, right? Like, it's just literally a victory. Yeah, it's just a straight victory lap. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. I mean, man, this cutoff bubble teams, it's so dang close. Yeah, after this game, yeah, it's GG for Vampires and quite a few other teams.
It is possible here, Hot Jukes. If they can pull off a 4MV with a 32-point chicken dinner, it is possible.
Let's go. Hey, you know what? I believe, dude. Now I'm a believer. I'm hyped up, dude. But like, if they're gonna do that, they gotta push everybody. And it sucks because like they gotta start playing towards that lobby. I say go for it. Why not, right? Because if you don't even try, then it's impossible.
Yeah, actually, so we talk about this a lot here, and Max, I'll throw it to you on this question. If you're a team like Vampire down towards the bottom of the rankings, and obviously there's some other teams besides just Vampire, for instance, IA, Getsaroy, Inco, etc., do you just hot drop now and try to top off? Because if you tell me right now, no, you just play a normal game and just try to hope that you're going to get yourself some more points, I'm going to like fly to France and be very angry at you and say croissant in front of your face 1,000 times.
I know, pissed me off. I'm having a real bad day. But realistically, yeah, just, if you're Vampire, we talked about it also during the group stage, right? The worst that could happen in the group stage is you go to survival. the worst that could happen here is that you're still going home, right? That literally, give it all you have in this game. You need to do it like the 4MV, right? And just get these big 30-point games. That would be the only opportunity. So yeah, hot drop, hot jukes. This is the only time where typically agree they need to do it. If they don't hot drop, it is a G. It's over.
Do it. I want to see it. Why not, dude? Right? Because I mean, yeah, you're right, dude. You have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose at this point. Honestly, Inco on down. Need to start doing it. So, and the thing is that that's going to make things even more toxic for this lobby. So, having said that, considering that you got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squads that need to do hot drops and go crazy, yeah, I mean, I think it's in the books for those teams. But for Team Gessel, Tiamba, FaZe, still in the mix.
Just want to send the replays, by the way. We actually seen some bolt action hot tricks. That was a thing of absolute beauty. Beautiful. Love it. More of that.
You mean the K9?
The K9, the M24, we had both. It was a good time.
What? Weren't we just talking about how we really hate we go say the K, call it the K9?
Just because these people like, wait, they're talking about two different weapons. No, the Kar98 or K9, but Kar98 is the better.
Kar98.
Okay.
17 points for Team Xavier here. Inco get themselves 10, so a little bit of a bump up in the leaderboards. Definitely a team to keep an eye on when we do get to overalls. But of course, Loop's getting 9 on top of this as well. Vampire only getting 8. And I8 only getting themselves 7. I actually really want to see these overalls like ASAP because I really want to see how many points these teams are going to need. And Mir and Sejong, you know, as we did hear from 7, they made a swap thinking ahead into last chance.
Bro.
But
this is crazy.
That is a crazy time to do it.
Like, oh, we're just preparing for the last chance. We're like, you're in 15th place. what? Like, try and qualify and then prepare if you want to do like some scrims or training on the side. But like, you're using these games as training when you're not sure if you're gonna make it. That's crazy talk, in my opinion, Jason. Like, that is mad,
dude. I wonder if that coach was like a politician in his past life or something, dude, because he danced around that question like crazy. He did not want to give 7 any room to like know exactly what was going on. And I love the fact that 7 followed up with him because I mean, we want to know. Like, that's a crazy swap to do. And I mean, so far, I mean, it worked out, right? I mean, I wonder where they're at though. Yeah.
We'll see how well it's worked out for them as we do head down lower to the echelons of our leaderboard. They do take first place, and realistically, there's no team that's. I mean, there is no team that's going to catch them. Major Pride.
And Cilio could go for that 30 bomb.
But they're in 7th place, 30 points behind. 40 points behind. Yeah, no, 30 points. Sorry. There's no way. There's no way they get caught.
It's insane how much better Hodrix, GX, and Major Pride have been playing in Survival since they've been comfortable. Like, this is gameplay without any pressure lingering on their shoulders, right? This is just them playing at their best and just having a good time.
Having fun, dude. Having fun. But look at the cutoff. It's Mr. Shot. Look at that. 52 points. Loops with 53. That is insane. Wow. I want to see that last page, though, to see exactly how close this is.
I mean, so yeah, 4MV above, they're fine. But yeah, BTR, Loops, Mir and Sejong, they could fall off here. Like, those are going to be the 3 teams. They are currently at risk of falling down in the bottom 8. They got to be very careful. If they go out early, if they are victim of a hot drop, that could be the end. And FaZe are also 4 points behind in 17th.
No,
man, last game is going to be wild. Sorry, 2 points, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Tiamba's not too far from that. Team Queso, even Inco, I'd say, is technically in reach of this as well. This is going to be tough. Like, where do you put the cutoff now, Hot Jukes? Is it still Vampire? Do you still cut Vampire down below out?
Been out.
Okay, it's Inco, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want my honest answer?
I'm just trying to get you to say no. Vampire have a chance at some point.
Do you want me to? You want my honest answer, or do you want like a?
Give me a politician answer.
Lie to us. Lie to us.
You want me to lie to you guys? Okay. Okay. Since I'm lying to you guys, everybody has a chance. No, let's be real. No, okay. If I'm lying to you, FaZe through Inco still have a chance. Still have a chance in this last match if they pop off.
I know if I asked Max this question, it'd be like, oh yeah, Vampire have a chance in PMGC, just not this year. Like, that's probably like
2025
with an answer like that. Yeah, this is tough, and this is I think we talked about it so many times across all the groups now, but this is the worst time to be a team who's not already qualified through to have to fight, considering this is not going to be a normal game. there's so many teams who are already safe that could just throw a spanner in the works. You have so many teams who are out of reach who are going to try to hot drop potentially. If we don't see a hot drop here, I actually will legitimately question some of these teams. Like, why are you not going for something like this, especially when you're on the lower parts of the leaderboard, trying to catch up, knowing you need a massive game?
I think I remember Hodgix, right? Especially during PMWC. You talked to some people of Reject, right? And like talking why did they not hot drop? And they said they felt so much regret for not going for that play. You don't want to go through what Reject went through during PMWC. This is your one opportunity. Hot drop is needed. Just fight those teams are just above you near that cutoff point, and that could be one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen in not just PMGC but in PUBG Mobile esports history. If you can make that bigger comeback at the end, I'm waiting for it to happen, man.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. I didn't talk to just anybody. I talked to Reggie OCO himself. He put his hands in his face and he said, well, we didn't want to drop down to third. And I saw the look of regret, and he told me, promised me I would never do that again. Next time, if I ever get an opportunity, I'm gonna do that hot drop. And yeah, so you don't want to be stuck with those regrets, because for all you know, that could be that last opportunity. I mean, we're not even seeing Team Reject here, which is a crazy thing to say, but I mean, we're have to wait a whole year before we see them again.
Yeah, you're kind of hurting Max here, because not only did you get to talk to Reggie OCO, you also reminded him that they didn't qualify to PMGC.
Yeah,
2-1. I got the jersey soon. I'll take that.
Just think, he could have been the year's MVP, Max, if he made the PMGC.
I would have loved that storyline. Imagine back-to-back global MVP. But yeah, I mean, hopefully 2025 they just need to do good locally, which has not been the case this year. But anyways, focal point on the teams that we really need to see step up here. Man, it's gonna be so much pressure, and I gotta say, when you're gonna match like this, right? And I'd love to know, Hodgix, what you think about it. You being a pro before. No amount of prep can prepare you for what's about to happen here. Like, you have no idea. Like, you prepare for your drops and your rotates, but teams are desperate, become an absolute wild card. And to predict what they're going to do is crazy. Do you go somewhere else just in case they hot drop you and they become a threat? Like, what do you do? And the thing is, you just keep overthinking, and maybe that's how you mess up in the end.
Do you see these guys' faces? Like, I'm going to give you guys my honest opinion here, okay? This is over. We already have our teams locked in. That's what I truly feel.
The top 16 really done?
Yeah. I truly feel deep down. I mean, we're talking a 2-point difference between 16th and 17th, and I don't even think that's going to get crossed. That's how crazy the last match is. You see the nerves on these guys' faces. You see the hesitation. And if these teams play the way they've been playing like this, we're not even going to see that pass up. So I know it's a kind of crazy opinion, but that's what I think deep down.
All right, well, you heard it here. We're all done. No team's going to move up the leaderboard. We have our 16. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We can ignore this last match. I mean, that's what you're saying, Jukes. Like, really? You think no one can move?
That is how toxic the last match is. That's why I stress so much, right, on how you have to put it in your mind that the last match almost doesn't even exist because it's too toxic, right? You're going to have teams pushing each other. You're going to desperately need points.
That's the thing.
I mean, it does, right? But the thing is, like, let's say you go and you push a squad. All of a sudden, since you have squads that know they're not going to make it, they're just going to be doing desperate third-party pushes like crazy. They're going to be keeping you outside of the blue zone. It makes things so difficult. I mean, there's only one team at this point, from what I've seen, that I feel like have that opportunity, and I think it's Tianba, right? I think Tianba still could do something, but yeah, from what my gut is telling me, it's already done.
Yeah, my prediction for what's going to be happening here, looking at, again, the teams around the cutoff point, you're going to see BTR, Loops, and Mir and Sejong. I hope we don't see this, Hodgix, but we've seen it countless times in the past in every type of PUBG Mobile Global event or even local tournaments. They're going to play a bit passive. They're just like, okay, if we just make it late game, we reach a top 5, we get maybe elimination here and there, we're going to make it through. But those teams below them, they're hungry for the elims, and they're going to come chasing you down. If they see a fight and an opportunity to third party, they are going to send it big time. So I think that 2-point barrier is going to be crossed, Jason, personally, because that's one squad wipe if you're successful. So I think top 16 is not fully locked in just yet. 1 or 2 teams might be able to do a last-minute dash across that line.
I don't know what to say, because I don't want to agree or disagree fully with either one of you. Though I will admit I'm slightly leaning towards you, Max, as well. I'm feeling hot, Jukes. I'm feeling like something's going to happen here, because you've already had so many crazy results just across our group stage alone. I mean, imagine having EMEA have the #1 team in each group. I never would have said that. Like, I never would have expected that to happen Like, can't you just feel it, Jukes? Can't you just feel in the air?
Dude,
that
I
something's
want
about
to
pop off?
so bad. I want to so bad. I just don't see these teams having the grapes to do what it takes to push out of it so far. The fact that they're down there is shocking to me. I'm shell shocked. You can see the nerves on these guys' face. Do I want to see it? Absolutely. But I gave you my gut honest opinion.
All right, well, we are about 10 seconds until we head into our final match of our survival stage, with, of course, 2 days of back-to-back play to determine which 6 teams will make it into the grand finals. We've got to find our 16 and make it into Last Chance. We're going to do it once again with our commentators of John Allen and Blank.
Man, Mirrors Sejong, they're on Hot Jukes' copium right now as well, because it's like right down to the wire. 2-point difference and nothing's changing? Are you kidding me? I don't expect that to be the case. At least 8 teams can have an impact here on the tables, and you're talking about 50% of the lobby just not doing anything. I'm firm disagreeing with you with Hot Jukes on that one, and I think maybe a few other people will do too. As we take our final look to the desert, Valle de Mar up towards the north side, leaving out Puerto Paraiso. Impala not accessible here on this plane path. Blank, it's a little bit west side for the last time.
Okay, but what if he's right, though?
What if he is? Oh, that's crazy.
What if he is right?
That's true.
Okay,
DX
what if he's
Xavier,
correct?
90 points this game.
Look, man, all I'm saying is there is a possibility that people jump up, but there is also that possibility that no one switches places.
Yes, that is as equally likely as every other outcome, I suppose. But that's still saying that's one out of literally any of the other options in terms of the permutations of a set of 8 teams or so, which in general makes it very much unlikely to happen compared to the other options.
What if he's right?
Look, okay, if he is right, then Max will give him. Max will give him his Infinix GT20 Pro.
You know what I'm going to do? You're going to have to. I'm bringing 4 raw eggs, and you're down in 4 raw eggs on broken.
4? Why 4?
Oh, there's one's not enough. You know, it's got to be like
okay,
a drink.
but there's numbers between 1 and 4. Come on, I've looked them up.
Oh yeah, okay, but I chose 4.
Oh, okay, well.
Oh, let's see. Team Queso, Tiamba, FaZe, Mirren Sejong all need to stay in 16th, 17th, and 18th place for the dream to come true.
Luke's as well in 50.
Yeah.
And BTR in 14th.
All right, okay. You got 4 eggs on the line, bro.
That's a lot of eggs.
That's a lot of eggs.
Can I choose the egg?
That's like your famous catchphrase, right?
That's tennis.
That's a lot of eggs.
Absolutely. Not in the same basket, mind you. Got to be careful. I feel like at the moment, I mean, BTR is still at risk, right? 56 points there, and stretching all the way down to Inco. That block can move pretty dramatically. That's 6 teams who are up for bat this game. Hard Cells shift another circle. Blank, we were busy talking about eggs and locking in some predictions, and Max giving his Infinix GT20 Pro to Hot Jukes. But the circle, hard south side. We're going to Los Leones. We've got Partona in the circle, Puerto Paraiso as well.
Don't forget you drinking eggs.
That's not
Los Leones over towards the north side. And we do have ISA in that position, but I think ISA is done. Zeus is out. So Roy is out. Vampire is definitely out. Inco, off the stroke of one insane game, could potentially be back in, but highly doubtful. It really is this fight between Team Queso, Tiamba, FaZe, Mirren Sejong, Loops, and BTR. It's a whole bunch of teams here. You can switch positions, switch places. So I think if you need to keep your eyes on 2 teams right now, it will be Mirren Sejong and FaZe, and we'll keep you updated as more points come on through.
Can I choose the sort of eggs they are?
No. Because otherwise I'm going to make you have ostrich eggs. And 4 of them.
No, but I could choose the sort of eggs that I go for, right? Surely.
No, because I would do like a coin flip. It could either be quail eggs or it could be ostrich eggs.
Okay. But I'm choosing.
Yeah, but I'm not giving you that option.
Okay. Bets off.
All right. Maxman, looks like you're keeping your Infinix GT20 Pro.
I mean, he was going to anyway. It's so unlikely. I'm more willing to gamble with his belongings than my palate.
Gamble on the eggs then, if you're so sure. Otherwise, you can't say you firm disagree, can you?
I can do that. I do firm disagree. What about if it doesn't happen? You have to eat. What do you have to eat? 2
I'm not agreeing with Jukes.
Okay, yeah.
I never said I firm disagreed or agreed with anything.
Do you disagree with him? Do you agree with him, actually? Do you agree with him?
I'm on middle ground.
You think it's 50-50? It happens or it doesn't?
Oh, it's just my middle ground.
What's the middle ground?
Could happen.
Okay. Sweet. Happy with that.
I am.
Yeah. All right. Okay. There you go. We'll see if anyone's able to leapfrog around on that bubble area. IWNRX moving their way in on the south side coastline. Tiamba in a central position. They have had a lifeline thrown out to them over their last 2 games. They had a massive chicken dinner. Well, not massive in terms of scorelines, but very important, certainly, over towards our final Erangel. And Miramar successful there as well. And right around the corner.
FaZe on our screens. Then we're definitely looking out for here. 50 points so far. Currently not in the worst position either, over towards the eastern side of Chumasera. I'm making their way down. Mirin Sejong all the way over towards El Pot, so a bit of a longer rotate for them. And Loops in La Cobraria. Bam! That's a long rotate. That's going to be rough for them. But currently in 15th place, so all they got to hope and pray is that no one else does anything inside this lobby, which is highly unlikely, but still.
Everyone biding their time right now. No one taking the fight early on, with Los Leones crunching teams even further down towards that south coast. A lot of open sloping hills rolling down towards the water. A minute and a half from now is where we will find that final shrink. Well, a shrink on our final Miramar. To stage 2, it's always quite a dramatic shift on Miramar as well. If it's a hard shift down to Partona, things will get messy. If we're going up to Los Leones for an urban finish, it's anyone's game.
Vampire's still trying to make something happen. I respect it. I really do. There is a world, one, where they can get themselves a huge chicken dinner, but it would have to be up towards 25-point margin. At least, by the way. Shots from DXavier so far. Here's Major Pride versus DXavier, both taking each other to task. Oh, trying to prove who's the best inside this lobby, and right now it's certainly DXavier.
Vietnam very happy with the performance of their roster here. Levi's sending Elementrix away, tail tucked between his legs, 2 more points. How far can they go? DXavier looking to try and push the boundaries on their 12 matches. They can get up to a 10-point average. That would be monumental in the survival stage, no less. Maybe if they can carry that forwards, they could be our top spot as well in that last chance. This is really demonstrably strong. And what's interesting, Blank, is that they were able to do this against Group Green as well. So the teams that have already qualified, we talk about them as this terrible force that's oppressing the lobby in general. That's a pretty crazy shift. We'll touch on that in a second. But DXavier were able to do that there as well. I'm looking at this team as a potential top qualifier for PMGC.
Yeah, they're a strong team. They always have been. They've been on the rise for a long, long while. DXavier take down Elementary. Just one player remains for Major Pride. But the thing is, John, getting rid of Major Pride does ease things for a lot of our other squads in the lobby, because you don't have this terrifying squad up towards the top side. Having some shots been thrown in. DXavier basically saying, let's make this a fair fight. Everyone's got to brawl out for it towards the middle. Here's FaZe against Team Queso, no less.
Two very important positions for these two teams. And Team Queso, they've taken 2 knocks early phase, looking to push past Mir and Sejong, and they've gotten the 2 points for it. Look at that table swap. It's now neck and neck, and FaZe have the lead in terms of the tiebreaker. Mir and Sejong out on the west side need to find something. BTR moving up and into the fight. BTR aren't safe either. Remember, that could all change. If they go down here, they are in danger. If Loops push past, if FaZe go over 2, and if FaZe win this fight, they are on that tiebreaker point as well. With 4 more eliminations, they would be on 56, neck and neck with BTR.
Oh my days. I mean, both teams don't really have to leave. They're in strong spots inside the map. FaZe and BTR in an explosive situation. Yeah, the bomb ticking down for their placements in this leaderboard. A terrifying sound to hear. Pulling around this location of the map. Goodness me. I wonder how BTR are going to play this one out, because it's highly unlikely either of these teams leaves without casualty.
FaZe very reluctant to go for this fight. BTR, a 3-point game is really what they're looking for here. Survival is the most important thing. The biggest asset that they could possibly have is getting into stage 6, getting into stage 7. The same is true for everyone else, but the biggest result of that was Team Queso losing 2 of their players blank in that 19th place. Dropping down to 2 is going to severely limit their options. The only thing they've got going for them is that they are in the middle. They are not on a shift of the circle, and they have a little bit of time to breathe.
Team Queso with 2 players. I think it's likely done, though, for Team Queso now. Dropping down to 2 at this stage, there's really no possibility of making it happen, especially the position they're in. There is so much action that's going to happen around them. Likely one of the players is going to get caught off guard. It's going to be a big test for them. FaZe and BTR both very central. Loops coming in from the sidelines on the northwest. Ugh, the circle might have just killed them off here, John.
This is nasty. On the north side, Falcons, 70 points earned. They are going to be qualifying to that last chance stage tomorrow. More games left for them to play. Vampire trying to push in from the southeast side, needing a miracle run, but being denied the opportunity time and time again by the other teams or by themselves. We'll leave that up to the coaches, to our other analysts to decide, but Vampire's run being cut shorter and shorter. They are 4 players, and of course it can still mathematically happen. But Stone goes down second. That is going to be another blow to the morale, if anything, if nothing else.
Yeah, picking that player up and then moving back in. Already 1 knock. We'll have to res another, move over towards Stone. Here's Falcons up against ASI8. A team that is right on the edge and not likely to get too much further into this. Uzum trying to hold on as best he can with Falcons up in the front lines on the side of the warehouse, looking to deliver some payloads of pain.
Ooh. ASI8. 3 players alive, holding the crossfire on the doorframe there. IQ on the backline, into the vehicle, reverse out, backing up, beat. Falcons incoming as well. Continuing to send through, but they back up a little bit too far, get caught on the cross, and Uzum needs to try and hold his nerve. Where did that one come through from? I think that's Incilio chiming in with a third party from the east side. Around the edges, just about finding those fringe knocks. Noki may be able to get rezzed here now for ASI8.
For ASI, regardless of what happens, it's a tough run for them. Loads of teams already have sightlines over towards this. The warehouses are so open, especially around the crates. Mir and Sejong down towards the south side, looking to hold on to their position in the tournament, but FaZe do beat them out on 52 points on that 16th place barrier.
We always thought it could be a tiebreaker on this bubble. The point differentials at this area of the table in general, always so close. So fairly likely that you do see this sort of thing. The tiebreaker is really important. First tiebreaker is chicken dinners, blank. Second tiebreaker is placement points. And after that, it goes to how you performed in your most recent match. Who got more points there? So FaZe, at the moment, in the lead. Currently, Mir and Sejong have a chicken dinner, though, so I'm not entirely sure how that tiebreaker is decided there for FaZe.
Their own chicken dinner.
I guess. I'm going to double check.
SA to send out some Molotovs towards Falcons. That nade doesn't quite go through the doorway. The problem here for FaZe and BTR is they're both so locked in on this location, can't go anywhere. Like, and there's no chance of more point scoring. So if Mir and Sejong, they have a bit more freedom to work with. Vampire, slowly but surely.
Ooh.
The death bell rings.
Tiamba, though, moving in from behind, and they certainly have a little bit of life left in them. If they can pick up a lot of points here from this fight, from third-partying it, this is huge news for Tiamba. On 48 points, they've already found one elimination so far to push themselves up to 49. The further they can go, the safer they'll be. But they're not out of the woods just yet. 18th place is where they started this match. And the jump up now necessary. Nades over the top. Newsy, Schweppes have been rezzing in that ditch. Tony K over on the top line. Vampire need to try and curtail it. Shan will be first to face that. Tony K steps up. Spray. One's good. Second, not so much. The rollover for Tiamba, but two players fall. And Tiamba may just be felled short of the mark by Getso Roy, by the teams at the bottom of the tables. ASA have been eliminated in the meantime, blank. They're guaranteed not to be going through. Vampire trying to get away from this one. And Tiamba left with one player to stand. This is disaster for the PEL.
It's all gone wrong here. Vampire's looking over towards Getso Roy, looking for some more of those points. Can they find it? Do get two knocks off the back of this one, but both players are now down, leaving just one up and remaining. For Vampires, it is one last go at it here, refusing to end up in 24th.
Wanting to push off the bottom side of those tables, but very unlikely to be able to go the entire way here. Tony K re-knocked almost immediately. The nades over the top doing a lot of damage, and every single one of these points does matter for Bond. 5 elims for the Vampires. Tiamba want more. They've got 2 points now. They're up to 50. The bubble still on 53 there for Loops, as FaZe have now pushed up ahead of that. So Tiamba needs 3 more points here to be able to draw level and be in with a chance. It's up to Bond, and finds the shot he was looking for. The shutdown was there. The Vampires fall. That is another elimination. That's 2 more eliminations. 4 points now found. They're up to 52 and breathing down the neck of Loops.
Tiamba, despite everything, are trying to make it happen, but with only one player, how likely it's going to be for FaZe, as well as BTR, still making it happen. The fact that FaZe has been able to pick up points from this position is absolutely huge. Like I said, they were locked in. All right, BTR's thrown away the key at this point. Both teams aren't really leaving, but the fact that FaZe has been able to pick off and isolate points on the outside of the map is massive. 55 points currently, sits them ahead of Loops.
Goodness me, so many moving parts. And it continues to be right down to the wire. Mir and Sejong pushed down into 18th. But they are so close to that bubble. It's 1 point split. FaZe up to 5 eliminations. And finally, BTR give ground. First knock sent their way. And they need to find this fight. Incilio have angles onto BTR, but not onto FaZe. They step out too wide, though, and Mormon gets pushed back in behind. Too bold on the peak there and is likely to bleed out. But they step out. Bigatron try and rush it. And that doesn't go well either. Westron changing the fate of FaZe. Blow by blow.
Aaron sending off big old shots from the sidelines. Hansel goes down. That's Aaron, no less. Oh my days. Snipes come through clean. Now, FaZe stay alive in this. BTR get 1 point and 1 point only with Loops going low. Miran Sejong playing from that south side. This is the team that's going to have the most impact here, is Miran Sejong. They can knock realistically one team out. And this moment, it would be Loops.
As it stands, 4 teams with the elimination of Zeus will be confirmed eliminated here in our survival stage. Tianba fall just short of the mark. Vampire, ASAA, and Zeus not making it any further either. Zeus will be dead last, but they have impressed us this season. We'll be looking forward to their spring next year for a revitalized second round for the rookies. BTR rolling on into Team Queso. Team Queso in 19th. They need to try and hold it, but it may just be slipping through their fingers. Will they be the 15 to go down? Yes, they will. Incilio still making their mark here. Over in the survival stage, up to 7th place. They take down Team Queso, and FaZe want round 2. Back in for the lock-in with BTR, but Onsens goes down. The nade at his feet, doing a lot of work. BTR search forwards. FaZe looking to put more up on the cards. Lapar goes low. The nade is there, and there's still another player from FaZe to go. Ventores going 1 for 1. On the trade, Hansil now on the inside, looking for the res, looking to try and keep the pass safe, but he's scrambling back here. Last player for FaZe, he's on the outside, and it's Incilio again to take the shots, to put the nails in the coffin of FaZe's game, but they are on 55 blank. They are on 15th place, and Loops could push them down, sure, but it's Miran Sejong who need to ascend to push them all the way out.
FaZe with that singular play could be done for. Loops have to go out, and very soon, no less. Double backs on the knocks. Westrom with 5 nades could spell the doom of BTR. Misses every single DPS shot, but does find another. But that will be game over for BTR as well. Loops starting to rack up points in terms of the placements, and FaZe are fearing for their lives.
55 points is the mark. Loops will start to earn placements. You're right. This position, good for them. And DX Xavier, of course, they're still here to play. Incilio on 10 eliminations this match have been ruthless, eliminating everybody left and right. BTR up to 60 points blank. They're looking safe. And DX Xavier looking to move through them. This fight, it concludes one way or the other, but both teams are safe into this one. Incilio have 10 elims. They're looking a little bit more healthy as well. And they're looking good to take the top spot from Group Red. How much higher up the tables can they go? A lot of Group Green players in their way. Have Loops taken a lot of damage? It looks like they're not super healthy here, Blank. Goodness me, what's happened over there?
Yeah, taking shots. Someone spotted them. Someone spied those 2 players. And at 7th place right now, it's not a massive amount of placement points, and it's not enough. They've got 0 elims. But Miran Sejong, this is a perfect opportunity to leapfrog them. So Loops need to live. That is the only goal in their mind right now.
2 players. Can they stand the test? The nade goes long over towards Nade T from Incilio. On this north side, this fight is going to get pushed out by the blue zone. 2 seconds to blue touch. And they'll have to move south towards Loops. Towards the duo. And Miran Sejong waiting in the wings. Have a scrap on their hands with IWNRX across the way. Lamborghini moving forwards. Redlick going down, getting flushed. DX Xavier continue to take this fight into control, but it's wrested back from them. The step forward's not going to connect, and 6 elims. The final game is there. They get over that 110-point boundary blank. They're up to, what is that, 113 with the placements they get. And 1 step closer for Loops to those placement points they so desperately need.
Oh, Jimmy, it's so down to the wire. But Miran Sejong similarly putting up those points in terms of placement. I think FaZe might just go out at this rate. Pretty much for Loops at the moment. I was going to say Lays, but it's Loops. Loops' only hope is to continue living onwards. For FaZe, their only hope is that Loops goes down next. They have to go out in a 6th place. It's the only way.
They are under threat, actually, though, from the north side, from Incilio. Vash and Westron, you can see their position not great, and their meds obviously not really there either. They took some damage and still haven't been able to heal it up. Their position should be fully known. They've dropped smokes. There's vehicles there. You can see Vash very wary. With Incilio having the high ground here, they don't have to move just yet. There is a chance for it.
IWNRX down towards the south side. They absolutely made their way through. Incilio has eyes on. Players are currently safe and the circle will keep them in. Does Incilio look to push onto this? That is the question. This will be a decent position for the play. And they're looking to move up now. 6th place will be a death sentence. They spot one. Nino takes a bunch of damage. There's no clap back coming through from Rafinha either. But nades starting to pour in over the top. This is such bad news for Loops, but such good news for FaZe.
And good news for Miran Sejong as well. A potential opener here. It's all up to Rafinha. Survive or die, but the burn is in.
Oh no!
And the fire at his feet takes him down. Loops eliminated. 53 points now the mark. And Miran Sejong, with the placement that they get, they've overtaken it. Blank, they've already done it.
I think they might just have, in 5th place, it is game over for Loops. I think it's 54 to 55 for Loops and FaZe, but for Miran Sejong, those points are only going to tally up higher. And Miran Sejong, they're well prepared. They say, as they sub Uriel out once again for J-Suck on the final match of the day. And lo and behold, a chicken dinner potentially on the cards.
Goodness me. I mean, they are neck and neck with the placements racking up 1 point per place now. That is the extra point they needed to draw level, and Miran Sejong have a chicken dinner already, which should break that tiebreaker. They have done enough. South Korea has another chance. Inactive for Inko. He'll go down. And now 4 rosters remain. Incilio up to IWNRX. Miran Sejong look at a sweep through on Becca, and the placement's now breaking that tiebreaker. Miran Sejong pushed their way past.
Into the top 16 and that last chance. Last chance for them to sub out a player as well, but they seem to make that happen nonetheless. And Miran Sejong, despite doing absolutely nothing inside of this lobby thus far, win out on placement points alone.
Survival has always been the name of the game. And survive they will. A nade over the top from Incilio, and this is a massive game. Hang on a minute, 16 eliminations from the north side. I guess we've been pretty focused on what's been going on with our bubble teams, but Incilio making a break for a potential very high scoring
game. I think they might take 1st place.
That's a bit far. They started on 75. And it's 100 and what, like 15 they have to try and beat. So I think that might be a bit of a over-exaggeration. But they're really bloody strong this match.
I think you'd be surprised.
Okay.
Never mind.
They're down.
Not anymore. If they got the chicken dinner...
Whoa, hang on a minute. Miran Sejong, chicken dinner.
Yeah,
talk about that.
Chicken dinner, 10 points. Perfect. I mean, if they got the chicken dinner, they might have overtaken them because it's 30 points. Or would they? They would have been 105. So just 1 point behind. Either way, no, with the eliminations they would have got against Miran Sejong, they would have taken it. But great work from Incilio. Honestly, one of the most improved teams in the entirety of this tournament. But Miran Sejong, they use the wise old tactic. Do nothing and win.
And resub back in, Jason, to make sure that you qualify. You know what? 7, where you at, man? Go interview the coach again. Ask him why he decided to sub Jason back in, considering
We need answers.
We made a mistake.
Not qualified anymore. A slight mistake here, but they do it at the finish line here. Miran Sejong will knock out. Unfortunately for them, Loops Esports will not be advancing on through, and we'll get a better check-in once we see our overalls a little bit later on here. But, you know, Max, you want to see them close it out with a win, and you got them to close it out with a win.
Yeah, still lacking a few eliminations maybe, but you know what, I'll take it. And I do get what Blank is saying, like they did nothing. I do think they were doing something on the southern side, which is making sure they don't get backfilled, and if a team came their way, they would have gate-kept them really, really heavily. That just didn't end up happening, but like the idea, I think, behind that positioning and what they would have done if a team came their way was solid. But we have to highlight this last game before we go on like the overarching conversation of who made it. Bro, Becca was in that warehouse center and no one went there in absolute fear of one or two teams being up there. He just had that entire compound for himself. Like, he had a field day.
More of that, please, for him and Major Pride if they can continue momentum going into tomorrow. I mean, that's the up and downside, right? Yeah, things do stabilize a little bit here if you made it into last chance because you know the 16 or the 15 other teams you have to play against. That means drop locations will be kind of set a little bit more, not rotating groups, but also realizing if you didn't play well here in Survival Stage and you made it into last chance, what realistically are your chances to be qualified into the Grand Finals? I mean, it's top 6. Top 16 was already hard enough for some of these teams, but then to have to jump now to top 6, it just might be insurmountable.
For those who barely qualified, I think Hodgix, it is going to be quite tough to now go from just barely qualifying into now you have to compete for top 6 in a very, even more competitive lobby than what we initially had in the survival stage. Though, if there's any team I have to give like props to that I think have a chance to be top 6, it is Incilio. Like, I don't know what happened, but today, Jason, they are a completely different beast, just sweeping northeastern edge, going for third parties, holding these high ground positions to just completely obliterate teams all around them. More of that, please.
Yeah, more of that, please, indeed. I mean, I do agree. I mean, it's so crazy because these rosters are just so insane, pretty much from the top on down. I think, you know, when it comes to that last chance, they just got to kind of reset in their head. Just be like, hey, you know what? New day, new tournament. Let's just get it going and hopefully start off strong. I still think that we're going to see some surprises here. But at the same time, like in Sulio, hopefully they use that momentum just going after today and just push it into the next match.
Oh, look at that damage taken. You barely have enough damage to knock one player. They took no damage this game. Okay, I mean, a win's a win. You know what? A win's a win, MSJ. You take that to the bank.
I mean, a win is a win, yeah. But remember, tomorrow, once we start last chance, it's just 12 matches, right?
Yep.
You could have
2 days.
You could have one bad day, and there goes your hope of ever qualifying to the Grand Finals. Like, your consistency has to be off the charts here if you want to be able to qualify into the Grand Finals. And for some of these teams, consistency has not been their friend over the course of, well, this entire event.
Yeah. I don't know what to expect, really. There are some big names, I think, Jason, we expect to qualify pretty easily based off the performances we've seen, but like that's like what 4 teams I think could be big surprises in the top 6. Like, there's a lot of wiggle room as we do have this big reset, right, between survival and last chance. We're all going back to 0 points, so it's back to the starting blocks for these teams.
Oh man, I mean, especially you got, you know, D plus Kia crushing it, Regnum Karia looking good. I want to kind of talk about some teams that I have concerns with, though, like some teams that I'm just like kind of like scared. Like, I'm really scared for 4MV. I'm not gonna lie, right? They've been just so off and on. It's been wild. You know, I'm not confident in Team Falcons either. They make me quite nervous. So, I mean, anything could definitely happen. I think we're gonna definitely see some surprises coming up.
I think without a doubt, we're going to have some surprises. And that's kind of the upside and downside, is that if you don't qualify right away, it just becomes that much harder for you. But if we're maybe to talk about, you know, some surprise teams in survival stage, you know, Max already mentioned Incilio. Hodgix, who would you kind of throw in there as well that really surprised you over this last 3 days?
You know who surprised me so much and I feel is going to sneak into the top 6? I'm going to kind of put that out to the universe right now.
Inko!
It's the Vicious, dude. I'm not gonna lie, this is one of those sneaky teams, right, that like they ended in 9th place. That's kind of the perfect place to end, right? Because it's so in the middle of the leaderboards that no one's going to be studying them super hard. You know, they're all going to be focused on the D plus Kias, D Xaviers when it comes to that homework. And if you don't keep an eye on this squad, they could definitely sneak one of those spots.
I mean, Max, considering they got in because Twisted Mind Brazil couldn't play, I don't think anyone had the Vicious on their radar, but we also saw them back in Group Yellow. Like, they were in 4th place for, I think, like 2 days in a row. Like, this was a team that definitely caught a lot of us off guard. I'm kind of surprised, and I almost want to see them qualify, because I think that would be ridiculous for their first run here at PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, Demonod in particular, as an individual player, really impressed me for the Vicious. So, yeah, I mean, for a team, as you said, Jason, that was not supposed to be here, this is a way better performance that I think 99% of the audience would expect out of this squad. So, we'll see how it's going to go in hopes of reaching top 6. But really, I have the impression, Jason, after all of these weeks now of this PMGC League stage, so many teams have significantly improved, taken every single day like a school day, and just added what they've learned to their strat, to the way they rotate, to the way they fight, and have improved significantly. 3 teams that I have in mind right now that I'm telling you could be a threat going into tomorrow's matches and also in the last day on Sunday. RCB, Voin Donkey ID, and of course now Incilio. I don't know what the hell happened, but they have improved at an insane rate that they could literally could be competing for a spot in London.
I mean, that's the thing, right? The momentum that you're carrying over. I'll give it to you this time, Jukes. You know how much I hate it, but the momentum meter for some of these teams is off the scale.
Let's go!
Having that momentum into just 2 days of play could be exactly what you need to get into PMGC.
I mean, it's all about, you know, that mentality, because when you get to this stage, the mental game is so huge, you know, and if you believe that you could do it, it's possible. Like, that's why, like, towards here, like, you know, in the last game of the day, I wanted to see those hot drops, because I wanted to see teams that say, you know what, yeah, we're 20 points away, you know, or 20 points plus, but we're gonna go for it, right? Let's give it a shot. And if you go for it, it can happen, right? If you don't, it's impossible. So you got, once you're able to kind of get some good games underneath your belt, it's definitely you know, great for your overall mentality. You got to be thinking, you know what, we're gonna be in those grand finals.
Man, this is kind of crazy that Tiamba unfortunately faltering at the very end here.
It's wild.
They were definitely one of my teams. I mean, they were super impressive back at PMWC, but we're just moments away from actually getting into our overalls to see which for sure 16 teams made it through. And
survival time. That's what you're getting.
This is quite an MVP.
It's just, I survive, I'm MVP.
GG. Dude, take it to the bank. Hey, 1 assist, and that's all that matters. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
So that has to be MVP of the winning team, because there's no way someone from Incilio doesn't get MVP with the amount of elims they got.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, well, here is our overall rankings. These teams, I mean, not much movement here on the front page. As Itzy and Incilio get up to 3rd place, 100 points, 0 chicken dinnies.
That's actually a bigger step up than I initially thought. I mean, especially without a single chicken dinner, they're the only team on the first page, Jason, without a win, and yet they're in 3rd. Like, again, big improvement here. Their fragging potential is top tier, and I really hope we see a continuation of that in the last chance, because they've been incredible these last 3 days.
Oh man, I just want to get to the 2nd page. I wish I
want
had
to
a
see
button.
it so bad, dude.
I'll just make it swap over. I mean, we're not really expecting too much movement from the way that the last match played out. It was really generally only Mir and Sage.
Oh my god!
They're in? Loops?
Wait, FaZe is out?
Loops did it? My god! It's too strong! There's no way!
Wait,
They won the
There's no
tiebreaker.
way!
Is it tiebreak?
They won the tiebreaker, yeah. Same points, no chicken dinners, but they had more placements for loops.
It came down to a tie. 1 point, folks. Once again. Are you kidding me?
And I think the funniest thing is, wasn't the predicted bubble like 55 points?
It was. It was
on the money.
On the dot. FaZe didn't make it. Are you serious?
Oh, wow. We say it many times, right? The tiebreakers are going to be of the essence, and it was here, Jason.
That 1 point, just thinking back, right? This must be the most frustrating thing if you're FaZe. Like, looking back, that like 1 elim that you could have confirmed but you didn't, cost you getting into last chance.
That hurts.
That 1 rotation, that 1 crash, that 1 misstep, that 1 person dying on your own team, potentially causing you to get into grand finals. Into last chance. That's crazy. But then again, it's not just them, right? It's Tiamba, Team Queso, Inko, Vampire, IA, G-Roy, and Zeus as well, who unfortunately will not advance on any further in the event. Crazy to see that the winner of PMSL SCA Fall, Vampire Esports, unfortunately falling here.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It ain't a PMW.
I wanted to see it. I wanted to see that crazy, just show up. But oh wow, yeah, look at that. I love to see that daily MVP, dude. Big ups for Incilio. These guys got to definitely be very proud of what they did today.
Yeah, I mean, 3 average elims per game for Westron is madness. I think most of those came from this last game, to be completely honest. And average survival time of over 23 minutes is also insane. And I'm really hoping this is not just like a big pop off and they're just going to go back to their previous playstyle. This, Incilio, I hope you're listening to this. What you've done today and throughout the survival stage is truly, truly remarkable. It is the best plays we have yet seen from you guys, and want to see it continue in the next 2 days or this weekend, because this is the type of playstyle that qualifies you for grand finals of these global events. And if they do it again tomorrow and Sunday, top 6 is definitely in the question for them.
It's been too many events, Max. Or it's been not too many events. It's been too many days and too many weeks now that we haven't seen Westron's little move to the camera. I'm doing it on my end, but you can't see me, obviously, so it really makes no sense. But I'm pretty sure you know exactly what I'm talking about here, as we do see he's going to be topping out Gunslingers here with the most damage done in the lobby at 4,952. And take a look at this, though. It looks like it's just from... But is it from all survival stage? So no one from Group Green got it? Is that... I find that kind of surprising.
That's pretty wild. Yeah. That's pretty crazy, considering that every single Group Green team made it, guys. First off, like, I mean... That is crazy. That is crazy in itself. And to not see one of them come up as Gunslingers is also pretty wild.
We've got East up there too, right? So that's no, not top ball action. East is the new blood here for the Falcons.
And we got Vlad knocking on our door saying, oh, Group Yellow's Group of Death, huh? Group Green, man. Okay. Insane stuff. You can see all of the teams that are going to be advancing on to play tomorrow with 12 matches to decide who can make top 6 and who can make it to the grand finals over in London. Not to mention, you guys at home, there are tickets still available between the 6th and 8th of December over in the UK. I'm pretty happy with these teams. I think there's definitely a couple surprises in there. I'm still going to say, for me, one of the biggest surprises, Major Pride. Like, they looked horrible in PMSL, but they have looked amazing so far in PMGC. But I really could not tell you with certainty really any of these teams are going to qualify with how crazy these lobbies have been.
I think I have maybe 1-2 teams that I'm like, I think are going to make a top 6, and a few teams that like, I don't think they're going to qualify. But in the middle of the pack right now, Hot Jukes, there's so many questions to be really asked. I know, I mean, we'll have a good idea of what to expect going in the first day tomorrow of Last Chance, but man, good luck predicting all 6 teams, because no clue.
Who's the feeder teams, man? You know, like normally you look at like a lobby, like, okay, there's like maybe 1 or 2. Okay, well, Hot Jukes just went straight into it. My intention was to say there's really not many feeder teams. Like, you're getting into a lobby where everyone is so closely matched.
Yeah. The only reason why I say Loops is because they really pissed me off that last match, man. I mean, it was really hard to watch. Honestly, the way FaZe played it and went all out and played their game, I would have personally rather seen them there. I would think they would have had a better shot at top 6. Loops, I need to see them like go, tonight, talk to their coach and just form themselves, because they played that last match way too soft. So if they want to make a name for themselves, I mean, they still have a big opportunity, a full reset, but I need to see the Loops of old come out, I mean, tomorrow, without a doubt.
I mean, for a team that this is their first PMGC, I think they've done pretty impressive, but I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you either here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. You got to be able to get it done, and hopefully they can.
Well, you know what? It would not be another day here at PMGC without checking in with Seven once again here towards the end of the show. So he's going to be down on stage with 3 different interviews for us. What do you got for us, Seven?
I'm joined by none other than Paraparajin Perigin from DX, finishing in first place. They just put up such an amazing performance. How confident is the team feeling going into Last Chance, especially with what you guys did here in Survival Stage?
Hôm nay các bạn đã thi đấu có một màn trình diễn rất là ấn tượng. Vậy thì bây giờ khi các bạn vào vòng Last Chance thì mức độ tự tin của bạn là bao nhiêu?
Em nghĩ thì sự tự tin của tụi em tầm khoảng 50% thôi.
I think our confidence level is about 50%.
Oh, okay. Honest answer too. Caught me a bit off guard there. I like the honesty. Now, who will be your strongest opponent going into Last Chance?
Vậy trong vòng Last Chance thì đối thủ mạnh nhất của các bạn sẽ là ai?
Em nghĩ đối thủ mạnh nhất của tụi em là vòng bo, tại vì có bo thì tụi em bắn hết thôi, chứ em chẳng sợ team nào hết.
I think our strongest opponent is the circles, because as long as the circles are there, we can perform and we're not afraid of any other teams.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to end up doing in Survival Stage. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Now, as I mentioned, that team did end up in first place. Great performance. Even was able to get more points in Survival Stage than last year's first place in Survival Stage with 113 points this year. Now, You gotta mix it up. It's the last day of survival stage. Before we go into last chance, I got none other than Bigatron, Satarles. You guys were just barely able to clutch up there and secure the spot into last chance. What are you guys' thoughts going into last chance?
Oke, jadi kalian hampir-hampir nggak lolos lah, dan ini bisa dibilang peringkat yang bisa dibilang hoki lah lolosnya kan, dengan performa yang tidak begitu bagus. Menurut kamu sendiri, apa yang kamu harapkan di last chance nanti?
Untuk di last chance, semoga rezeki lah. Kalau memang rezeki, pasti kita bisa lolos langsung nanti.
So basically, I hope we can make it to London. I mean, if that's for us, it's gonna be for us also. So yeah.
What changes do you think you'll have to make it to top 6?
Okay, so jadi apa perubahan yang kamu rasa kamu harus gantilah di last chance nanti supaya kamu bisa lolos ke London?
Mungkin kayak evaluasi dari komunikasi sih. Kita bisa lebih komitin lagi nanti untuk di last chance. Semua kita hantam lah.
Okay, so basically our biggest homework that need to be done is fix our communication. I think that's the most important part, and yeah, we're just gonna crush the last chance.
And one more, just because I gotta channel my inner Dennis, all right? What do you think is gonna be their strongest Indonesian team? You guys or Voin Donkey ID?
Okay, jadi ini pertanyaannya cukup bagus sekali. Di manakah tim yang manakah menurut kamu tim terkuat Indonesia saat ini? Tim Begatron ataupun Voin Donkey?
Untuk itu sih dua-duanya sih, karena dua-duanya lolos ke last chance.
I think for this question, I think both of us is the strong team in Indonesia because both of us qualified to last chance.
Smart man. Thank you so much. I appreciate the answers out of you guys. Now, hopefully we'll get a chance to see what that team is going to be doing in last chance as they were able to get that 15th place. And I want to get a chance to talk to none other than Loops Rafinha, because you guys were just barely able to edge that 16th place, finishing with the exact same points as FaZe, but being able to just clutch up in the tiebreaker. What are the changes going to be from this team going into last chance?
Então, falou que vocês basicamente chegaram aí, ganharam por causa da diferença do placement points com a FaZe. Então, quais as mudanças que vão fazer para a final?
Com certeza nós teremos alguns spots melhores, concretizarmos isso, né? Talvez alguns spots nós já utilizamos, então isso vai facilitar. Mas, acima de tudo, acho que o nosso mental, assim, entrar... Pô, a gente tá aqui, a gente tá conseguindo tudo. É sempre na última partida, mas, pô, acontece, a gente tá conseguindo, a gente tá chegando lá. Então é isso, é literalmente the last chance e a gente vai buscar essa vaga aí, com certeza.
So, Isa, like, of course, like, now that some of the teams are going back home, they have the spots that they normally play. Of course, like, most of the championship for this year, they just made, like, on the last game, not just here. So, even for last chance, it will be, like, the last chance for them, but they will come here with a strong mental, and then they will do it the best that they can.
Besides the mental, right? I love that you just mentioned that you are going to have some teams that are going to be moving away. They're not going to be moving on to last chance, and that might make it easier. What is the first team that comes to your mind when you think about that? When you think about a team that's not going to be in last chance, that might make your life easier?
Então, das equipas, como você falou, que algumas das equipas não vão estar aqui, qual das equipas que não vai estar aqui que você já pensa que vai facilitar o vosso jogo para amanhã?
Bom, vejo que a TQ, creio eu. Então, alguns desses times que estavam utilizando nosso spot, são eles, mas no final de tudo, algum time que não tá aqui hoje, que a gente tá se inspirando na caminhada, com certeza é a HC do ano passado, que, pô, estão passando da mesma forma que a gente passou e no final de tudo eles foram campeões, então é isso.
So of course, like some of the teams, they have like the same spots as them. So the teams that are not here, of course, is bad for them, but for them, it's like a good thing. One of the things they say like is like IHC is one of the teams like they're inspired by because they have like maybe the same difficulties this year. So that's like one of the inspiration for them like now.
I don't know. Well, hey, we'll have to wait and see what you guys are going to be able to do in last chance because you guys were barely able to make it. With that said, though, do Brazil, back to you guys.
It wouldn't be an event with 7 Worlds Gaming if you didn't get at least one. At
least one.
Brazil.
You need one for sure. Honestly, I love those answers from Loops right there. I mean, it really just reinstilled confidence in me with that squad because, you know, they said, don't judge us on our last game, right? We're going to go ahead and make it happen. So I like that confidence. And yeah, it is their first time here. They've now experienced what it's like in that last match. So I hope they definitely realize just, hey, how much you can't depend on it. You really can't. You know, you gotta act like it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Don't know.
Oh, I really wanted to say something mean to Max, but you guys did cover for me earlier today, so I won't say it. Before we do head off from the show and get things ready to go tomorrow, once again, the official phone provider here at PMGC is the Infinix GT20 Pro. I really hope Max did not put up on his phone what I told him not to do.
No, just got my favorite wallpaper. It's blank. Love it.
With this 120 FPS and 144 Hz AMOLED screen, you too can play like a pro. Unless you're hot jukes, because then you were already a pro, but you're no longer a pro because you don't have an Infinix GT20 Pro.
Pro.
Also, stock tickets available for the Grand Finals over in the UK between the 6th and 8th of December. Make sure to come in and watch your favorite teams play up against each other so you could be crowned the best in the world here on, well, at the end of the year, funny enough, before we kick off into things 2025. I'm actually really excited to see what's going to happen with the esports roadmap for next year. Of course, every year at PMGC, Mr. James Yang is going to be there. Winner,
Yes!
chicken dinner.
Oh, I love James Yang, dude. Every time that man talks, it's just like, oh, the best things possible are coming. So I'm excited.
I'm excited to see what's going to be happening with PMS sales, you know, PMGO, if we're going to have PMWC again in Riyadh. Like, all of that is going to be super fun to see. The roadmap is the best time at the end of the year, Jason, to wrap it up.
Of course, next year plans are always going to be interesting to hear, but we have to finish this year, which means we have to get through last chance to find our final 6 teams, which means we're going to be ending off the show so we can get things ready to go. Hope you guys have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time for some more Pogi Mogi action.
In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag for the bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the deal. I'm fully confident that I'm laying the field, yeah. Taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Bending the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, we can't bring that fire, yeah. We could go lift this higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, war. Fire, we can't bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire, yeah. Pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confess that we're laying the field, man. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the lock. Bringing the heat, and we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah. Pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, pure fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, war, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the floor, baby, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm laying the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking it down, and we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling them not. Blending the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, 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 yeah. More fire, fire, fire. Pure fire, go that fire, pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the lock, bringing the heat, like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild fire. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane. Searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm. Standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never
much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clickety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing